Table of Contents. Information. 1. Wedge. 2. Chapter 1, Sound in the Dark. 3. Chapter 2, Kimono Girl. 4. Chapter 3, Mirror Flower Water Moon. 5. Chapter 4, Uchiha Tono. 6. Chapter 5, Shatter It. Mirror Flower Water Moon. 7. Chapter 6, Complete Hypnosis. 8. Chapter 7, Standing on Top of the World. 9. Chapter 8, Onimichi. 10. Chapter 9, Practice. 11. Chapter 10, Scary Boy. Matware. 12. Chapter 11, Graduate of Ninja School. 13. Chapter 12, Friend. 14. Chapter 13, Shock the Audience. 15. Chapter 14, That Day. 16. Chapter 15, Root. 17. Chapter 16, Onidu. 18. Chapter 17, Group Possession. Disciple. 19. Chapter 18, Join the Root Organization. 20. Chapter 19, Code Blue Die. 21. Chapter 20, Step. 22. Chapter 21, One Night in a Kiera. 23. Chapter 22, Mission Action. 24. Chapter 23, Right-Handed Skill. 25. Favorite Friends Can Bookmark 1. 26. Chapter 24, Killing in the Moonlight. 27. Chapter 25, Beautiful Glitter Flower. 28. Chapter 26, Kill. 29. Chapter 27, Back to the Village. 30. Chapter 28, Beng Yu Wakes Up. 31. Chapter 29, War. Matware. 32. Chapter 30, Battle Against 8 Cricket Armors. 33. Chapter 31, The Terrible Effect of Bengayu. 34. Please Collect. 35. Make Up Tomorrow. 36. Thanks to all readers for their recommendations. New week continues to work hard. 37. Chapter 32, 8 Doors of Huiazhuk. 38. Chapter 33, Trust and Yearning. 39. Update. 40. Seeking Collection. 41. Chapter 34, First Meeting with Hime. 42. Chapter 35, Teach Bida. 43. Chapter 36, C Group. 44. Vol 2 Chapter 1, Make Up Tomorrow. 45. Vol 2 Chapter 37, Conspiracy. 46. Vol 2 Chapter 38, Recommended Players. 47. Vol 2 Chapter 39, Daughter of Daimyo. 48. Vol 2 Chapter 40, Drama, 1. 49. Vol 2 Chapter 41, Joke, 2. 50. Nope. 51. Vol 2 Chapter 42, Practice. 52. Vol 2 Chapter 43, Assault. 53. Vol 2 Chapter 44, Fangs Appear. 54. Nope. 55. Vol 2 Chapter 45, Misunderstanding Created. 56. There is one more to collect it. 57. Vol 2 Chapter 46, End. 58. Strange. 59. Vol 2 Chapter 47, Care. 60. Is Writing May Update. 61. Vol 2 Chapter 48, Kato. 62. I am taking a leave today. 63. Vol 2 Chapter 49, Squad. 64. New 1 week. 65. I went to a friend's house for dinner today. 66. I owe more today. 67. Vol 2 Chapter 50, Unfathomable. 68. Vol 2 Chapter 51, Hidden Fangs. 69. Vol 2 Chapter 52, Small Task. 70. Vol 3 Chapter 1, 71, Vol 3 Chapter 53, China Forbearance Examination, 1. 72, Good News. 73, Vol 3 Chapter 54, China National Tolerance Examination, 2. 74, Vol 3 Chapter 55, China Forbearance Examination, 3. 75, Vol 3 Chapter 56, China Forbearance Examination, 4. Information. Table of Contents URL, https://www.wuxiabox.com/novel/Naruto Shikigami Aizen.html. This novel is also known as Shikigami Aizen of Naruto. In the world of Naruto, let's see how the blue die sets off a huge shock. Who is more powerful than the 10 circles of the virtual circle? Who is more cunning than Tuanzang and Yusuke Lanran? Uchiha's conspiracy is more thorough than that of blue-dyed Ayasuke. No one stands in the sky from the beginning, either you or me, even God, but the empty window period of the throne of this day is also over. From now on, I stand on top. Lanran looked at the bright Benyu in front of her eyes, and smiled across the corner of her mouth. Is the world of a ninja? What a fun trip! Behind him, a young girl with a shower head and a costume bundle, Mirror Hwashoyu, knelt on the ground, and the black pupils reflected only one person's existence. Here is the strongest soul killer. For nothing. Step. Ghost Road, kill the fist and walk away from the ghost, and watch Lanran take control of Naruto and climb to the throne. Wedge. Power. My power. Disappeared. Sugawara Kisuke. I despise you. You have a clever head, but you won't use it. Why do you take orders from that kind of thing? Why should you surrender to those mediocre people? Such a statement does not exist at all. The world that the winner should focus on is not the essence. Bianyu has been integrated with me. You can't kill me. Sooner or later I will be back. F. Corpse Soul Realm, Central 46 Room, on the judgment bench in the dark. Sinner. Lanran Hu Yusuke. Rebellion against the corpse soul. Conviction, announcement. Lanran Kao Yusuke will execute the 18,000-year prison sentence in the 8th prison in the bottom of the underground prison. Lanran, who was all fixed on the seat by the seal, had a disdainful smile on his face. So, do you want to judge me too? It's ridiculous. Miscellaneous things. Your rebellious generation will spare you your life and dare to speak out. Bind his mouth and eyes together and extend his sentence to 20,000 years. Oh, really, it's the Pohara guy who counts at the last time. Look forward to the day when I come back, everyone in Lingting. At that time, the result will not be the same again. A Dark Shroud. Chapter 1, Sound in the Dark. Takagi leaves 26 years, the ape flying sun cut successor to Hao Ying. The first battle of Ninja World has just ended, and now the village has ushered in a vigorous period of development. At this moment, the young Naruto still has enough energy, looking at the village under construction right now, and there is a flash of memory in his eyes. Teacher Yoon, the will of the fire of wood leaves will spread, where the leaves fly, the fire will burn, the fire will illuminate the village, and the leaves will sprout again. At this moment, he saw several children coming out of the gate of the ninja school. Is it Asumaru, Tsunade, and Sutra? A few talented children, they are all the seeds who have inherited the will of fire. Maybe I can accept them as disciples, hey? Who is that child? The ape flying sun in the squatter house was lost in thought. On the street. Kawi Yusuke. I did a good job today, but I got full marks for ninja throwing. How is it? Much better than that guy of Asumaru, Tsunade, you talk about it, right? A child with a white hedgehog head said to a teenager with broken hair and slightly curly hair. After hearing his words, the boy named Huyuja just showed a thick smile and did not comment. The teenager with long black hair on the side looked dismissive when he heard what he said, and said something. Moron. Then, he left on his own. Since it's interesting, do you always blow yourself up like this? Is it interesting to remember that the last time I was beaten down by a big snake pill in a bodybuilding class, I really do nt understand what's in your guy's head, how Jisuk, don't be with this guy from Lai yet. Idiots are contagious, let's go. The ponytailed girl with blonde hair said impatiently, came over and pulled the shredded teenager away from the white-haired teenager. Blow yourself, hit down. Tsunade. I will show it to you, I must be better than Asumaru. The self-hit by the words of the blonde girl also evoked the fighting spirit, shouted. At this time, Tsunade has gone away from Huyuja. A raven flew over him. Wuji Yusuke, how is it, still living in Koba? The two of them walked quietly on the road, with Tsunade's hands behind their backs. Suddenly, she stopped and leaned against the broken hair boy, asking suddenly. In the face of this sudden approaching face, the broken hair teenager was obviously a bit uncomfortable, and he stepped back hastily, looking at the beautiful face. His face covered by his black-rimmed glasses couldn't help turning red. Fuyusuke? Are you blushing? Haha, what are you shy about, do you like me? Wu Gangshao caught his blush, and he couldn't help raising his emotions, just like discovering a new continent, and kept laughing at the broken hair boy. No, life in the village is good, I like the environment very much. The smashed hair boy's quiet nature only made him panic for a while, at this time calmed down, and said gently, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Is that so? I also like this village very much, but I want to be a woman Naruto, like this grandpa to guard this village. I heard Hoyusuke's words. Tsunade also showed a happy smile, turned to look at the river next to him, and shouted out his inner thoughts. Suddenly Yusuke just stood behind her and looked at it quietly. On the lens, the figure of the girl and the setting sun formed a beautiful picture. In the night, Miu Yusuke returned to his home. A very ordinary room, although small, but the furniture inside is very neatly arranged. I cooked a dinner for myself skillfully. The meals were small, but I ate enough. After dinner, Kao Yusuke started meditating and practicing what he learned today, refining chakra in his body. His village was destroyed in the flames of war, and he always remembers that those amiable people in the village were brutally killed by the ninja, including his parents. Just when the ninja was about to kill him, Konoha's ninja arrived and he was unconscious. He didn't know what happened next. It is said that the man who rescued him was called Ape Flying Sun, and at this time was already called the third generation of Naruto. This made him very grateful to the village of Muye, and he also liked this friendly village. After a while, he entered the ninja school and met three strange friends. Bian Mingming is often noisy, but friendship is very firm, and he often observes them from the perspective of onlookers. The practice in ninja school is very hard. Those obscure mantras, chakra, which controls the flow in his body, made him very tired of learning, but he was still studying hard. He always remembers the scene of the village being destroyed. At that time, he knew that being weak is a sin, and only being strong can guard his own being. He paid a lot for this, and his three friends' spiritual gifts were very strong. Although they regarded him as a friend, he didn't want to be protected by them because of his weakness. So he never let it go for a moment. His hands were full of cocoons left by the smelting body technique. Every night he refined chakra until deep into the night before falling asleep. He wanted to be stronger. It was late at night, and tired Kusuke finally planned to go to sleep at this time. Lying in bed, he soon fell into sleep. Master Blue Dye, I finally recovered some strength to be able to communicate with you. Who are you? Hesitant to hear this voice, suddenly Yuja could not help asking. I am Bengayu, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Have you forgotten it? I heard that voice speak again, and suddenly Yusuke asked again. Bengyu? What is Bengyu, where do you talk to me, why can't I see you? Master Blue Dye, I protect you to this world. My energy is running out. In this world, I need enough soul to recover. Come to this world? What are you talking about? What soul? Do you want me to kill? When you heard it, Wiezik was excited. Yes, it's not just the human soul, any creature can do it. What happened to you, Lord Lanran? It seems your memory is lost. I don't need this kind of power. I'm not the blue dyer in your mouth, please leave me quickly. Suddenly Yusuk shouted. The voice was silent for a while, and it sounded again. You are an adult blue dye, you will wake me up again, please remember, I am Bengayu, I will complete any of your ideas, you used to like me the most. Also, Lord Blue Dye, since my strength is restored, I believe that Guy is about to wake up. In the face of you, it may have other thoughts. You must not show mercy. My strength is low and I need to rest. Goodbye, Lord Lanran. After I said this, everything went quiet again. Suddenly Yusuk suddenly woke up. He touched his chest, panting with a big mouth. In the darkness, he looked down at his chest, where the blue light was dim, and Yuja could not help but be surprised. Isn't that a dream? In my body, is it jade? And who is that guy in his mouth? Chapter 2, Kimono Girl. As soon as Yuji awakened, the sky was already bright, which was incredible to him, a young man who has always maintained a good schedule. Oops, I'm late. Suddenly thinking of Yusuk, he immediately ran to the school in his clothes. In this ninja school, ninja teacher Ono Kimura is talking about a ninjutsu course. Beneath the podium, the girl Tsuna was looking worriedly at the empty seat at Wiezik. Strange? What about Wiezik? He is notoriously observant of discipline and rules. He never skipped school. Could it be that he went to Nomu's bathhouse? Now it's time for everyone to take a bath. He doesn't even call I. Zi Lai was lying on the table with a boring face, watching Huyuja's empty seat and pouting. Boom! As soon as his voice hit his head, Tsunade was severely punched. Do you think everyone is like you, idiot? The angry Tsunade taught Suzuya fiercely, while the big snake pill on the side just looked at the empty seat of Koyusuk, thinking about something. Snapped. The teacher's door was opened forcefully. Sorry, I'm late. Huyuja said, panting a little. It's okay to stun Yusuk, but don't be late next time. This time I'm going to talk about some basic ninjutsu practices. This is an important course for your graduates. Onamura looked at Koyusuk and said with a look of kindness. He liked this excellent child very much. After all, every teacher likes excellent and obedient students. I see, I'm disturbing you this time, Teacher Kimura. Huyuja answered politely, and then returned to his seat. As soon as I sat down, he received a note from Tsunade. What happened? He turned his head to meet the expression of concern of Tsunade, shook his head lightly, and gave Tsunade a smile to show that he was fine. There was no scruples on the sidelines, and he pulled his head down and whispered. Howie Yusuk, how could you guys be late? To be honest, have you also peeped at Yemu's bathhouse? Hearing such questions from Sui, naturally Yuji would not admit it, shook his head and smiled. How is this possible? Your imagination is also very rich since you have the potential to be a writer. He heard his words, and his eyes were bright, and he shouted excitedly. Really? Do you think so? Let me tell you, every time I pass by the Nomua family's bathhouse, every time I feel like I am full of ideas, I am destined to be a man who is a writer. From here too. This is Ninja's class. If you want to be a writer, go out and turn left. Now, give me a good class. On the podium, Ono Kimura looked eagerly at Zillet, this bear child, which caused him chaos all day long. What a reason! Yes, Teacher Kimura. I can't help but say frustrated. In the classroom, the children laughed. Suddenly Yusuk listened to Ono Kimura's lecture in peace. Suddenly, his pupil contracted suddenly. Suddenly Yusuk saw a girl standing alone next to Mr. Kimura. He rubbed his eyes and looked again to confirm that he read correctly. There was indeed a girl in a shower kimono standing next to teacher Kimura. With a bang, he stood up. Mr. Kimura! Your side! He shouted at the kimono girl next to Ono Kimura. I'm by your side? Is there any problem here? Yuuja. Onamura looked at the empty podium pointed to by Yusuk, wondering. No. Nothing, I'm very sorry, but I have interrupted your lecture, teacher Kimura. After saying this, Yuuja sat down, but was very shocked in his heart. They can't see. Can't they see that girl? In his eyes, I saw the girl suddenly turned her head, she was very beautiful, her expression was very cold, she glanced at him gently, and then disappeared slowly like fog. This scene made Yuuja accelerate his breathing. Well, this is the guy that Benyu said. By the way, it must be like this. From last night, the change started. He encountered these strange things again, who is she? Suddenly Yusuk's heart was very disturbed. These unknown things interrupted his life rhythm, and he began to think deeply about what it was. After class, Wu Gang came to his side. Tan brown eyes looked at him worriedly, and Chi asked with a light lips. Howie Yusuk, are you okay? Your face doesn't look good, what happened? Tsunade asked with concern. No, Tsunade, but I didn't sleep well last night, thank you for your concern. Sui Yusuk said softly that he didn't want other people to know about these things, nor did he want others to worry about him. At this time, Asumaru came over, and a slightly husky voice came. It doesn't look like your style. Yukujuk, if anything really happened, it would be better to tell us. Then, after Yuyukanshu www.yuyuganshu.com dropped this sentence, he walked outside the classroom. After hearing what he said, a smile appeared on Yuja's face. It is really a critical time, a very trustworthy group of companions, but sorry, these things really cannot tell you. If the guy Bengaihu said is true, use the power of the soul? When you think about it, you will feel evil. This is a secret that must not be told to the villagers. Suddenly Yuja secretly buried these things in his heart. After the one-day ninja school course was over, he refused to invite him to eat barbecue, and Yuja returned home. The strange things he saw today made him very concerned, and he couldn't help venting them in the physical training class. At this time, there was also a slight blood stain on his cocoon-filled fist at this time, which shows how disturbed he was caused by this incident. You know, Yuja is a very self-controlling teenager. Lying in bed, physically and mentally exhausted, he could not help recalling what happened last night. Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He looked at his chest, he shouted softly. Bunyu? Are you there? Let's talk if you are there. The result was nothing, which disappointed him. Sure enough, did the guy named Bengaihu run out of energy? Yuji thought to himself. Just when he gave up calling Bengyu, ready to rest. Master Blue Dai. Are you calling me? A blue light suddenly lit up on his chest. Suddenly Yusuk looked at the bright blue on the chest in surprise, and said quickly. Why are you in my body? And who is that guy? Is it a girl? Chapter 3, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Have you seen her, Mr. Blue Dai? Looks like you have forgotten a lot of things, Lord Blue Dai. Jian Bengaihu resentfully said. Master Blue Dai, that nasty guy is called Kage Hanamizuki. He is a very nasty guy. Hearing Yubunyu's words, Yuuja could not help but hesitate. Is the Mirror Flower Water Moon, a name that feels familiar? Why do you appear in my body, who are you? Suddenly Yuuja asked in doubt. Bengyu is Bengyu, Bengyu has been integrated with you, naturally in the body of adult Blue Dai. Wu Binjaihu's answer did not provide any useful information to Hu Yuja. He asked, looking sharply at the light in his chest. Why do you call me Blue Ran? My name is Kao Yusuk, not what you call Blue Ran. You are the Blue Dyer, you are the awakened Bengayu. Since you woke up, Bengayu has been following you, the Blue Dyer. Wu Binjaihu once again challenged Weijik's IQ. Suddenly Yusuk rubbed his head and said helplessly. Well, can you tell me, what are you doing in my body? You know I don't have anything worthy of you. Bengyu will destroy the world with Lord Lan Ran. This is the dream of Lord Lan Dian. Oh no, Bengyu is going to sleep. Lord Lan Dian, don't forget to use the power of the soul to recharge Bengyu, and you must be careful of that guy in Jinghua Shuiyu. As soon as Benyu's voice fell, its light suddenly disappeared, as if it had exhausted all its energy, and fell into darkness. Nun Ren Huosuk did not respond to how he called. Destroy the world, how could this happen? Suddenly Yusuk murmured. It seems that Bengayu is a dangerous existence. If it is possible, it must not be allowed to reappear, and why is that mirror blooming? How could they be in my body? I thought about these, and Yuji fell asleep. In the darkness. Suddenly Yusuk looked at the large mottled palaces around him, as if he were in an ancient ruin. Where is this? Suddenly, a few fires ignited around the puppet. Standing on the high platform, a seat was sitting there alone. This sudden situation made Huyuja look nervously there. I saw that the girl in a shower kimono was lying on that seat. Unlike her expressionless face, she looked very charming at this time. The exquisite face of the young girl is matched with the bright shower kimono, and the slender white legs are exposed from the opening of the kimono, lying on the cold seat, looking at Huizhik charmingly. The young girl's Zhu lips lightly opened. Blue Dye, it's been a long time. Seeing the girl's gesture, Rao is calm, but Yuja is also slightly blushed. After hearing what she said, he lamented the sound in his heart, but still calmly said to her. You are Jinghua Shuiyu, please ask where is this place, who are you and Bengayu, why are they in my body? When I heard Huizhik's question, I saw the girl's charming expression suddenly stagnation, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her anger seemed to brew. She shook her body. Suddenly Yuja saw her disappearing from the stone seat. Suddenly when Yusuk was surprised, her cold voice suddenly heard from his side. I turned to look. I saw that the young girl was standing beside him, and her kimono was dignified and decent. She came to him step by step. He stopped before him. Looking at the delicate and beautiful face of the girl so closely, Yusuk could not help speeding up. It seemed as if something interesting had been discovered, and the girl's cold face had a hint of surprise at this time. She slowly moved her body closer to Huiuja. What are you doing? Suddenly Yusuk asked in a panic, but he didn't dodge, because he seemed to believe from the bottom of her heart that she would not be against him. I didn't answer Huiuja's answer. She stretched out her white hand and gently touched her face. Why did you choose to believe it in the beginning? Obviously I am your power, Lan Ran. But that's fine, now, you belong to me. After I finished speaking, I saw the girl gently lifted Huyuja's head, and her petite red lips kissed like this. Huyuja, who was stunned by this sudden kiss, looked at the beautiful girl in front of her with wide eyes. The kiss suffocated him. After a short while, he pushed the girl helplessly. Who the are you and why do you do that? After hearing what he said, the kimono girl just showed a charming smile. It feels so good, this is an experience I have never had before, Lan Ran. Immediately after, the girl stepped forward again and gently hugged Koyusuk. Darkness began to cover the entire palace, but Koyusuk did not feel the cold and silent darkness, which seemed to give him infinite in the arms of the girl warm. I am your strength, the deepest strength in your heart. Huizhuk, don't trust other people. Only me will always be with you. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. The sound of babbling murmured slowly in Kuyuja's ears, and Kuyuja also felt more and more sleepy. Before going to bed, he seems to have heard something. Mirror flower water moon. Then he fell into darkness. The girl in a shower kimono walked alone in this large, mottled, quiet and cold palace. It seems that she is the only bright spot in this desolate landscape. You see reading www.yuyuganshu.com. I gently stroked the stone seat above the high platform. The young girl's eyes showed a look of nostalgia. Blue dye, would you regret choosing it without trusting me? Maybe not. How can you regret your choice, but it doesn't matter. This time, I won't let you believe in other people anymore. I will try to protect you. The dome you want, I will level everything and let you walk up safely. He said, her slender white hands stroked. The whole palace is as if coming alive, revealing vitality everywhere, and the mottled and desolate atmosphere suddenly turns into a lively scene. She stood quietly beside that seat, as if waiting for someone. The alarm clock at the bed rang. Suddenly Yuja woke up with his drowsy head in his head, and when he got up, a foreign object that slipped from him made him stare wide. He held a taideo and left it next to his right hand. The blade handle is turquoise, and the entire blade body is smooth and bright, it seems to show its sharpness. What is this? How did it come? Suddenly Yusuk held the taideo with his hand. That heart-to-heart feeling surprised him. This knife. I have my own life. What about the sky? Is actually colorless. It did not deceive you. You just deceived yourself. Blue-dyed Huijuk. P.S. If you like this book, you can vote for it and collect it. If the grade is good, the Tibetan sword will be added. Grateful. Chapter 4, Uchiha Tono. Wu Yuji, who woke up early in the morning, looked at the taideo beside him. I found nothing after pondering for a while. I can only infer that its appearance must be related to Bengaiu or Jinghua Shuiyu. Since I can't think of it, I don't want it anymore, and Ujisuk decides that if he sees the mirror flower water moon again, he must ask clearly. After simply washing and eating, suddenly Yusuk got up and set off for ninja school. On the way, Wu Gangshao happened to meet Huijuk. His brown eyes flashed with surprise and shouted happily. Early. How Jisuk? Morning, Tsunade, Huijuk replied with a smile. The two walked side by side. Wu Gangshao looked curiously at the taideo that Yuja slanted behind his waist, wondering. Wu Yusuk, when did you start practicing sword art? I looked at Tsunade's doubtful glance, and suddenly Yusuk created a reason to confuse the past. I heard Hu Yusuk's explanation. Tsunade did not suspect him, but just said excitedly again. Today is the day of the physical examination. Is it because of this exam that you are carrying a knife? You must show your sword to me. Bite Tsunasu said. Suzusuk suddenly responded. It seems that today is the day of the physical training test in the ninja school. Sure enough, have you been dazzled by the events of Bengyu and Jinghua Shuiyu these 2 days, and you have forgotten such important things? In this way, the two came to the ninja school side by side. At this time, a group of teenagers and girls are ready in the square of the ninja school. I saw Ho Yusuk and Tsunade. Hizilla and Dashiwan also walked in front of the two. Also saw the right knife shouting from the right around the waist. Fuji Yusuk? When did you have such a ninja sword? So handsome, can you give me a try? Suddenly Yusuk replied with a smile on his face. Of course, no way. When I heard Huijuk's reply, there was also a black line on his head. Ko Yusuk. You guy. Forget it, the ninja sword and the uncle are completely untouchable. I will create the ninjutsu that suits me sooner or later. By then, you will wait. Look. Ha ha ha. Moron. The words of the snake pill gently made the tap full of black lines again. Asumaru, you guy. I'll fight you. Come on. Let's die. Ji Zile was also tightly held by Gang Xiao, and said angrily to Dashiwan. But this performance was completely ignored by Asumaru. He just looked at Koyusuk and Tsunashao and said softly. Let's go, the teacher just said, let's go over to the training ground, where we will start today's physical test. He said. He walked step by step towards the wooden leaves training ground. Suddenly Yusuk and Tsunade followed each other. The appearance of leaving the original place is not embarrassed. I dare to ignore master yet. Orochimaru. You guy. At that time, Uncle Ye must show you awesome. Ahahaha. What is that guy smirking at? Don't worry, look at his white hair, maybe an idiot is not necessarily. Stay away, be careful to spread. Takagi leaves training ground. At this time, the physical training teacher Suzuki of the ninja school has been waiting here for a long time. Finally, after all the students of this year's ninja arrived, teacher Suzuki announced. Carcass test is officially started. After a series of draws. Suddenly Yusuk also knew his opponent, Uchiha Tono. Is the Uchiha family? The legendary family of blood succession is a family with terrible pupil technique. It is said that it is the same old family as the Tsune family in which Tsunt is. Suddenly Yusuk smiled bitterly, but he was so lucky or unlucky. At this moment, Suyuja suddenly felt a gaze, turned his head and looked at him. A teenager with long black hair looked at him coldly, with extremely unfriendly eyes. In this regard, suddenly Yusuk only touched his glasses slightly with his hands, a hint of coldness appeared under his eyes. You want to fight? Then I'll be there in the end, even if you are a Uchiha family. How Yusuk? Who do you fight? At this moment, Tsunade happily came to Huyuja, with his eyes fixed on Huyuja's face, and asked. Yusuk seemed to see Uchiha Tono see Tsunade approaching him, and then his wink became colder, and he felt helpless. He pointed to Uchiha Tono's direction and said to Tsuna. Well, it's that guy, it seems to be Uchiha Tono, and it seems to be hostile to me. Ah! Uchiha's people! How did the teacher divide you into fighting him? I seem to have heard of this guy, Sino. It is said that even in the Uchiha family, he is a very strong person in this generation. Let us explain to the teacher well, this is so unfair. After hearing Ujisuk's words, Tsunade was a little surprised, and then he said a little bit hesitantly. In response, Huyuja stopped her. He took Tsunade's hand and looked at her eyes and said. Don't you believe me, Tsunade? I know you are very strong, but you need to know that the guys of the Uchiha clan are all terrible beings, and they may be indifferent in this kind of exam. No one can blame him then. Worried you would be harmed. Suzusuk. Ji Gang was worried anxiously. You still don't believe me, rest assured, no matter what, I won't be defeated. Suddenly Yusuk smiled as usual. I soon. The physical duel has begun formally, and this is also their last exam as a recent graduate of this ninja school. Only successful people can graduate successfully. Wu Gangshao and others dealt with some very common opponents. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com solved the battle very easily. Suddenly Yusuk stood on the field and looked at the opposite Uchiha Tono. A smile was hanging on his face all the time, and the thick glasses were like a protective shell, which seemed to block his true thoughts. You guy is called Kawi Yusuk. At this moment, Uchiha Tono, who has been holding his hands folded across the other side, opens his mouth, looking at Huyujuk with a disdainful smile on his face. It's such an uncontrollable guy. How dare you stand by the little princess of the Kishao tribe? No ordinary people like you, maybe that's wrong, you're just an orphan who was rescued by the wooden leaves. Uchibo Shino said to himself, seems to ignore the existence of Yusuk. People like you will never understand how small and humble you are in the eyes of our families. Come on, let me show you today, under my eyes, how embarrassing the strength you are trying to build. I will tell you personally, Princess Tsunade is not something you can touch. He said. He suddenly got up and rushed to Huyuja. I was standing there about it, and there was no smile on his face. Under the thick glasses, a deep light flashed through the deep eyes. So-called, boring, is the pride of the celebrities, then I will break it for you today. No one stood in the sky from the beginning. Either you or me, even God. The empty window period of the throne of this day is also over. From now on, I stand on top. Lan Ran Hu Yusuk. Chapter 5, Shatter It. Mirror Flower Water Moon. At this time, Koba's training ground. I saw Uchiha Shino running fast, and with a wave of his hands, there were a few undirected shots to the right. His figure followed closely. In the face of the coming bitterness, Yuji's eyes were calm and calm. Escaped bitterly for a moment. Suddenly, in the perspective, Uchiha Tono suddenly appeared, kicking him vigorously. Although Huyuja was blocked by his hands, he was still kicked far away, setting off numerous dust on the ground. It really hurts. Suddenly Yusuk felt a paralyzed right arm and couldn't help whispering. At this time, Uchiha's voice came again. People's money, do you think that you can catch up with us just with the efforts of these few years? People like you, always chase behind, the distance will let you recognize our gap. As soon as I heard the words, I saw Uchiha Tono suddenly speeding up in front of Koyusuk. Both fists come out, and the fists are waving fast. Uyajik can only resist arduously. Under such a sharp and fierce offensive, Uyajik is a bit difficult to support. Is there really a gap? No matter how hard you try, this inherently backward gap seems to be difficult for the right arm to continue. Boom! Suddenly, Uchiha Tono kicked Uyajik aside with a fierce kick in the middle. At this time, many students from other regions have already won and lost, and Tsunade and others have come here to watch. Fud Yusuk. Seeing that Koyusuk was kicked to the ground, Tsunade could not help but exclaim, and even wanted to go up to stop the fight. However, the people on the side and the snake quickly stopped her. This is how Jisuk's battle, Tsunade. Dashiwan looked at Gang Shao and said with a heavy tone. On the market, seeing Tsunade's concern for Huyusuk, this made Uchiha Tono even more angry. He stared at Huyusuk tightly, showing a sneer. I don't know why you like this guy have been favored by Tsuna Princess, but I will leave you an unforgettable lesson. Maybe it will be a good choice for you to be a ninja. Immediately after the speech, he rushed to Huyuja again. When he dropped from a high altitude and slammed hard at Huyuja, I saw Suyusuk suddenly got up from the ground. Under the glasses, Suyusuk's eyes were still very calm. The guillotine flashed. A very quick sword. However, it was chopped on a stake. Stunt. Suddenly Yuji looked at the stump with a stern face. Behind him, Uchiha Tono kicked him in a roundabout kick. Did you finally pull the knife? Boy, are you really naive to think that I will be defeated by your frivolous acting? Suddenly Yusuk quickly blocked the heavy blow with the blade. His body flew backwards again. Suddenly blood bleeds from the corner of Yuji's mouth. In such a fierce battle, his internal organs also suffered a lot of injuries. No. The gap is too obvious. Whether it is strength, reaction, or even physical fitness, he can't compare with him. Is my hard work over the past few years really no way to be equal with these geniuses? Suddenly Yusuk thought secretly. He wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked at Uchiha Tono, but was surprised to find that his eyes were blood red at this time, and a hook jade slowly turned in his eyes. Is this the riding wheel eye of the Uchiha family? What are those eyes? In the market, a lot of young girls were surprised. Shitano. He opened the eye for writing. Is that the riding wheel eye of the Uchiha family? The first time I saw such a blood relay limit. It is rumored that Master Jing also has such eyes. I never expected that she yet also had a writing eye. Even Mr. Suzuki outside the field looked at Uchiha Tono in shock. I secretly said, really a horrible boy, I am afraid that it is a genius of the Uchiha family, this family is really. Ji Gangshao looked anxiously at Hu Yusuk on the field, and the big snake pill next to her looked at Uchiha Tono's red eyes, and her pupils narrowed slightly like snakes. He whispered, what are you going to do now? Huijuk. On the market, Uchiha Shino looked at Huijuk coldly, but said something on his mouth. In front of these eyes, even a genius has to be subdued. A civilian like you has always been in two worlds with us. This time I will let you know that you are trying to get close to the end of Tsuna. After he finished speaking, he moved suddenly. Suddenly Yuzuk's pupil shrinks. Suddenly watching Uchiha Tono suddenly flashed in front of him. So fast. I saw him punching suddenly at Huyuja. Suddenly Yusuk waved his sword at him immediately. However, cut it out. Behind Yusuk, a whisper came. Under these eyes, your slow movements are not qualified to touch me. Cypress leaf cyclone. Boom. Suddenly Yusuk's entire back was kicked by this heavy kick and flew forward, and the heavy glasses fell down at this time. Feeling the pain in the body and the damaged muscles, Yuji closed his eyes sadly. Do you want to fall here? I'm sorry. Tsunade. I still haven't caught up with you. You look so embarrassed. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has not seen it for a long time. Lan Ran, when did you wave your sword so rough? Suddenly Yusuk lay down on the ground. After hearing the sound, he opened his eyes a bit hard. Not only did he not lose the blur after losing his glasses, but he was clear. A beautiful young girl in a shower kimono was squatting beside him looking at him, but a narrow smile appeared on her beautiful face. It's you, Jinghua Shuiyu, I'm sorry to let you see me so embarrassed. At this point, Huyuja still smiled and said with effort. Hearing Huyuja said that, watching the smile of his embarrassment, the young girl was stunned and looked at him deeply. Slowly, she fell on the ground, regardless of the contamination of the shower kimono on the ground, and lay on the body of Huyuja, sniffing his smell. Huyuja, who was clearly disturbed by this sudden move, heard her softly whispering. You should remember, Blue Dye, my liberty, that's your strength and me, hold me, carefully feel my existence. Only I will stay with you forever. The beautiful girl slowly disappeared into Huyuja. Suddenly, Koyusuk seemed to have a dream. In the dream, he seemed to be able to swing the whole world with his sword, and countless horrifying creatures surrendered to him. His hand held the knife lying aside, as if holding the girl's hand. Hey yes, in the dream, he said so. Break it. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Chapter 6, Complete Hypnosis. On the market. Yuyu's Hiboshi stared at the blood-red writing wheel, watching Huyuja tremble and got up, and said disdainfully. Under these eyes, your movement is as slow as a turtle. What can you do if you pick up that knife? Today I will let you know the gap between civilians and me. Huyuja, who stood up trembling across the ground, shook his eyes with a broken hair, and his body was covered with dust. But the corner of his mouth is a smile. It turns out, this is the real usage of this knife, thank you, Mirror Flower Water Moon. I saw him holding the knife upright in front of him. He murmured softly. Break it, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Suddenly, the sharp green knife with the dark green handle broke into pieces like a broken mirror. An invisible energy caresses everyone who sees it like a breeze. Under the market. At this moment, a group of teenagers couldn't help but be surprised when they saw how Jisuk's approach, and they immediately talked about it. What is he doing? Are you going to give up if you destroy the sword? Fujiyuja is not the kind of person who begs for mercy, maybe it has other intentions. Yet, Koyusuk's temper will not admit defeat. He must have his intentions, hoping that he can defeat that stinky fellow of Uchiha. What a civilian capital! Wu Gangxiao and others also looked at Hu Yuzha in anxiety and were very puzzled by his approach. I only have dashi yuan, and a pair of snake pupils are thinking, why the knife is broken. It's getting more and more interesting, Huizhuk. Aside from this, Teacher Suzuki watched with surprise what happened to Hu Yuzha. The momentum has changed completely. This little ghost has not lost to Uchiha's genius at all, it's a terrible talent. On the market, a pair of riding wheels of Yu Yu's Hiboshino stared at each other. He looked at Suizhuk, who had broken a blade in front of him. He suddenly hugged his abdomen, leaned back, and smiled. You guy, do you want to confess to making such a move? Or do you think you can beat me just by destroying the knife? Speaking of later, his face became very angry, and suddenly his body leaped forward. Such a guy, even using such a method to tease me in procrastination, I will definitely solve you quickly, and let her know that the civilians like you will never be qualified to stand with us in front of Princess Tsut. Facing Uchiha Tono, who was running towards him quickly, Kaoyusuk was still standing still, holding the dark green knife handle in his hand. There was a smile suddenly in the corner of his mouth, but there was a look of joy in the eyes under the broken hair. It turned out to be this way, completely hypnotizing. As long as the other party has seen the moment of the liberation of Jinghua Shuiyu, he can fully hypnotize the other 5 senses of the other party. It is really a terrifying ability. I saw how Jisuk slowly raised his head. Through the broken hair on his forehead, he looked at Uchiha Tono, who was rushing towards himself. Stomp 1 step and move to a step away from the previous position. That's it, he stood in place, with a smile on his mouth and looked at it all gently. I saw Uchiha Tono as if he hadn't seen him. I leap into the air. Cypress leaf cyclone. The heavy legs that fell heavily and slammed from the top to the position of Huiuja. Boom! A deep, shallow hole was hit by this foot on the ground. However, Uchiha Tono, who caused all this, was full of shock. Empty. How is this possible? That guy's speed? How could that guy escape my riding eye? How could it not capture any tracks? Did that guy use the twinkling technique? However, everything next can't make him think more. The scattered smoke on the ground did not affect Koyusuk with a smile on his mouth, he was only 1 step away from Uchiha Tono. 1 step away, enough to make a punch. So, there was a slight smile on Huiuja's face, and a flick of his hand hit Uchiha Tono's face. I heard the movement behind me. Uchiha Tono hurriedly turned back. Under his riding wheel, every action of Yusuk was very clear. But his body was unable to respond at all, and he could only watch Wu Kusuk's fist getting bigger and bigger. Boom! A full blow to the face of Uchiha Tono. His entire body was like being hit by a truck and flew to one side. In the air, his face was almost deformed, even his teeth were missing, and blood was spraying from his mouth. Before darkness struck, his memory deeply remembered the contempt smile on Guyuja's face and the big fist-like casserole. Boom! Like an abandoned trash, Uchiha Tono's body rolled a few times on the ground and fell aside. Unconscious. Winner. Haojisuk. A teacher Suzuki who stood aside suddenly appeared next to Uchiha Tono, and breathed a sigh of relief after detecting that he was just in a coma. He turned to look at the young man standing straight in the middle of the field, and could not help showing complex eyes. I could defeat the genius of the Uchiha family. This boy has such terrible talent and strength at this age. It's not easy. At the last critical moment. How exactly did he avoid Uchiha's attack? Sorry, no one can answer the questions in Suzuki's mind. Under the market, a kind of teenagers and girls are all happy for the victory of Huyusuk. Let's just say that Yukusuk is sure to win. Look at that stinky guy in the Uchiha family. Fuji Yusuk is really excellent, I really hope to be like him. You save it. I once saw Kuyusuk practicing alone in the wood-leaved forest, his hands were full of blood, and you were still sleeping at home at that time. At this time, Tsunade and others also came to Huyuja. Wu Gangxiao looked at him with a happy face. Congratulations! Huyuja. Since the guy was holding his head, Yu read the book www.yuyuganshu.com exclaimed. It's a pity that you guys have taken the limelight this time, but you are really terrible at Kusuk. You can defeat the guy who has opened the eye of Uchiha. It seems that you can become this. The Uncle's opponent is a member of the Uncle's 500 Lives. As soon as the voice of the crickets fell, Tsunade's face was punched with black lines on his head. This guy from Sui always says something weird. You don't care about Kusuk. Tsunade embarrassedly said to Kusuk. In response to this, Huyusuk naturally smiled back. He looked at Tsunade and others and said happily. I'm sorry to worry you, but after this time, I think, I finally have the strength to fight with you side by side. Let's go. Today I treat you to a ramen, please have a good time. This one must count on me. Rare to eat you once, I must let go of it. Surely, can't you guy be so embarrassing? Huijuk, ignore him. 4 people are walking on the road. Suddenly Yusuk felt the eyes of Asumaru. I could not help turning my head to reveal doubts. What's wrong, Asumaru? I looked at Huijuk, and the snake pill was full of interest, but didn't say much. Nothing, I just found Yujisuk is fun. After I said, I went on. Without the glasses, suddenly Yuji had a broken hair slightly covering his eyes, but his handsome face was revealed, exuding a unique charm, all of which made Tsunade's heart beat from time to glance at him. I was like this, a pedestrian walking on the street of Mue. What will happen in the future? Chapter 7, Standing on Top of the World. Late at night, Miu Yusuk returned to his hut. At this time, he newly added a pair of heavy black-rimmed glasses, covering up the sharpness in his eyes, and changed back to the dumb-looking young man. He stood inside the room, and suddenly Yusuk carefully looked at the dark green knife in his hand. His eyes could not help flashing excited eyes. Mirror Hansuiyu! What a terrible knife! Can give me such ability? Suddenly Yusuk carefully thought about his performance on the field today, seriously looking for his shortcomings, and thinking about his battle with Uchiha Tono. It turned out that he would never have defeated Uchiha Tono if he had not liberated Kyoka Suzuki at the critical moment. The strength of Uchiha's guy is probably close to that of China. The genius who grew up in such a family. It is really not a little bit stronger than ordinary people like me, both in terms of physical strength and strength. They are almost crushed by me, but from today, with the existence of Jinghua Shuiyu, presumably I will not lag behind them again. Suddenly Yu thought secretly. At this time, a cold, charming voice suddenly sounded in the room. Howie Yusuk, do you still like my strength? I was on the side of the room, and I saw Jinghua Shuiyu not knowing when he appeared there. Her body changed into a red and black freckle kimono at this moment, and she looked at Hu Yusuk with a charming look, and her eyes flashed with strange eyes. Sui suddenly heard Jinghua Shuiyu's voice, and suddenly Yusuk was a bit surprised. Before that, he always thought that Jinghua Shuiyu had lost his strength and disappeared like Yu. Seeing such a beautiful Jinghua Shuiyu, Yuja blushed again. Thanks to the cover of glasses, he could pretend to be calm. It's you, Jinghua Shuiyu, I like this power very much, thank you. Suddenly Yusuk looked down at the dark green knife, his eyes revealing a desire for power. He couldn't help talking about it. When I saw Ko Yusuk's appearance, the charming smile on Jinghua Shuiyu's face became stronger. Her figure suddenly disappeared from the place, and when she reappeared, she was behind Ko Yusuk. Her body was tightly next to Ko Yusuk, and the girl under the kimono looked slightly enchanted, and slightly red lips opened slightly in Ko Yusuk's ears, and whispered softly. You're welcome, as long as you feel right, you can use it as much as you like. Such close contact makes it difficult for Huyuja to remain calm, after all, he is only an 8 or 9-year-old. I saw Huyuja hurriedly taking a step forward, distanced from her, and asked blushing. Yes, Jinghua Shuiyu, why is this knife the same as your name? I haven't answered my question last time, what are you? I didn't care about Huyuja's slight resistance to her. Jinghua Shuiyu kept a moving posture, still smiling at Huyuja's tender face, her eyes seemed a little confused. This blue-dyed adult seems to be more exciting. I do nt know, when you wake up, blue-dyed, will you care about Shuiyu's disrespect at this time? Because I'm the knife in your right hand, and every time you touch me, you will feel the same. Mirror Hua Shuiyu is like a girl's immature face combined with a charming heart. At this time, the small eyes narrowed and looked at Huyuja, the tempting red lips opened slightly, and said what surprised Huyuja. What? You are the knife? I heard her say, and suddenly Yuji was shocked. Can you be transformed into a human sword? It is unheard of in his cognition, which can't help but surprise him, because it completely transcends common sense. He was like a lazy cat playing with a fur ball. Jinghua Shuiyu looked at Yu Yusuk and narrowed his eyes. Well, to be precise, it is Huyuja's inner strength, including this knife, but also the release of your inner strength, that I have my existence. Therefore, Huyuja, I know everything about you. Oh! This surprised Huyuja even more, and even some privacy was ashamed of being spied on. He looked at Jinghua Shuiyu coldly. The opposite mirror Hua Shuiyu was raising her sleeve robe and gently covering her snicker, but her eyes were very clear. It's really. I have lost all my memories, but my pride in my bones has not diminished in the slightest. Is it always unwilling to let people see your heart? Blue adult. Koyusuk, do you want to stand at the top of this world? Jinghua Shuiyu looked at Koyusuk, still with that charming smile on his face. Did not continue to worry about what Jinghua Shuiyu said was true or false. When hearing her words, Yuji referred to some questions. Top? You mean, shadow? Shadow? Maybe so, then, Koyusuk, do you want to stand at that height? It seemed funny to Koyusuk's words, but Kyoka Suzuki still asked with a smile. Yu reading book www.yuyugonshu.com. For this problem, Guyuji thought about it for a long time. If you have the strength like Lord Naruto, your village will not be destroyed by the fire. If you have the strength like Lord Naruto, you can protect the people you treasure. If you have the strength like Lord Naruto, you can sanctions against those who wantonly rob others. Yes. If you can stand at the top of the world and have the power of shadow, then everything will be different. Thinking of this, Huyusuk's eyes lighted up. At this moment, maybe the village destroyed by war, the back of the golden yellow horsetail, or the words of Uchiha Tono about genius and civilians, let Huyusuk had a deep desire. Hit him. Maybe try to stand on top of this world and change everything he doesn't want. Think, I want to stand on top of this world. Suddenly Yusuk said gently, but the eyes under the black frame mirror were extremely firm. It has nothing to do with the mirror, just because he finally found his inner desire, he wants to stand on top of this world. He wants to change everything he doesn't want to see. Hit him. Doomed to stand on top of this world. I probably felt the emotion of Huyuja. Tong Jingjing looked at his mirror Hua Shuiyu, and her charming face evoked a very charming smile. Master Lan Lan Ran, mediocrity has always been a word that has nothing to do with you no matter where you are. This time, let Shuiyu be your most loyal assistant and guide you to the throne of the sky that day. Why do we think the flowers on the cliff are beautiful? That's because we stop at the cliff. Not like those fearless flowers. I can take a step towards the sky. Lan Ran Huyusuk. Chapter 8, Onimichi. After a restful night. In the early morning of the next day, Yuja woke up early. After a brief wash, after eating breakfast, Huyuja prepared his clothes and set off for the wood-leaved forest, where he has been secretly exercising himself. He held the dark green mirror flower water moon tightly and inserted it obliquely around his waist, and there was a look of excitement on Yu Yusuk's face. Because Jinghua Shuiyu told him yesterday that she will teach him some special ninjutsu today. These unique ninjutsu may make him move faster and higher. This could not help but excite Yusuk. As an orphan who lost his village, he didn't have much chance to get in touch with ninjutsu. You know, even in the ninja school, their group of graduating underbearing ninjas don't have many opportunities to learn those amazing ninja skills. In the understanding of Huyuja, the rise of the ninja is accompanied by the decline of the samurai era, and ninja. It is the important ability that the ninja is different from the samurai and even far more than the samurai. The so-called ninjutsu is to refine the chakra in the body and use it, or to let the sorcerer's body achieve the direct effect. Each ninja village has its own unique style of ninjutsu, which is also the most important existence in the village. In the Konoha ninja village, the well-deserved nature is Hwoja ninja. The students who have not graduated from their ninja school have only learned the basic three-body technique and a C-class ninjutsu fire and big fireball technique. More are ninja throws and physical fighting. Like those A-level or even S-level ninjutsu. Only ninjas who have made great contributions to the village or completed a sufficient number of tasks can learn. Of course, there are some exceptions, that is, family secrets. Like the famous family of Hyuga and Uchiha, their families can get in touch with the powerful family ninjutsu earlier, and maybe disdain the ninjutsu in the village that Yuji is desperate for. With excitement, Yu Yusuk came to the woody forest. Here there is a huge trunk that looks full of scars. The bark has long fallen off the net. The thick trunk is covered with mottled sores and blood. These are the traces of Huyuja's efforts to practice. Suddenly right-handed holding the frame on the bridge of his nose, right-handed, watching these traces of history, watching his blood and sweat, he couldn't help but get a little fascinated. At this time, no one's success can be achieved overnight. The so-called strong are just the product of time accumulation, but in front of Yuji, their strength will eventually help you. I saw Jinghua Shuiyu not knowing when to appear aside. At this time she was leaning against a tree, her eyes were always on Huyuja. Zhu lips slightly opened, and said to him with a charming tone. I just glanced at her side by side, and the young Huyuja did not answer her words. Under the black frame, his eyes were slightly frozen. Boom! The silvery white sword flashed. The big tree that once recorded the sudden passing of Yusuk collapsed to the ground, splashing a flying dust. Slowly insert the knife back into the waist. A flash of white light on his lens makes it difficult to see what he is thinking in his eyes. Let's get started, Kage Hansui, I'm very interested in the ghost road that you tell. Suddenly Yuja whispered, still like the gentle man. I was not surprised by the sudden movement of Yusuk, just as nothing happened. Jinghua Shuiyu slowly walked towards him. The beautiful shower kimono looked strangely beautiful under the mottled sunlight. Her delicate face looked at Huyuja's smiling face, and said with a cherry-like mouth. As you wish, Howie Yusuk. The smile just in the corner of his mouth seems to be more intense. Naruto office. Somehow, the teacher Suzuki called at this time is reporting in detail on the physical training test of yesterday's ninja school. In the office, in addition to the Naruto ape Flying Sun Chop, there are 3 big men in the village. Mitamonitis, turned to bed Koharu, and a one-eyed man Shimura who has a cross scar on his chin. After teacher Suzuki finished speaking, Lord Naruto let him back out. In the squatter room, the 3 generations stood on the table with their hands folded at this time, staring at the other 3 people tightly and asking. How are you, these 3 children? After hearing the questions from the 3 generations of Naruto, Mito Minion and Zengkun Xiaochun nodded. After thinking for a while, Mito Minion looked at the 3 generations of Naruto and said. Hizuka, Suna, and Xiao Dashiwan are good children, both in terms of qualifications and temperament, they are very good. We don't have any opinions on how to accept them as disciples, but this is also. Hesitated for a while, Maidamonides still gritted his teeth and said, "I think this child's mind is not stable enough. On the other hand, that Ujiu is a good choice, why not consider him?" I heard his words, and the 3 generations of Naruto frowned slightly, looking at the information of the children on the table, wondering what they were thinking. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Maidamonian and others with firm eyes. "The child named Zelaya, I have been in contact. Although he is very detached, he undoubtedly has an excellent will to fire. I can see the love of the village in his eyes. I also believe that he will be an excellent ninja." After I finished speaking, he tapped his finger gently on the table, and there seemed to be something in his eyes. "As for the child of Huiuja, although I am very good, I still insist on choosing that child." In the end, he still didn't say that when he arrived in that room, Sharen's ninja had been slaughtered and died without resistance, and only a few years old child fell into a pool of blood, and he is Huijuk. In the past few years, he often observed the child, but did not find any abnormalities. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com. He could find out that the child loved the village, but the ape Flying Sun Cut still considered him. Did not choose him as a disciple. His voice was settled, and Mito Minyan and Zungkun Xiaochun were no longer blocked. They could only let Sarahito Kozuke select Tsunade, Otomaru, and Zori as disciples. At this moment, the old suddenly opened his mouth while closing his eyes in Chicken Tuan. A light flickered in his opened one eye. "That child, Huijuk, I want to accept him as a disciple." As soon as this word came out, the other 3 were very surprised. Maidamon Yan looked at him seriously and said, "Tuanzang, do you know what you're talking about? You know, the existence of your root has made the villagers very dissatisfied. If at this time another civilian child is accepted as a disciple, you think that group of guys will you toss?" Xiao Chun, who was next to him, also persuaded. "Yes, Tuanzang, the people in the village will not agree that Gen will be transferred to civilians in the future. Are you sure you want to accept him as a disciple?" For these words, Shikin Tuanzang was not affected. He just kept his choice calmly. The 3rd generation of Naruto also looked at him seriously. I finally sighed. "Tuanzang, treat that child well." Under the dark wood leaves, the new root tissue is still being perfected. The Shizi village group hid in the dark martyrdom. The cypresses of Takagi continue to ring here. He whispered softly. "Is Haojisuke Rikatsu. Let's see who is stronger." Chapter 9, Practice. In the alder-leaved forest, sunlight passes through the crevices of the leaves and dapples on the ground. A figure was standing here at this moment, but the small body was erect and his hands were flat forward. He was Huijuk, who practiced the ghost path, and when he saw his eyes tightly on a large rock in front of him, he murmured softly, "One of the broken roads. Rush." As soon as his voice fell, he saw an invisible air wave suddenly launch from his hands and rush forward. Boom! Huge rocks become torn apart under the impact of this air wave, just as if they were severely hit. "It's not over yet." I saw the big stones splashing, and suddenly, the eyes under Yuja's glasses were calm, and his flat hands suddenly changed the action. 11th Broken Road. Thunderbolt. Suddenly released scattered electric rays from his palm. Like a small razor, the electric mang shoots at the flying stones as quickly as it is directed. Bang! Bang! The sound of crushing rock fragments shattered one after another. I saw those large stones that were originally flying around. After being struck by electric ons, they turned into powder at this time, and were scattered by the wind. Huizuke, who had released these 2 ghosts, was sweating at the same time, and looked at his masterpiece with a small gasp, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Is the power so powerful? It seems that the efforts of these days have not been wasted. Sure enough, what spiritual power Chakra and Shoyu said can also manipulate these ghosts. Behind him, At this moment Jinghua Shuiyu was watching with interest the Koyusuk who released the two breaking paths, but his delicate little face was with a strong smile. Sure enough, is it Lord Lan Ran? Even if you lose all your memories, you can learn to master ghosts in such a few days. Tao, can be so skilled in the use of the power of this world, such that you are the true king of the capital compared to the group of corpse vegetarian meal guys. After seeing the destructive power caused by the two released ghosts, Yuuja could not help but let go. Although he has not seen more advanced ninjutsu, there is no doubt that the power of these two low-level broken roads can definitely be called B-level ninjutsu. I think there is a ghost road up to 99. Suddenly Yusuk could not help but feel a little excited. That is definitely more than the power of S-class ninjutsu. If you can master it, you can definitely get closer to your goals. Unfortunately, he is still too young now. Although he has refined chakras day and night since he was exposed to ninjutsu, at this time his chakras are only enough to release a few low-level ghosts. He was not in a hurry, and suddenly Yuji gently held the frame up, and there was some joy in his eyes. He was very satisfied with the current situation. What's more, only by taking every step firmly can this kind of self be able to move forward to the top. At this moment, Jinghua Shuiyu slowly walked towards him, with a slight smile on his mouth, and the enchanting figure was matched with the glamorous kimono, which had a strange beauty. "You Huosuk, it is you who can master these two ghosts so quickly, you should say, is this the performance of Lord Lan Ran?" I heard her say. Suddenly Yuja frowned, looked at the beautiful Jinghua Shuiyu, and said seriously, "Shuiyu, although I don't know exactly what kind of relationship I have with the blue dye adult you are talking about, but you have to be clear, I am me, and you must be clear about this." After speaking, he ignored the mirror flowers and moon behind him and turned to walk deep into the forest. The dappled sunlight shone on his body, and the white robe fluttered gently, revealing the youthful spirit. "Come on, let me see what kind of skills you call slashing fists and ghosts. I am slowly becoming more and more interested in what you hide." Hu Yusuk's breeze-like warm voice reached Jinghua Shuiyu's ears, and she stared at the back of Hu Yusuk's back. Her eyes became more and more fascinated with something unknown. "Yes, Lord Blue Dye, no. It should be Huijuk. Maybe you will never look for things that have failed. It's powerful. If you measure yourself always succeed, follow you like this and subvert everything that has failed. This is my existence." Meaning, Huijuk. The two came to the depths of the wood-leaved forest. After Jinghua Shuiyu simply told Zhou Dao and Baida to Ju Yusuk, he saw his right eyebrows lightly and said gently, "Is it physical? In the presence of such a powerful power of ghosts, what effect can such physical attacks show?" The mirror opposite Huan Shuiyu heard his words, but a delicate smile was evoked on his delicate little face, and he gently covered his mouth with his arms, looking at Huyuja with a small smile. "Is Ghost Road also a powerful force? Yu Yusuk, you haven't discovered yet, I am your most powerful force." When I heard Jinghua Shuiyu's words, Yuja could not help but hesitate. After all, as an 8 or 9-year-old boy, he does not have enough information to analyze and judge many questions about strength. Like a boy, even if you give him a nuclear bomb, he can't imagine how shocking this nuclear bomb can be. In the eyes of Huyuja, the so-called powerful power means that it can cause massive destructive power like ninjutsu Ghost Road. However, it seems like the beginning of Jinghua Shuiyu, completely hypnotized. How much against the sky he didn't realize it at this time. I saw Jinghua Shuiyu looking at Hu Yusuk with a smile. Her exquisite and beautiful face was flawless, but what she said at the moment could not help but chill. "Hoyuja, how much energy do you think it takes to kill a person and wipe out his existence?" Huijuk frowned slightly when she heard such words. After all, at this time, Huijuk was more sensitive and resistant to killing and depriving others of life. But he still pondered carefully. After thinking of Jinghua Shuiyu's ability, he couldn't help thinking about it. Reading at www.yuyugonshu.com Total hypnosis. Total hypnosis. Total hypnosis. The four big words were played back in his mind like a loop. Yet, he who has a mirror flower water moon, if he wants to kill a person, he only needs to go to his side and take a knife and wipe it lightly. Thinking of this, he could not help looking at Jinghua Shuiyu deeply. She smiled like a flower, beautiful and moving, standing there silently and looking at him, like an angel dancing in hell. Light and shadow converged on her, revealing the black and white cause and effect. She always just looked at him with a quiet smile. If the throne is what you think, then I will always be with you. Even if you give everything, you will reach the throne as you wish. Blue-dyed adult. It was like this. Shuiyu, I'm really curious now, are you my power? Or the power of others? I looked at her, and suddenly Yuja whispered softly. I saw Jinghua Shuiyu concealed her smile at this moment, and slowly walked to the front of Huyuja, kneeling down. He is like the holy angel that has caused earth's dirt. Her clean kimono also fell to the dusty ground at this time, but she ignored it, and just said softly on the ground. I will never betray your existence, no matter in the past or in the future, my power will always belong to you, Huijuk. When she heard her, a smile flickered into the corner of the mouth under the right frame. Then, I accept your power. Mirror Flower Water Moon. Chapter 10, Scary Boy. Mat where? The practice time is like by goose gap. In just a few days, Huyuja learned a lot of knowledge about cutting fists and ghosts from Jinghua Shuiyu. At this time, he was still training himself sweating in the forest. The puddle of ground was full of potholes and grounds full of wood chips. I saw Mu Yusuk facing a few feet of rock at this time. He closed his eyes, his face was expressionless, and he gently stroked his hands on the mirror flower. When the breeze was blowing gently, a green leaf drifted in front of him as the wind moved. I feel that. I saw that suddenly Yuja suddenly opened his eyes. There is a faint flash in his eyes. Heiji's hands that caressed the sword body had already turned into a wild wind dance at this time. With a slight sound, Wu Yuja stopped his movement and retracted the knife into the sheath. He panted slowly and looked at the boulder in front of him. Suddenly, the huge rock cracked into several pieces and slowly slid down to the ground. Boom! Smashed, the dust gathered on the ground. If you look carefully, you will find that the blade of each rock is as smooth as a mirror. Next to the smooth stone, 12 petals of green leaves are lying quietly on the ground. At the moment when the green leaves floated, suddenly Yusuk waved 6 swords. This is his understanding of Choppy in these days. Suddenly Yusuk gently touched the mirror flower water moon, just like the extension of his body. For the practice of swordsmanship, he has made extraordinary progress. Sudden practice of ghost roads was forced by the issue of chakra. At this time, he was only able to release a broken road 31. Red fire cannon. There is no way, chakra's low quantity problem cannot be solved at this time, he can only extract through non-stop practice. As for Baita, Fuji Yushao's most mastered in this period is probably Baita and beheading. It's a pity that Baita just mastered enough skills, but he didn't hone his opponent to hone himself, which made Huyuja regretful. The last thing that gave Koyusuk a headache was the instant step. This ultra-high-speed moving footwork made him desperately want to get it, but after trying it, Koyuja found that he couldn't master this practical and effective ability at this time. Without him, this high-speed footwork requires too much physical fitness. If you use it for the 8-year-old body at this time, it will only bring a serious load to his body. So, in the past few days, Koyusuk's goal decision was to strengthen his physical fitness. One day's practice made Wuyuja a bit tired, dragging his tired body when he was about to leave. The sound from the distance could not help but attract the attention of Huyuja. The place he practiced was located in a remote corner of the wood-leaved forest. Normally no one would come here. At this time, he could not help making him curious when he heard the voices of others. He then walked over there and planned to see who actually appeared in this place. 397. 390. If you can't make a frog leap 500 times, swing a boxing stump 1,000 times. Keep moving forward. Youth will not let yourself fail. I heard those strange slogans, and what you saw in Koyusuk was an unexpected picture. I saw a young man in a green tights, at this time carrying a huge thick wood and kept on going in this direction. Frog jumping. That giant wood also weighs at least 100 pounds. At this time, the boy with a thick eyebrow with a watermelon skin turned red at the same time, sweat dripped through his body, and kept dripping from him. Suddenly Yusuk looked at him in shock. This guy. Don't die. The thick-eyed boy who was still jumping at the frog at this time also found Koyusuk standing in front of him. I saw that he looked up hard at Huyuja, then grinned out his white teeth, and tossed the giant wood aside. He beat the dust on his body, grinned, and smiled at Huyuja. Hello, Huyujuk, nice to meet you, I'm Matet from the next class. Suddenly Yusuk concealed his surprise under the frame at this time, and stroked the frame with his hand. He looked at Mate with a polite smile. Hello, Matt Day, I've heard your name and I'm glad to meet you today. Matt Day? The guy dubbed the weirdo by the class next door? It turned out to be him. Thinking of this, Huyuja looked at the giant wood thrown aside, and was still slightly surprised at the physical strength of the guy in front of him. When I heard Haujisuk's words, Matty's eyes lit up. I was able to get up close and personal with this genius student with various rumors among their ninja students. And hear him know him from his mouth. This couldn't help making him very excited. I saw him bow deeply to Huyuja. Then suddenly raised his head and burst into tears and said excitedly. It's really an honor. I was able to let you know my name, which gave me a new understanding of the meaning of youth. Thank you, Huyuja. Youth should be just as good as you, that's it. After hearing Matet's words, you still have a polite smile on Yuja's face. Although I feel a little strange about Matet's performance, there is no doubt that this is a very powerful ninja. Thank you for your compliments, Matet. Could I take the liberty to ask, are you doing physical training? Ignoring Yusuk's always politeness, this has given young Mate Dai the respect that never seemed to have. After hearing Ujisuk's words, he also answered with a flush of nervousness. Yes, Domayusuk, I am doing physical practice, because I can only practice physical practice. He can only practice physical practice. For Might Day, physical practice is all he has. As a ninja student who can only practice physical practice, he is put in class. The students here laughed at the crowd. But, what's the matter, he has no way to release the dazzling ninja of the ninjas, even the most basic trisomy. Only by practicing body art can he keep the title of ninja. Only by devoting hundreds of thousands of times to practicing the most strenuous and unsatisfactory body arts, can he touch the shadows of others and not be left behind by them. At this time, he stood in front of Huyuja, one of the most outstanding students of the ninja school, with very low self-esteem and nervousness. Such an excellent Huyuja in front of him, would only be laborious to know that he was this kind. Do you despise yourself by practicing stupid body? Even at this time, Matt Day was ready to change his face and leave after hearing that you were such an idiot. Kanshu www.yuuganshu.com. Who knows? Are you physically fit? Matt Day, you are a very good ninja. Huyusuk's warm and gentle voice came softly. Hearing Huyuja's voice, Matt Day looked up at him incredibly. The sun shined on Huyuja's face, revealing a white and warm atmosphere, just like the big brother next door. Excellent ninja! Excellent ninja! Finally! Someone approved me. At this time, Matt Day couldn't restrain the tears that raged out, and the teenager was just like indulging the grievances of these years. Thank you. Thank you. Huyujuk, you, except for my father. The second person who recognizes me. Thank you. I saw that although he was full of tears, he still gave a deep bow to Huyuja. He saw Huyuja's eyes, the kind of sincere look, just like his father believed that he could become an excellent ninja. Tears, from the eyes of this 8 or 9-year-old boy, could not stop flowing down. Under the embers of the setting sun. On the way home, Huyuji gently smiled. Thinking of today's encounter, the guy's deep calluses and bandaged arms murmured softly. "Matt where? What a terrible guy." Chapter 11, Graduate of Ninja School. After a rest all night. The next morning, early in the morning. Suddenly Yuja got up early as usual, and made a meal for himself after washing. At this time, Jinghua Shuiyu also transfigured again. She didn't need to eat. She leaned on the chair like that, holding her head with a slender hand. She watched Huyuja busy in and out. The blurred eyes seemed to have infinite satisfaction. Suddenly Yuja sat right in front of the dining table and ate the rice gently. Every move gave people a sense of inexplicable peace of mind. The opposite Jinghua Shuiyu looked at him with a contented smile and looked at him as if he were cooking for him. This life seems better than the previous days of killing. Xi Jinghua Shuiyu thought secretly at the bottom of her heart, and saw her Zhu lips lightly opened. "Fud Yusuk, do you want to be a shadow of this world?" I heard what she said, and suddenly Yuja's action of eating was delayed, and she stopped. "I want to protect something. Without strong strength, fate is always in the hands of others. I don't like this feeling. If I become a movie, I can probably change this state." Suddenly Yusuk said gently, then continued to chew slowly. Mirror Hua Shuiyu didn't talk anymore, everything was calm again, only the sound of collision between Yuja and his chopsticks. "Protect. Do you want to protect the existence of Lan Ran?" "I used to." "Is it the existence you want to guard?" After eating, Huyuji left for ninja school. Today is a major day for school ninjutsu tests, and also a day to assess whether they can graduate from the school. The sun is shining and the warm daylight is sprinkled in Wei village. People are coming and going on the prosperous streets, and the birds are cheering and dancing. It seems that it is destined to be a good day. With such a thriving atmosphere, Wu Yuja came to the ninja school. Ji Gangshao and others saw him at this time, and his brown eyes suddenly lightened, and he quickly waved at him. "Fuji Yusuk. Here." I don't know why, Tsunade feels that every time she sees this brown broken spectacled boy, she will have a kind of heart throb, and the time to spend with him is very pleasant, which makes her very greedy for this feeling. After he walked to her, Tsuna's face became flushed, and his eyes flickered at Huyuja. I thought to myself, isn't it? Am I in love? Seeing the strange shape of Tsunade, Kusuk asked, worried. "Tsunade? Are you sick?" "How come?" "No, nothing, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about Kurojuk." After hearing Kuroji's question, Tsunade waved his hand nervously, saying incoherently. "Hey, Haojisuk, you think too much. You see that Tsunade is like a female Tyrannosaurus. How could things like this be related to her?" Zi Lai also laughed, gloating heartlessly. As soon as the voice fell, he was beaten with a severe blow by Gangshao, and his nose bleeds. The huge movement they caused here caught the attention of the students aside. Is that girl the jewel in the palm of 1,000 hands? The strength is so strong, will the guy with white hair die? What a terrible guy! Just do it if you don't agree. Look, the one over there is the one who defeated Uchiha Tokino. You seem to be very ordinary. The voices of people talking about each other did not affect Huyuja and others. Everyone is waiting in line for the start of the jutsu test. After a while, the test has officially started. Ho on an open space in the ninja school. I was in charge of this test by Ono Kimura, who had previously given classes to Huyuja. I saw him holding a notebook and recording the performance of each student. When it was the turn of Huijuk, Mr. Kimura gave him a kind smile. He always liked this excellent and sensible, courteous, and gentle student. I saw a mild smile on Muyuja's face, and suddenly his eyes were frozen, his hands quickly stamped out. The art of separation. The art of change. The art of fire. The art of the great fireball. Stand up. I saw another Kimura Ono suddenly appeared beside him. The two shot a huge fireball from each other and attacked each other. Boom! The fire of Huyuja fell on Ono Kimura, causing him to disappear. When the fire of Kimura Ono sprayed on Kuyuja, a cloud of smoke suddenly broke out, and a stake was now burning by the flames. Suddenly, Yusuke's real body slowly came out from behind Mr. Ono Kimura. He said respectfully, and Yuuja politely ended his test. A group of teenagers on the sidelines were dazzled by Kaoi Yusuke's dazzling performance, and he couldn't help but be awed by the strength of Kaoi Yusuke. The same basic three-body technique, which is displayed in the hands of Huyuja, is different from the two feelings they use. Wu Gangshao looked at Huyusuke with a happy look, even she did not expect that Huyusuke could perform so well. Yu Kansha www.yuyuganshu.com. Tonomura Ono also looked at Koyusuke with shock at this time, then a smile of relief appeared on his face. He looked at Koyusuke with a smile, and took out the guard symbolizing Mui Ninja from behind, and said, "Hoyusuke, congratulations, you graduated from the School of Forbearance. This is the protection of Mui, you put it away." Suddenly Yusuke respectfully took down the amount of protection and tied it to his left arm. Teacher Tonomura Ono looked at Koyusuke with relief, just like looking at his own child. This civilian child has been working hard all the time, and he knows all about this as a teacher. Omura Kimo, who retreated from the battlefield, is very clear that the terrible ninja battlefield will kill how many talented but hard-working young ninjas like Koyusuke. He stared at Huyuja tightly and said very carefully, "Yukusuke, even if you have become ninja now, you must work hard. Only in this way, you can survive on the battlefield when the war is coming, do you know?" I heard Umura's words, and Huyuja nodded thoughtfully, took a deep look at Kimura, and bowed gently to him. "I will continue to work hard, Teacher Kimura." I received a reply from Huyuja, and obviously Mr. Kimura was very happy. Testing continues. Just when Huyuja and others waited for Tsunade to pass the exam smoothly, the four were preparing to go out. On another open space, a green figure attracted the attention of Huyusuke. "Can you stop?" Suddenly Yusuke looked at the figure there and said gently to Tsunade and others, "What's wrong?" "Huyusuke." Chi Gangshao looked at Koyusuke with a questioning look, and then everyone followed Huyusuke's eyes and looked over there. Chapter 12, Friend. I saw above the open space. A thick-eyed boy in a green tights with a watermelon skin was kneeling at the teacher in charge of the jutsu test at this time. In the ridiculous eyes of the young people around, the thick-eyed boy was also flushed, but still said without hesitation, "Give me another chance. Teacher Mori." The impatient look on the face of the teacher named Mr. Mori was waving his hands in disappointment at the thick-eyed boy kneeling in front of him. "Mate, you are not the material of the ninja, this is very clear, even the most basic trisoma cannot be released. Do you intend to duel with your body in the future? Never mind, give up the illusion of being a ninja." After this, Mr. Yun Sina didn't put mat on his knees in his eyes, and then called on the next candidate to continue the ninjutsu test. No one cares about Matet, and no one sympathizes with him. Everyone looks at him coldly, with a mocking look at him meaninglessly kneeling on the ground. Does that guy think it is okay to win in the physical test? Ninjutsu is not even a ninja. It deserves that guy's strength is so strong. Just go and be a husband, just because the Nai family's flower shop needs manpower. Ha ha ha. Even ninja can't be released. God is destined to make him a ninja. What time is still wasted here? Get out. All kinds of ridiculous words and discussions, which made Matt kneeling on the ground discouraged. At this time, The noisy discussions have stopped. A group of teenagers looked at Ko-Yusuk, who came over here at this time. Suddenly Yusuk didn't care about other people's eyes. He just walked calmly to the figure who was kneeling down on the ground, disappointed. Patter. Patter. Hearing the sound of footsteps getting closer, at this time Matt face wearing a depressed face slightly moved, watching the shoes into view, he raised his head slightly, trying to see who it is. The sunlight passed through the window glass and shone on Huyuja's face, as if bathed in holy light. He was wearing a black picture frame, still a wide smile, watching Matt wearing on his knees, and opened his mouth gently. Is youth giving up like this, Matet? In the eyes of Might Day, at this time, Ko-Yusuk is like the messenger of heaven, holy and noble. Fuck. Fuck right May. He appeared in front of Huyusuk in such a poor posture, which made Matt's face instantly red, and felt helpless. Ignoring Matt's surprise, Huyuja still kept a broad smile and said to himself. The so-called rules exist for those who cannot live without following the rules. Matet, do you believe in your body skills? If you believe in its power, why do you need such a ninja certificate? Behind Yusuk, after hearing his words, Tsunade looked at his back with a strange look, and there were some concerns in his eyes, while Ashimaru looked at him thoughtfully. While originally facing the shame and embarrassment of Ko-Yusuk, after hearing the words of Ko-Yusuk, he was deeply aware. It's like renewing the burning fighting spirit. Suddenly got up from the ground, his body. A fierce layer of chakras was burning fiercely, causing the surrounding air to flow quickly, and the entire sight was like a whirlwind. I saw him looking at Huyuja with a serious and respectful expression, and bowed deeply to Huyuja. Thank you. Huyujuk, you saved me, youth should not be so slack. I should not fall under such a small blow. It was you who made me understand all this. Thank you. Huyujuk. After hearing Matet's words, suddenly Yuji smiled deeply, his eyes flickered, but his face was very soft and soft. You're welcome, we're friends, Matet. A word said, it almost made Might Die unbelievable. After a while, his face couldn't stop showing an excited expression, his face flushed red, and he roared loudly. Non, very honored. To be your friend. Haojisuk. The ninja students aside were also talking at this time. Isn't that the genius Kurosuk who defeated Uchiha Tokino in the next class? How could he be with that ninjutsu idiot? Don't you see Kurosuk's behind? That's Princess Tsurut. The kid from Mate Dai knew this kind of person this time. Going to get close to that ninjutsu idiot, it seems that the name of this genius who flickers right is just a rumor. Tong Gang frowned and looked at these gibberish students, some angry at Huyuja. But she was just about to speak. The figure with the white hair was taken out by her step first. You guys! Do you know the name of Uncle Yeli? As a graduate of the same level, don't you say anything behind your back, stand up and fight with Uncle Yeli. Now! Mat since Dai is Huyuja's friend. That is also my friend from the beginning. If anyone is talking about my friend's bad words, then come out and fight with me. Xizilla also stood in front of the crowd with a careless expression, ignoring the anger that the teenagers wanted to smash him. Suddenly Tsunade and Haoyusuk were both stunned by his behavior, and then laughed involuntarily. This guy. Sometimes. It is also unexpectedly reliable. I saw that at this time, I was also looking back, showing my teeth, smiling and gesturing with a thumbs-up gesture. Such a move also made Matt feel warm. There was another impulse to cry on his face, but he finally managed to stop it. In my heart, I kept thinking. Friends? Thank you. Haojisuk. And thank you. A friend named Suzuya. Then the crowd left. I just can't leave. Suddenly Yusuk turned his head slightly, glanced at Mr. Seno, who was standing on the side without knowing what to look at. His face was expressionless and his voice was cold. It is arrogant to try to limit everything with ordinary people's understanding. It is unknown that even the most beautiful butterfly also blooms from the cocoon. Teacher Marino, today you are ignorant and fearless, but you did not know that you have left this village. What a great ninja! I heard Huyuja open his mouth, and everyone stopped and looked at him. After hearing this sentence, the teacher Mori was angry and angry. Little devil, don't think that with Tsunade Princess behind you, you can despise everything. Just him? A ninja who can't do ninjutsu? Are you making me laugh? Little devil, come and tell me this sentence after you have experienced the real battle. Are you fighting? At this time, Kuyusuk lowered his head and murmured, the black frame of Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com obscured his true thoughts. I want to challenge you, Teacher Marino. Use your strength to prove how vulnerable your so-called words are in front of me, and to prove that ninjas don't necessarily need ninjutsu. Suddenly Yusuk said softly again, although there was some dignity on his face, but he was more eager to try. I heard the words of Huyuja, and the students of ninja school looked at him in surprise. I was wondering if this guy was crazy? Including Tsunade and Might Day also discouraged him at this time. Kao Yusuk, Mori is the strength of Zhongren. How could you have won him? Don't be impulsive. Tsunami hurriedly persuaded Kao Yusuk. Zi also looked at Huyuja heavily. There was no escape from the past, but he didn't have any dissuasion, just asked him. Ho Yusuk, you have a certain degree of certainty, you must know, Teacher Mori is a forbearance. I heard them, and suddenly Yuji smiled, but said softly. Relax, I have my own heart. Then he turned his head to Mr. Marino behind him, and there was a cold light in his eyes under the frame. The teacher Mori behind him looked at Huyuja with contempt. Ghost, it seems that defeating Uchiha's genius has made you forget it. Do you think that you can fight with me just after you graduated from ninja school? Today, I will teach you this so-called genius and let you know genius. Give me the rules before I grow up. Chapter 13, Shock the Audience. Kimo Ono in the distance also came here at this time. Frowning and watching the situation happening here, after understanding what happened. He scolded Marino. Seno, do you really want to fight with Koyusuk? Don't forget, you are Zhongren, and Koyusuk is just a freshman student. No doubt, he still has a bias towards Koyusuk. After all, Koyusuk is an excellent student in his eyes. If something goes wrong, it will be too unfortunate. I heard Mr. Mori's face very unsightly and gloomy, but he didn't want to heed what Kimura said, still staring angrily at Yuji. Kimura. Don't persuade me, since this little ghost wants to challenge me, then I will teach him the principle of respect for the teacher. Lest this little ghost die because of arrogance when he comes out later. For his words, Yusuk's face remained unchanged, and the eyes under the frame were calm. He gently stroked his hand over the mirror flower water moon and continued to speak softly. So, Teacher Marino, are you ready? His words cannot help but make the opposite Mori teacher instantly angry, if not Kimura Ono in the presence to stop him, almost restrained and will shoot. I also worried that Tsunade, Might, and others were very worried, for fear that teacher Sina suddenly shot and attacked Koyusuk under anger. To be honest, they were still not convinced that Koyusuk could fight against Zhongren. On the market, one side was Koyusuk, who stood upright, looking at teacher Mori calmly, without any feeling of facing a fierce battle. On the other side is teacher Mori, who looks at Huyuja angrily. In the presence of so many students, Yusuk was challenged for his prestige, which annoyed him. He decided to give him a deep lesson. Takemura Ono looked at the two men who were in a rush, and couldn't help smiling. They will have a battle today. Helpless, he could only retreat aside, thinking secretly that he must ensure that Koyusuk suffered the least damage during the battle. Other students and Tsunade and others were all around the field at this time, staring at the big eyes and carefully watching the next battle between Huyuja and Mori. Under the market, Matt Day was very distressed and remorseful. He thinks it's all his fault. If it wasn't for you, you wouldn't be forced to fight with Mori. It all blame me. In his mind, I remember the first meeting with Huyuja. Koyusuke, who approved himself with a smile. The one who stood there with a smile on his face and told himself that he believed in the way of physical training. The pictures of these memories make Might Day feel guilty about Huyuja. I closed my eyes for fear that tears would shed again and shouted at Huyuja on the field. I'm sorry. Haojisuke. I will never again doubt my ninja. I will definitely be the strongest ninja of physical fitness. This is my physical fitness. The frowning boy tightly controlled the muscles of his face, trying hard not to let the tears flow down, his voice exhausted. Ring through the audience. His faith moved everyone present. At this moment, no one will doubt that this boy can become an excellent ninja. Huyuja on the market heard his words and looked back at him with a smile. So, Dai. Look good, as long as it is strong enough, even if it is just physical, you can have your own sky. I said. I saw Yusuke slowly rubbing his hands over the mirror, and slowly closed his eyes. Everyone was unclear as to why Yuja did this. The teacher Mori on the other side was disdainful when he heard what Koyusuke said to Matet. The little devil who talks a little bit, how can you understand the so-called ninja? His words have not been finished yet, and he has been shocked by the movements shown by Kusuke. Include everyone in the field. Heiji and Ono Kimura both contracted their pupils at this time, and were surprised to see where the right place was. Mitt looked at this scene with his eyes wide open, it seemed to have brought him great shock. This. Is it also caused by body surgery? I saw at this moment that Huyuja was still standing there with his eyes closed. By his side, the dust was shaking and floating, as if losing gravity. A horrible wave slowly lingers around Huyuja's body as chakra dances. There is only deep depression in his body. A chilling silence. This is the beheading he realized in his practice some time ago, and it is also his strongest means besides liberating Jinghua Shuyu at this time. Within the scope of his beheading, he can clearly feel the movement of breath. Today's battle is also a temporary intention, he wants to test what level of strength he has reached at this time. Teacher Mori on the market looked at Koyusuke standing there, his face was very ugly. He is not a fool as a forbearance. Looking at this momentum of Koyusuke, he could not help but chill. Can he realize kendo at this age? However, the dignity of the teacher made him not allow himself to retreat in front of so many students. So Marino stole the enemy's heart of neglect and looked at Koyusuke very carefully, just like facing a real enemy. Shadow Avatar. I saw 3 Marino appear on the field, and rushed towards Koyusuke from 3 directions. One of them is to throw several sufferings in an instant. I felt the adversity of the advent, and saw a flash of white light on the waist of Yuja. Ding dong! Ding dong! Several sufferings were blocked by the mirror flowers and water moons, and Mars was splashing. At this time, several shadow avatars also arrived in front of Huyuja and wrestled with them respectively. However, at this time, Huyuja, who has practiced the strongest fighting skills, is easy to deal with. I saw him under the siege of the 3 clones, his eyes closed, but his expression was still very calm, and he was at ease in the dazzling attack. He held the mirror flower in one hand, and the other arm, whether it was elbow, arm, or shoulder fist, a killer weapon. A variety of white fighting skills are in full display in his hands. After a while, the 3 avatars were easily resolved by him. Turned into a pile of smoke. And all this seemed to make Matt stunned as if he had seen another brand new physical temple. He looks forward to it. It turns out there is such a delicate body technique. After everyone in the market saw Huyuja's exquisite fighting skills, they could not help but burst out crying. Suddenly Yusuke has such a strength. It is indeed the genius who defeated Uchiha Tokino. I am afraid that he did not use all his power in the battle with Tokino before. Wu Gangshao looked at the elegant appearance on the field, and the swift Huyusuk, a pair of beautiful eyes, could not help showing a look of admiration, and I'm afraid she didn't find it all. Koyusuk, when did he become so powerful? Zi Lai also looked at Koyusuk standing on the field in surprise and said shockedly. A pair of snake pupils. Shiwang carefully stared at Huyuja on the field. Is it so, has reached such strength? Kimura Ono saw that Umayusuk resolved the several shadow avatars of Marino so easily. Yu reading books www.yuyugonshu.com. I could not help but be surprised at his strength. This kid has such talent and strength. At this time, suddenly under Yusuk, a pair of hands suddenly appeared and held his feet. Earth. Decapitation. When Huyusuk hadn't responded yet, he dragged him deep into the ground, leaving only one head. I saw Marino's body standing on the ground, and it was sealed again. Art fire escape fireball. The raging flames attacked Huyuja like a huge sky. Don't. Yukusuk. Tsuna shouted anxiously. Stop. Marino. Teacher Kimura also shouted, ready to block this ninjutsu on the field. All of them watched the scene of sudden reversal on the court with anxious eyes. Too slow. With a soft murmur, Suyusuk suddenly appeared behind Marino, stabbing straight with his hand holding a mirror Hanami Suzuki. Mori, who thought that the battle had been resolved, her pupils shrank at this moment, and the great pain that followed made him unable to move. Take a sword and pierce through his shoulder blade. Naruto office. At this time, the third generation of Naruto was also looking from the crystal ball at this time with a closed smile and Huyusuk. Juju has no words. Chapter 14, That Day. In a remote corner of the Takagi forest. Boom. There was a violent explosion, and a group of birds in the forest flew. Suddenly, Yusuk was panting and looking at a huge forest of black coke trees in front of him, with a smile of relief and satisfaction on his face. In the days and nights of cultivation, his strength has increased a lot again. It has been 4 days since I graduated from ninja school to become ninja. The battle between him and Marino that day shocked everyone present. In the end, it turned out that the 3 generations of Naruto hurried to personally ended. That day, all ninja graduates know that there is a genius among their graduates. At the age of 8, you can defeat Zhongren, and relying only on physical skills, ninjutsu and illusion are unknown. That's Huijuk. With such an outstanding qualification, almost everyone has determined that this guy has an unlimited future. And the news announced by the 3 generations of Naruto is like a blockbuster that has caused a deep impact in this group. He should accept 3 people as disciples. 3 generations of disciples of Naruto. Who doesn't envy? Everyone knows that under the guidance of a film-level teacher, even a waste may show the genius strength, not to mention that this time the teacher is 3 generations of adults. I suppose that Kaoyusuk, who has such talent and strength, must be the first. However, when the 3 people's list was announced, all of them were gone. There is one of Tsunatide and Otomaru. It's also coming. That's it for Tsunezumi and Okamaru. Why even such a guy has been fancied by 3 generations of Naruto? Everyone was uproar. Suddenly Yusuk? Why didn't the 3 generations of adults choose such an excellent Koyusuk? They actually chose the guy from Zilla as a disciple. Everyone was secretly surprised at the decision of the 3 generations of adults. Tsunade and Asumaru were shocked by the news when they heard that they had been adopted as the 3 generations of Naruto disciples. They couldn't help showing a touch of joy, but when they heard that the third person was coming, both of them turned to suddenly Yusuk looked. Even the nervous and stricken Origin has been stunned, and he did not understand how he could be seen by 3 generations of adults, which made him feel a little panic, and even looked at Hyuja. His heart could not help feeling guilty and ashamed when confronting Yusuk. Of course, as the protagonist of the incident, Hyuja did not care about this matter. Today, with the help of Jinghua Shuiyu, his strength can be said to be thousands of miles away. I do nt have a movie level teacher's teachings that do nt matter. After all, to him, what Jinghua Shuiyu taught him has a deeper appeal to him. Therefore, after hearing the news, his face was calm and natural. The 3 generations of adults, Naruto, were always paying attention to the look on Huyuja's face. After seeing that he had no response, his evaluation of Huyuja was even higher. Group possession. You must be good to this child. Speaking. After all, it is my mistake. Anyway. Can't let this child go astray because of my mistake. In this way, the 3 generations of adults that day were not so much to prevent Koyusuke and Seno from fighting next, they were more like to inform everyone about the decision of the disciples' quota. Subsequently, the 3 generations of adults told everyone that Mate Day's strength has been recognized by the village, and they can graduate smoothly and become Syaren. This news cannot help but amaze everyone, and let Might Dai's tears flow instantly. In the village. Do you recognize me? Father. I really did it. Become a ninja. All thanks to Huyujuk. He stood in the distance, looking at Huyuja's straight figure, tears blurred his eyes, and the boy's tears ran down like a dike. At this moment, he only had deep gratitude and respect for Huyuja. 3 generations of adults have never had any communication with Huyuja. That's it. After all, they have successfully graduated from ninja school. I walk on the road. The team of Lu and his team changed from 4 to 5 at this time, and Matet followed Huyujuk along the way. The silence and strange atmosphere filled the team. Finally, since he stopped, he stood still and looked at Huyuja. Suddenly Yusuke still had the white and gentle smile on his face, turned his head slightly, and looked at him with questioning eyes. What's wrong, come from? I'm sorry, Dojisuke, I don't know the choice of the 3 generations of adults will be. Zi Lai Yi's voice is no longer carefree, a bit heavy and blame. But he was interrupted by Kusuke before he finished. What more do you say? Sui Lai, being selected as a disciple of 3 generations of adults is something we are happy about, why use this tone of self-blame? Suddenly Yusuke also slowly held his smile and looked at Zilla seriously. Wu Gangshao also looked at Huyuja in anxiety at this time, and Zhu lip opened slightly, and instead of speaking, he finished his words. Why don't the 3 generations of adults choose you? Anyway, Huyusuke has clearly surpassed us at this time, not to mention Suiji. He thinks this qualification should belong to you, Huyusuke. Zi Lai was also silent, and also assumed the words of Tsunade. The side of Asumaru didn't say a word, but he also agreed with this statement, and he also thought that Huyusuke was more suitable than Jia. In response to this, Huyusuke restored the original wide and deep smile, and the eyes under the lens were deep and serious. He looked at Zilla and said softly. Since you are, reading www.yuyuganshu.com, you are too unconfident in yourself, the strong, just like the flowers growing the edge of the cliff, will not miss any chance to improve your strength. From my first knowing you the next time, I think you have the qualifications to become a strong person. Nothing to do with qualifications, no identity, just because seeing you is like seeing that attachment to being a strong person. Don't you want to give up this opportunity? Or are you not confident about yourself? From here. The words of Misuk Yusuk awakened the hearts of the strong ones like Hong Zhong loudly. Suddenly, there was no more depression and self-blame on his face, and some were just full of attachment and confidence. Tsunade and Asumaru also looked at Suzui in surprise. You think that Uncle Lai will say an apology? It is his blessing to be selected by 3 generations of old men. Uncle Lai's qualifications not encountered in 1,000 years have finally been discovered. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Tsunade said darkly. Dashiwan silently walked away. Huyusuke looked at him with a gentle face, and said softly in his mouth, this is you, and since you are also, the strong should not be dragged down by any unconfident behavior. On the cloud, I always believe you will. His words seemed hazy and serious, and he seemed to be speaking to himself, as if whispering to himself. Matt looked at them dumbly, and praised in his heart. I deserve to be stunned, so great. The people separated and went back to their families. At the crossroads, looking at the back of Huyusuk, who was slowly leaving step by step, he also thought to himself. Thank you. Chapter 15, Root. Chapter 14 Roots. Time returned to Huyuja at this moment. I saw that he gently wiped off the sweat on his forehead, and his face glanced at the shadows of several forest tips. He slightly straightened his body, put his hand on Jinghua Shuiyu, his eyes became cold under the black frame. He was not prepared to show mercy to these sneaky peepers. I saw Mu Yushui slowly pulling out the mirror flower and water moon, standing upright in front of her, whispering softly in her mouth. Break it, mirror flower water moon. A few ninjas in the shadows silently looked at Koyusuk on the field. They are members of the Roots. Everyone's face covers their faces with various masks. As members of the Roots, they hide in the darkness and guard the village silently. Light and darkness will always interact with each other. Just as the wood leaves and roots exist, the wood leaves bathe the light and carry hope, while the roots are buried in the darkness and deeply absorb the nutrition and supply this wood leaf and this towering big tree. Therefore, everyone in the Roots has a lofty faith, and for what they do, they firmly believe that it is for the village. At the order of the Tuanzang master this time, they came here to find this young man who is likely to be designated as a disciple by the Tuanzang master. One of the orders is to observe what kind of qualification the teenager can be evaluated. The second order was to take him back to meet Tuanzang, the leader of Gen. Before they came, they already knew about Koyusuk's victory over Marino. However, the members of Root were not the same as the incompetent teachers in the village. Each of the 4 people here has the strength to endure in the elite, and they can all be regarded as ninjas like the elite. They watched on the field and suddenly you pulled out the knife and stood slightly in front of them. I don't know if it was an illusion. There seemed to be a blue light flashing on the knife. Under the mask, they frowned carefully watching Huizhuk, not knowing what the boy's move meant. Come out! A weird smile on the face of Huyuja in the market suddenly shouted softly, but the sound was flat, but it was like a thunder blast into the ears of members. The pupils of the 4 people at the Hakone could not help shrinking. I was discovered? How is this possible? How could he be found by such a little ghost? You know, they are members of the Roots. The most proficient is hiding. Whether it is assassination of enemy village ninjas and gathering intelligence, the most needed thing is to hide themselves perfectly. Otherwise, the consequence of being discovered is death. Today they were discovered by this newly graduated ninja kid. Even if he has a dazzling record of victory over Zhongren, this is not enough proof that he can be qualified as a Zhongren. No matter how Kusuk found them, it was enough to surprise them. Since the figure was found, the 4 of the Roots no longer concealed their identity, and appeared on the ground, and looked at Chiyuja together, masks on their faces covering their expressions. Looking at the 4 masks appearing in front of him, Yuyuja narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly inserted Jinghua Shuiyu back into his waist. The beginning of the interpretation of the mirror Hansui has already been launched, and it will not be cancelled again. The meaning of the knife outside is not great. Moreover, Huyuja noticed the clothes of these voyeurs, who are the ninjas of Koba. Who are you? Suddenly Yuji asked coldly. He was very polite to his friends, and he would not treat them with joy, even if they belonged to Koba. One of the 24 people with a monkey face mask stood out and said it straightforwardly, but in an undeniable tone. You are Koyusuk. I am here to take you to the Roots at the order of Lord Tuanzang. If there are no problems, then follow us. Anyway, being able to find them, Koyusuk's ninja talent is no doubt that they have given high praise. At this time, he just needs to bring him back to the root, and the rest of the nature will be decided by the master of the Tibetan group. As for Huyuja will reject this situation, they never thought about the result, no matter what, just a child. Suddenly, the next sentence of Yusuke made them astounded. I reject. Spit out these 3 words softly, and you also evoked a faint sneer on Yuuja's face. After living in Wei village for several years, he has never heard of an organization like Root in the village. Only the dark part is an intelligence organization directly under the leadership of Naruto, and the people in the opposite group, even if they are right, but who is Tuanzang? He doesn't want to be alone in a dangerous situation where everything is unknown. He made up his mind, and suddenly Ujisuke refused. The members of the Root group on the opposite side were obviously very dissatisfied with this answer, and frowned under the masks. Such little ghosts had never met them for a long time. Another ninja with a rabbit face mask also stepped forward and said coldly, Fuji Yusuke. Do you know who wants to see you, but dare to refuse so? Regarding this, Hu Yusuke showed a mild smile as before, but the words spoke were annoying. Well? Just because I don't know who I want to see? Will I refuse? Sorry, who is Tuanzang? As soon as this remark came out, Yu read the book www.yuuganshu. The calm apparently made the members of the opposite Root group very agitated, and said a little angrily. Asshole kid, dare to call the name of adults in Tibet. The head of the monkey face Root group also looked at Kuyuja coldly, but he stopped some of his companions behind him and turned to watch Kuyuja coldly. Hoyuja, limited to confidentiality regulations, I can't tell you everything in the Roots, but you have to know, Lord Tsung is a great ninja who has made great contributions to the village in the Battle of Ninja Wars. He wants to see you. This is our task and your chance. You better think clearly before making a decision. Well, I thought about it, I still want to refuse this request. As soon as his voice fell, Hu Yusuke's voice followed, without hesitation. He has Shuiyu's existence. He doesn't need to take risks to go to such an inexplicable organization. Even the dark part is better than joining such a sneaky organization, not to mention his goal is to stand at the top of the world. Okay. Good. Then don't blame us for doing it, the order of Lord Tuanzang cannot be lost. The members of the Root group of the tadpole monkey face mask gritted their teeth and said coldly, and then they planned to get Huyuja capture back to the Root group in person. I heard his words, and suddenly the eyes under the right frame were uncontrollably cold. Is it really soft? Is it hard? Really tough organization? Through these, we can roughly see what kind of adult the Tuanzang is. But you have to fight. Then fight? Facing the members of several Root groups, Huyuja had no fear at all. It was a good chance to test his own strength. Thinking of this, a smile came to his lips. The head of the monkey face mask on the opposite side was furious when he saw this. Chapter 16, Oh and I do. The battle is just around the corner. I saw that I was alone with the monkey head mask's Root group leader, and suddenly stepped forward to catch Koyusuke. His footsteps fell to the ground fiercely. Dust splash. Boom. The next moment he had appeared in front of Huyuja, the fierce offensive pours out towards Huyuja as a storm. However, what surprised him was that Huyuja was able to resist easily under such a rapid attack. I saw that under the shadow of his fist, Huyuja's mouth chuckled with a chuckle, his figure kept moving, and he continued to fight back. Aside, the other 3 members of the Root group could not help staring when they saw this scene. How? How is it possible? This little ghost can even play against ape indiscriminately. In their shocked eyes, the 2 of them are punching with bare hands, and you and I are attacking each other. A split palm of the monkey's face mask head cut through the air like the same spatula light, and severely smashed at Huyuja. Who knows that Huyusuke is like an unknown prophet? His face did not panic, just escaped this heavy hack. The actions of the 2 men are dazzling, and it is almost impossible to distinguish the action of kicking and kicking. Only the figures of the 2 can be seen roughly. Click. The rumblings on the field. After the two fists and arms touched again, they jumped back and kept a certain distance. Stand on each other and stare at each other tightly. At this point, suddenly Yusuk gasped slightly, and it was clear that the fight with the head of the monkey face mask just now was very difficult for him. After all, he was not yet grown up, he was just an 8-year-old child. Even so, however, he still had an excited smile on his mouth. I am stronger than Zhongren, do you have the strength of the elite Zhongren? Really good detection opponent. At this time, the head of the monkey face mask on the opposite side was completely unclear about Koyusuk's thoughts. If he knew that Koyusuk only used him as a tool to test his own strength, I would be surprised. But even so, he was already shocked to watch Wu Yuja at this moment. I was able to compete with me physically. It really deserves to be the favorite candidate of the adults in Tibet. Little devil! It's worthy of being an adult in Tuanzang? Hehe, but is this outstanding physical skill you rely on so arrogantly? So today I will tell you how a ninja should behave. Some physical skills are not enough. The head of the monkey face mask looked at Koyusuk. The expression under the mask was also very surprised. Although he didn't want to believe it, he really did not differ from the 8-year-old boy in physical skills. He shouted loudly. Although this stunned right mediator is powerful, the intelligence does not say how his talents in ninjutsu are. This is the weakness of this little ghost. Thinking of this, the monkey face mask's collar did not hesitate, stood in place, the hands kept changing movements, and the seal was completed in an instant. Dungeon Square. I saw at the feet of Huyuja, the soil, as if given life, suddenly entangled his feet. Suddenly, the soil on the ground bulged up to form a giant cage several feet high, and it came to Koyusuk. Looking at Koyusuk, who has been almost completely covered by the dungeon, the monkey face mask collar seems to be relieved, and his body gradually relaxes. Sure enough, it's just a little more powerful ghost, but at this age, you don't lose the name of genius at all. Honestly, go back with us. Adult Tuanzang is still waiting. The other 3 members of the root group also came together at this time. This little devil can even have a draw with ape on your body skills. Let's go, the task is completed, try not to be found by people in the village. Well, let's go. If it attracts the attention of the shadows, it will be bad in the end. At this time, there was a sneer in the distant earthen cube cage in the distance. Say the task is done now, don't you think it's too early? Suddenly a slightly cold voice from Yusuk came over. Let the 4 people at the roots tremble. What? This little ghost did not pass out. In the darkness, Yusuk lowered his head slightly, his hands raised slightly, a little blue flicker above his fingertips, shining on his lenses, and a blue one, making people wonder what he was idea. Suddenly, a smile aroused at the corner of his mouth and murmured softly. Breakthrough number 4 by Lei. The blue on above your fingertips suddenly became gorgeous and dazzling. A flash of thunder dawn suddenly broke out of the cage formed by the soil, and it was extremely fast. Carrying a dazzling brilliance left a straight blue on in the air. Penetrating his scapula without hesitation in the face of the monkey face mask's pupil shrinking. In the face of such a sudden attack, the monkey face mask leader had no time to dodge, and could only watch the dazzling ray mang pass through his body. Be careful! Go away, ape! When the blood spewed, the voices of the other 3 people came slowly. They hurriedly stopped bleeding for the monkey face mask leader, and several people were surprised. What the is that? Ninjutsu! Such powerful ninjutsu! Is it difficult for that little ghost to do it? They are staring at the dungeon in the distance with unbelievable, defensive eyes at this moment. Click click! Under the power of the thunder, the dungeon cage maintained by Chakra collapsed. Under the smoke, the figure of Huyuja was revealed. The young man's body stood upright, wearing a white, broad-fitting imperial robe on his body, pointing his index finger gently forward, maintaining the previous posture flat. Sorry, it seems. The shot is crooked. At this time, Huyuja looked at the four people with a chuckled smile and said that they were harmless. I heard Koyusuk's words, except for the monkey face mask head, the other three looked at Koyusuk with some seriousness. That powerful ninjutsu has just proved that Koyusuk is definitely not an ordinary ninja boy. The three at the root did not hesitate anymore. The three of them only wanted to catch Koyusuk as soon as possible, so they went together. He stood alone, staring at Huyusuk seriously, and kept his seals on his hands. Illusion. Nara's art. After seeing a moment, he shouted loudly. As his words fell to the ground, after suddenly hitting the illusion, Huyujuk suddenly stood still. His eyes seemed to be murmuring. At this time, the other two ninjas of the root group have now come to him. I saw one of them fiercely maneuvered and kicked to Koyusuk, while the other ran and printed the road. Earth. The art of Ozuma waste. This is a coordinated move often used by three people in the root group. I was in the moment when a man's maneuver kick was about to kick Koyusuk. UU Reading Books www.uugonshu.com. Suddenly Huyusuk's original expression suddenly moved, his voice murmured coldly. Is this magic? Although he was talking to himself, his hand was not idle at all, his arm moved quickly and quickly blocked in front of his right side. The eighth binding road. Slam. I saw a chakra shield suddenly appearing on the outside of his arm, and the man's strong foot at the root seemed to kick on it, causing almost no damage to Huyuja. What? This situation surprised the root ninja. He then stunned Yusuk and ignored him, and then, he saw his head bowed, his lens flashing with cold light, and he kept whispering softly. Fourth binding. Grey rope. Breakthrough number 4 by Lay. 9 binding road. Strike. Release the root of the ninja art. The ninja has not yet reacted and was hit by the thunder from the right fingertip of Ugg. The ninja who kicked at Koyusuk was bound by Koyusuk. The attack quickly wrapped around him, and a chakra rope quickly bound him, making him unable to move. Ah! What is this? And the one who released the illusion in the distance is also bound. The grey rope is bound and cannot resist. Instantly, all four elites were defeated by Yusuk. Release so many ghosts in a row, even after so many days of training. Suddenly Yusuk almost exhausted Chakra, who was not much in his body, and sweat was on his forehead. He looked at the root members who were defeated by him weakly, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The power of the Ghost Road is very good. Chapter 17, Group Possession. Disciple. Deep in Takagi village. In a dark underground space. There are many ninjas here and there sorting out various information, and everyone covers his face with a mask. If you are known by the resident in the village of Momi, you will be surprised. One has such an intelligence organization in your village. And here is the secret stronghold of the root organization. In the quiet room, the flame of the candle light was burning, and a drop of wax oil dripped down the surface, converging into a ball. I saw a man with a scar in his jaw in the room sitting on the main seat with his eyes closed. He was kneeling in front of three people who were trying to bring Huyuja back to the roots during the day. Master Tsung, the mission failed, and his subordinates were incompetent. They couldn't bring back Kusuk, and injured the leader of the ape. Another added. According to the observation of his subordinate, that little ghost seems to be able to release some strange ninjutsu. His subordinate has never seen it before, and it is not possible to rule out the possibility of blood succession. When Sun heard the words blood following limit, Tuanzang sitting on the main seat suddenly opened his one eye, and his face was still very calm. I see, go on, kid, I want to see him in person. After hearing the words of Tuanzang, a few people slowly backed out, but their hearts were shocked. Is it true that the Xiantuan Tibetan adult really wants to accept that little ghost as a disciple? See him in person. In the room, only Tuanzang was left in his seat. His face was calm, with a strange light shining in one eye. Suddenly Yusuke? Funny kids. How many surprises will you give me? Late at night. Ignore Yusuke's home. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor, refining chakra. Today's battle with the Root 4 people made him understand the power of ghosts. Although he hypnotized them with Jinghua Shuiyu from the beginning, he also believes that they can be easily solved with the help of Jinghua Shuiyu, but he still wants to test his strength. In addition to beheading and beating, the power of the ghost way learned from Jinghua Shuiyu did not disappoint him. Even if you only use the lower level ghost road, you can still fight with one enemy and 4. If you can sing and use high level even more than 90 broken lanes. What a shocking power it is! Such a picture makes Huyuja think about it and can't help thinking about it. However, the sudden sound in the room shattered Koyusuke's fantasy. Huyuja refers to your current strength. I'm afraid a 30-year-old ghost chance, and the amount of chakras in your body will be half. As for the broken path above 90, that's really. The caller's voice is soft and charming. It is impossible to be someone else, naturally it is a mirror flower. At this moment she leaned against the corner of the room, under the shadow, her face could be seen clearly by the pale moonlight. She is still as beautiful as ever, but with a weird expression that looks like a non-smiling smile on it, which makes it impossible to see what she is thinking inside. Suddenly Yuja looked at her coldly, and said with a cold voice. I seem to have said, don't peep into my heart anymore, mirror flower water moon. Anyhow, when he knew his voice had just fallen, he saw that Jinghua Shuiyu was like a transfiguration, and the next moment already appeared to him. Accurately. I should be half lying in his arms. I saw Jinghua Shuiyu leaning on Huyuja's body, and a shower kimono spread on the ground like petals everywhere. She ignored the white legs and the bright moon on her chest, but she looked up and looked at Huyusuke. With a pretty face condensed like a girl, those seemingly arrogant eyes seemed to show a smile only when they looked at him. So I also said to you, why don't you want to use my power? A few ants are just a little wave, why should you hesitate? Huyuja. Her voice was like the sound of a linger in the ice spring, giving a clear feeling but a little bit sad. I looked at her eyes full of love and doubt, but suddenly Yusuke didn't know what to say, but what she wanted to reprimand suddenly changed when she was out. I just want to test the power of the ghost road. The result is very good. The power of the ghost road is very satisfying to me. After hearing what he said, Jinghua Shuiyu's very rare did not speak. What seemed to be remembering in her eyes, maybe nostalgia, maybe nagging. In short, her interest seemed to be very low with a sentence of Koyusuke, but she just gently held her hands over one of her hands. Hold in your arms. I feel like I can feel at ease only when I feel that Ujisuke is around. I've been fed up with loneliness. Finally is someone calling me. Blue dye. My strength, can lend it to you. You want to overthrow the spirit world. It's so bold. I do nt want you to use my power. I do nt need to explain, do you believe in Benyu? I still don't use my power. Blue dye. I hate loneliness. It's so good now. Was held by Jinghua Shuiyu's hand gently in his arms, suddenly Yuja could not help but stunned. Then the body slowly relaxed from the tension, he gently lifted the frame, without saying a word, but just sat there and let it be held by Jinghua Shuiyu. This guy. What's wrong? Can't I just say it? At this time. Suddenly, Jinghua Shuiyu, who was lying on Huyuja's body, seemed to have found something to rise suddenly. Her black eyes suddenly looked coldly, and her petite red lips spit out cold words. Fukushima. Someone is here, watch out. Sui was startled by her sudden movement, and suddenly Yuja got up quickly. Yu reading book www.yuyuganshu.com. He looked solemnly in that direction. For Jinghua Shuiyu, he had to believe it. I do nt know if the visitor is an enemy or a friend. Suddenly Yuji's eyes were already mentally prepared, and he gently stroked his hand on the knife, always ready to fight. However, unexpectedly, the caller didn't have any idea to hide himself, just like this, slowly pushed the door in. Through the reflection of the moonlight, Huyuja saw the appearance of the visitors. A middle-aged man in his 30s, with short hair, wearing a white kimono gown, a cross scar on his jaw, and a bandage around his eyes. Can cause such a big movement of Jinghua Shuiyu, must not be an ordinary person. He stared at the person tightly, and suddenly Yuja asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" After hearing what he said, the middle-aged man raised his head slightly and looked at Huyuja. Under the look of that eye, Huyusuk seemed to see darkness and despair from that eye. Like falling into a bottomless abyss, the darkness has condensed into a deep evil, pulling him, looking away, nothing. That is illusion. Wake up! Leaning aside, Jinghua Shuiyu's scream awakened Huyuja. At this time his back was all sweaty. I looked at the middle man in surprise. Suddenly, the middle-aged person in front of him is also a bit surprised that Huyusuk can get rid of the illusion so quickly. He couldn't help but his face converged again. I saw that his face remained very calm, and his voice was very low. "I am Shimura Sanzo, and I will be your future teacher." Chapter 18, Join the Root Organization. Teacher. The words of the middle-aged man in front of his eyes stunned Huyusuk's expression. I could not help looking at him carefully. Is he the adult Zhang in the mouth of those guys during the day? I could have dragged me into illusion without knowing it. If there is no mirror flower water moon, it would be bad just now. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. I saw that the group standing in front of him didn't seem to notice his doubts at all. His eyes almost formed a seam, and the twinkling eyes were staring at Huyusuk from the slight seam and talking to himself. Said. Huyusuk, the surname is unknown, the survivor of the country of the original Fire Ninpo Ninja Village, 9 years old this year, excellent performance in school, physical and ninjutsu have relatively good results. When he heard Tuanzang's words, Huyuja's face faded slightly, and he looked at him coldly. However, Tuanzang didn't seem to care about the anger of Huyusuk at all, his eyes never moved, and he continued. I have a close relationship with Tsunade, Tatsuya, Asumaru, etc., and recently clashed with the Uchiha clan. After that, they showed extraordinary strength. They have released unknown ninjutsu. It is suspected that there is blood boundary. Xian Tuanzang said these words very calmly, and his voice was not cold, as if he was really explaining the information of Huyuja. I heard these words, and Huyuja's eyes could not help getting very cold. Blood following the limit? Is the power of the Ghost Road considered a blood succession limit? It's okay, and I am going to spend more time talking. I thought of this. Suddenly Yuja looked up at Tuanzang and whispered softly. What are you trying to say in front of me? When I heard Huyusuk's words, Tuanzang's stone-like expression finally changed. It seemed to be a sneer and a mockery. The Koba Guard has been following you, from the moment you clash with the Uchiha clan, from the moment you defeat the Uchiha clan, your destiny has been decided. Joining the Roots is your only choice. Your qualifications should not be buried. When you heard Tuanzang's words, Huyuja couldn't help it. Takagi Leaf Guard? Is the department of the Uchiha family? Is it possible that they are malicious to me because of a physical test? This guy's words are unreliable. I was just thinking about Huyuja. Tuanzang, who was standing opposite him, continued to chuckle, and said with a low voice like a decaying wooden root. Are you still skeptical? Do you still maintain that expectation for this fallen family? The barrier between the nobles and the civilians will never be removed. When you come to the root, you can really see those behind the surface profoundly, you can protect yourself. I stood aside and looked at the transparent mirror. Hua Shuiyu at this time also said to Yuji. Listen to him, Huyusuk, there seems to be a lot of darkness in this guy. At this time, you can't resist him at all, even if you use my ability, After hearing the words of Jinghua Shuiyu, Yu Yusuk faced the middle-aged man in front of him in the true sense. Can be so highly rated by Jinghua Shuiyu, this guy must be very strong right now? Deeply staring at the squinting Tuanzang eyes. He couldn't see through what he was thinking. In the end, Koyuja still agreed with Tuanzang's statement. Whether true or not, he did offend the Uchiha family. If that family wants to do something to him, it is impossible to resist with his current strength. What do I need? Be your child and join the root organization. Suddenly Yuji whispered, the rest of his emotions were buried deeply in his face, leaving only a relaxed face. He is a smart guy who knows how to use any resources to protect himself. If Ruo really like the Tuanzang said, if the Uchiha clan has been angry with him, the identity of the civilians cannot escape their suppression. At this time, it is not unreasonable to bend over to the Tuanzang. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed a cold light. The Tuanzang on the other side heard the words of Huyuja gently and looked at Huyuja at this moment. It was not long before he laughed. It's really a wit, I hope I made the right choice. From tomorrow on, someone will take you to the roots. I think you can do some tasks at this time. Becoming my disciple is very simple. Survive in those tasks. Only blood and pain are the best teachers. All I can give you is the difficult task that empowers you to grow. Complete it is what you need to do. Hu Tuanzang said in a mute voice, as if he was telling something that was normal, but it surprised Hu Yuja somewhat. Soon after, I saw Tuanzang turning slowly and walking staggering outward. I will find a way for the Uchiha family to stop you. As for yourself, if you want to be able to compete with this behemoth, try to grow up. The farther and farther away, the sound became more and more subtle, and passed to Kuyuja's ear. He was always curious, why would Tuanzang suddenly choose him as a disciple, and Huyuja thought that he was not so big-faced, so that the leader of the hidden forces in this village valued him so much. Then suddenly Yu Yusuk lifted the frame slightly, and suddenly came out. Why choose me? What is the purpose of choosing me to be your disciple? I don't think I have so much potential for you to protect me at the risk of offending the Uchiha family. www.yuyuganshu.com. In the distance, Tuanzang's figure stopped suddenly, and his hoarse voice passed in the wind. Abe Fury chose 3 outstanding disciples, but in my eyes, even the best qualifications can hardly be a true ninja without the training of steel and blood. The reason why I chose you is to let you continue my path. I used to lose to Abe Fury, but my disciples can no longer lose to his disciples. As for the Uchiha family, you can rest assured that even if the root organization is weak again at this moment, protecting a child can still be done. You just need to strengthen yourself. Tomorrow, you officially enter the root organization, and someone will tell you everything you need to do at the root. When the words landed, Tuanzang's figure was hidden in the darkness outside the house. Suddenly you heard his words in Yuja's ears, and thought to himself. Have you lost to 3 generations of Naruto? This inexplicable guy was able to compete with the 3 generations of Naruto. The side of the mirror, Hua Shuiyuzheng, looked at Hu Yuja with a relaxed look, and a smile arose at the corner of his mouth. Zhu Qi said slightly. How do you feel, Huizhuk? How do you feel about his strength? When you heard Jinghua Shuiyu's words, Hu Yusuk only glanced at her gently and said softly. It is difficult to estimate. The character who can compete with the 3 generations of Naruto has the power of the most inferior. He has not shown a trace of real power before me. Relax. You will become stronger than him in the future. Jinghua Shuiyu said with a smile, it seems that this is a funny thing. I looked at her and suddenly Yusuk said nothing. I wondered what would happen tomorrow. Outside, the moon was pale. I was speechless all night. Chapter 19, Code Blue Dye. The next day, the sky was bright. A sudden visitor came to Yusuk's apartment. Ko-Yusuk, who was asleep, suddenly woke up from his sleep and sat up to look at the root ninja that appeared in front of him. I saw a purple-haired masked girl standing upright in front of his bed, very slender, and a ninja costume that made her look very capable. The red mask is a Japanese ghost face Prajo. Her voice was very cold, and she said coldly, Fuji Yusuke, at the command of Lord Tuanzang takes you to the root organization. I looked at her, and suddenly Yuji smiled gently. Will you leave so early? Could you let me wash it? A ninja with a princess-like face. Soon after, Wiezik finished washing, and at the same time he was dressed. He had a brown fluffy hair on his head, a white royal robe on his body, and a mirror flower and water moon slanted across his waist. Except for the black glasses on the face, the others looked very handsome. I looked at Huyuja, the female ninja seemed hesitated, and finally came to him in the smiling and puzzled eyes of Huyuja, with his hands tied. Boom! Under her call, a variety of masks appeared in front of Huyuja. Choose a pair. From today, you will become a member of the Roots, without a name, only a code. She looked at Lan Ran's cold road. Suddenly Yusuke stunned, but he didn't hesitate, glanced at the mask, and took it from him, which turned out to be a blue grimace. Seeing that Huyuja had chosen a mask, the female ninja put away the other masks and said coldly, From today on, you will follow my squad. My code name is Prujna, and you also think of a code name for yourself. Except for me and the Tibetan group, the root organization will not know your real name. All will be indicated by code name. When I heard her say this, suddenly Yuja looked down at the mask and made a decision in his heart. He saw that he raised his head slightly, revealing a very kind smile. So, my code name is Blue Dye, he said, wearing the mask on his face. I watched Huyuja put on the mask, and Prujna turned around and led him to the base of the root organization. Suddenly Yusuke followed closely behind. After a while, the two reached the dark underground stronghold. Suddenly, Yusuke has been following Prujna calmly from beginning to end. Even when he saw this huge underground stronghold, he was not surprised, but the flashes of light in his eyes seemed to reveal his heart. Root? Independent of another Koba intelligence organization outside the shadows? How did such an organization endure for 3 generations of Naruto? How many people in the village know this? And do those families know too much about roots? Everything seems more interesting. I didn't see Tuanzang, but just made a simple identity registration under the leadership of Prujna. Code, Blue Dye, Strength, Zhongren. There are other information and so on. Then Prujna took Huyuja to a forbearance room. I don't know why, she seems to have a strange attitude towards Huyuja, only to see her say coldly. This is an explanation given by the adults of Tuanzang. Here, some of the more precious ninjutsu and banned books are kept. You only have 1 day's practice time today. From tomorrow, you can complete some tasks. After saying that, he turned around and left, as if he didn't want to see Huyuja in general. However, I saw Huyuja looking at her softly. No need. Ninjutsu and forbidden skills here are not too suitable for me. That's right, Suzusuke's existence of ghosts is not inferior to ninjutsu. His chakra is more cost-effective than releasing ninjutsu. In the explanation of Jinghua Shuyu a few days, he knew that if he could master for those high-level ghosts, it is definitely able to complete the existence of the S-level prohibition, so he didn't want to chew too much. I heard his words. Prujna's attitude towards him seemed even colder, and it seemed that the coldness in those eyes could be felt through the mask. But suddenly Yusuke didn't care, and still faced her with a mild smile. I saw Prujna's voice stiff. Really, Lan Ran, since you think so, then, come with me today. At this moment, she can't stand this little ghost who always smiles. She is going to teach him a lesson. As for my uncle's orders, she didn't want to continue listening anymore. Heiji was originally despised by her uncle. When she heard that her uncle was so optimistic about a civilian imp, she was very dissatisfied when she planned to accept him as a disciple. Not to mention, the news she got yesterday turned out to be that this little devil will send to invite his root group members to be injured, and even his uncle went to find him in the end. All of this makes Shikigami injustice, so that looking at Huyuja is not pleasing to the eyes. Well, this time, I was supposed to let you practice ninjutsu here, as your uncle told you, since you do not want to accept this kindness. Then follow me to do some killing task. I'd like to see what you little devil who just graduated from ninja school can do. I thought so in my heart that I saw Shikigami Lang walking out of the forbearance room. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com. Although you have a mask on his face, Wyazik still has a smile on his face, followed closely. After a while, they received a B-level assignment. After reading the mission description, Shimura and me took over the mission, and then left the scroll to Koyusuke. After ignoring Yusuke, carefully read the explanation. Destroy a group of robbers hiding at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Land. Although this is a very common task on the surface, it can be handled even by the ninjas in the village, but there are actually some reasons why it must be taken over by the root organization. The reason is, the group of bandits is actually an intelligence organization mixed with ninjas from other countries. The specific mission information of which village belongs is not given, but it can be inferred that the strength is not very strong. They have been around the periphery of Mue village, buying information to capture the credibility of the information by hijacking some pedestrians passing by. This existence has basically harmed the village's interests, but it cannot be eliminated by the Konoha ninja. This is the moment when the roots come into play. In addition to ensuring the intelligence work inside the village, such a thing that clears the eyes of other countries must also be involved in the root organization. I didn't hesitate. Since the opponent's strength was not very strong, the two began to embark on the journey. Through a special secret road, the two left Mue village. The sun outside was mottled and sprinkled on the shade of trees, revealing a little light, and it was very comfortable to shine on people. I walked on the road, and Kusuke felt very comfortable. This is the first time Huyuja left Mue village and his first mission. What will happen? Chapter 20, Step. Lush trees stand densely in this forest, and the sunlight penetrates hard to bring in a vitality. At this time, just listening to a few sounds quickly sounded here. Along the way, Shimura and me both maintained a fast forward, and it seemed as if they did not care about Yusuke who was behind them. Suddenly, behind her, Koyusuke had an easygoing smile, followed closely behind her without being pulled away. Gently glanced at Yusuke, who followed him, and saw his relaxed expression, which made Shikigami in front of him a little surprised and angry. This little ghost can keep up with me. I'll see how long you can follow. Her heart was determined at this time to let Huyuja know that she was powerful. Neither of them spoke and communicated. Suddenly, Shimura Kazuya's speed increased again. In front of Koyusuke, her delicate and slender figure was in this dense forest. A few quick jumps seemed to disappear. With a look of indifferent ease, Huyuja, who followed behind her, also showed a helpless expression. This Pruchna seems to have a lot of opinions on him. If you continue in this way, I am afraid she has been thrown away by the city before she has reached the front. No, this is not the way to go, you must think of an idea. Suddenly, Yuji thought, thinking about how to get to the front of Pruchna. If you say the speed before, he can still keep up with it, but at this time, if you take it seriously, you can move forward at a speed that is beyond him at this time. Suddenly, a good idea surfaced in front of Huyuja. There was a hint of excitement hidden in the fundus under the right media frame. Perhaps, it's time to try that kind of footwork again. If you can master it in this outing mission and adapt to it, it is the best thing to improve my strength. At last, I saw that Ujisuke stopped and looked carefully at the direction where Pruchna disappeared. His eyes were calm. Slowly, a thin layer of chakras appeared on his body, like a cicada attached to the surface of his body. There is no way, instant step is actually an advanced step that can move at high speed in space through the instant empty step of ultra-high frequency footwork. The requirements for instant steps are naturally quite demanding. One is strong physical fitness, and the other is instantaneous stepping with ultra-high frequency. Suddenly Yusuk's underage body couldn't handle this intensity naturally, so he used chakra to maintain a thin protective film on his body surface. Of course, this kind of subtle chakra control is enough to let others stop. I saw Muyuja standing on a tree branch, his body sinking slightly, his legs seemed to start lingering around a chakra. Instant steps. Suddenly, his figure disappeared from the air. Originally, where he is, there is still an afterimage of his body. Until his body completely disappeared, the wind caused by the high-speed movement suddenly rolled up, and the leaves on the tree suddenly moved with the gust. Koyusuk at this time is like a teleportation in the state of the instant step. Keep moving forward. His body suddenly appeared on a tree branch, but before his body was completely condensed, he appeared on the other tree branches, and the afterimage appeared constantly. Disappear. Appear. Disappeared again. However, at this time, Koyusuk is also under great pressure. Keep this layer of chakra thin on the surface of your body with all your strength. Although at this time, Wyazhik can achieve a super high-speed running speed by using instant steps. However, this speed has brought a huge burden on his internal organs, and in this ultra-high-speed movement, he can only react flexibly by relying on the realized chop, and the dynamic vision of his eyes cannot be tracked the sight before. That's it, keep moving. Suddenly Yusuk gradually caught up with Pruchna in front. His Hikihime has slowed down at this time, moving forward slowly, a relaxed look. She just wanted to give Koyusuk a lesson, so after she flung him off, she slowed down and waited eagerly for Koyusuk. In her thoughts, Koyuja had to chase at least half an hour before she could chase here. Thinking of the face that always smiled, under the mask, the corner of her mouth could not help evoke a smile. Smell, you always have such a smile on your face, as if you didn't take anything to heart, this time I see that you still smile. However, the sound behind her suddenly shocked her. Well, it's finally catching up with you, Pruchna. The sudden sound of surprised Shimura Kazumi. With the arrival of the sound, a gust of wind blew suddenly. Koji Shimura and me turned back in surprise. Seeing that white imperial robe swayed by the wind, Shiken and Mei's heart was really unbeatable. I actually caught up. Just a 9-year-old. How could it be chased? Is it? Is he really a super genius? You even caught up, how could that be? Shimura and me stammered questioningly, unbelievable. I heard her say, and suddenly Yusuk gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, and smiled again on her face. In order to catch up with you as quickly as possible, I also consumed a lot of chakras, but finally verified one thing, this high-frequency footwork seems to be comparable to instantaneous surgery. I heard what he said. www.readwn.com. Shimura Kazumi was also very wondering what the footwork he said. You mean this? Isn't it? You used a footwork to catch up with me. How could there be such a footwork? Suddenly Yusuk replied with a chuckle again, but there was a strange light shining through his eyes. Yeah, a kind of footwork that I figured out. I call it a step. I tried it today, and the speed I can achieve is really good. When I heard Huizhik's words, Shimura Kazuo's first thought was to disbelieve, but the fact seemed to be in front of her, and she couldn't help but believe it. Instant step? Did you create it yourself? She hesitantly asked about Jisuk's words. After getting the exact answer from Yusuk, this statement almost stunned her. A 9-year-old boy. It can actually create a kind of bodywork footwork that is comparable to advanced ninjutsu transients. I'm afraid I won't believe it. This guy. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by his uncle. Is this guy really a true genius? At this time, Shimura Kazumi has been fooled by the words of Yusuk. She thought to herself that when returning to the village this time, she must tell her uncle about this and let her uncle solve it. As soon as I thought that I still wanted to see this guy's joke before, Shimura and me's eyes turned on Koyusuke's eyes and became extremely complicated. Along the way, the two had their own concerns and did not continue to communicate. Suddenly Yusuke still had a smile on his face, but no one in the eyes under the frame knew what he was thinking. I was like this. They came to Akiera town. The town closest to the bandit. Chapter 21, One Night in Akiera. After knowing slightly about Ujisuke's terrible talent at this time, Shimura and me no longer deliberately targeted him. Kashiharumoto Shimura and the United States, as a genius generation of the Shimura family, have attracted much attention since childhood. When I was younger than 20 years old, I had the strength to be patient. You know, at this time, the number of Shangni in the entire Mue village is only a few hundred. Being able to possess such a strength under the age of 20 is enough to prove how amazing Shimura and Mei's talent is. Shizukan and Mei have lived in the Shi-kun family since she was a child. It can be said that she is also regarded as a big lady of aristocracy, which also makes her admired her uncle Shikan's possession extremely much. In her eyes, her uncle almost held up the glory of the Shimura family. As a partner who has fought alongside 3 generations of adults, and is only one step away from the location of Naruto. How can Shikan be collected like this? Under such a family and the growth that was slightly influenced by Shikan group possession, Shikan and Mei had a proud and indifferent temperament. Even the Uchiha family in the legend, in her eyes, it is just a group of vulgar people who rely on the power of bloodlines. In Mue village, because of the group possession, the power of the Shikan family is not weaker than those of the blood-following family. The forces in Tokaji village are extremely complicated. It should be said that even in other villages, the forces within each village are very complicated. In Mue village, the blood family headed by the Uchiha and Hyuga families, the forbidden family of Nara, Akido, Yamanaka, and some middle-aged families, and the forces of the Konoha Naruto faction and the roots. Although Shikigami is still young, under the influence of ears, Shikigami who has been in contact with these early knows that in the village, the forces of all parties are maintaining a balance at this moment. When the war stopped and rested, no forces would want to break this short balance. But the child discovered by his uncle might have rewritten this situation. Thinking of this child's terrible talent, Shikan and Miking couldn't help but look in the direction of Huyuja. He felt the gaze of his eyes, and suddenly Yusuke turned his head slightly, facing Shimura and Mei. The mask on his face covered his expression. But Shimura and Mei knew that this little ghost must have a smile on his face. This annoying little ghost. Can't you change another expression? I saw this. Although Shi-kun and Mei had an angry expression on her face, she turned her head silently, but could not help thinking. Really sensitive insight, this child, if that momentary step is really as he said, the sorcery developed by himself, or even ninja, his talent is truly unparalleled. As soon as I thought that a child with such a perversion of talent was taken up by his uncle as a disciple, Shimura and me didn't feel unconvinced. After a brief acquaintance and understanding, she also discovered the difference between Koyusuke. Is he really just a 9-year-old? Is there such a strong psychological quality? Suzukan and Mei could not help but come up with such an idea, and indeed, after seeing Koyusuke, he rarely saw any emotional fluctuations in him, and he was always so easygoing and gentle. Even when he saw the existence of the root hidden in the village, his expression did not seem to change. Thinking of this, she could not help but glance at Huyuja deeply. I hope that he, who was chosen as a disciple by his uncle, will bring some wonderful performance to this village. The two entered the town of Akiera in this way. Akiera town is a very stable town, mainly through the trade of some cultivated crops to promote the economic situation of the townspeople. The residents of the town are living in peace, even in the first ninja war. Here it belongs to a safe area that has not been affected. There is also a stronghold of Kobe here. Because it is a relatively affluent town after all, and the relationship with the outside world is still close, it belongs to the area where wood leaves focus on. I came to a hidden stronghold, and Shimura and me were received by passing the secret signal. Suddenly Yusuke also followed her closely, watching all this through the hole in the mask, remembering it seriously. From the moment he left the ninja school, he was already a ninja, and he must learn to be a qualified ninja to guarantee his future survival on the battlefield. This is a secluded pub and hostel. He usually couldn't come with a few people. Today, Koyusuke and Shimura Kazumi were arranged to rest here. After all, I hurried for a day. If I do adjust my condition, facing this group of unknown bandit gangs with ninjas from other countries, even Shimura and me have the ability to tolerate. After a brief wash, Huyuja and Shimura and me went into a room to rest. He came into the house. Suddenly Yusuke turned to look at Shimura Kazumi and whispered softly. Captain Pruchna, listen to what you said before, should there be other players? Tell me, what's wrong with them? When I heard Haujisuke's words, Shimura Kazumi's body froze slightly. She looked at Yusuke deeply, and through those dark eyes, she could see a little bit of sadness left in it, like a star, making her eyes look very lonely. They are all dead. The voice fell softly, no longer as arrogant as before. But then she felt as if she had cleared up her mood again, and all the sadness in her eyes was cleared up, and she restored the high cold Shimura and beauty. I saw that she was fierce and did not drag the water at all, and opened the wooden door. Step forward like you. Boom. Then closed the wooden door fiercely. Entered the door, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Shimura Hemi took off the mask and threw it on the bed, angrily inside. This little ghost is always asking some annoying questions. Why do you always humiliate in front of this little ghost? But it is just a little gifted little ghost. Why would I answer his question? What? Buried her head firmly in the quilt on the bed, and she didn't care about a purple hair being crushed. Shimura and me shook her head as if she could dispel the gentle voice of Yusuke. Outside the corridor door. Suddenly Yusuke looked at this scene, and the original expression on his face became helpless, and he thought secretly. He seemed to accidentally provoke this princess lady. However, after the helplessness, Yusuke had a slightly calm eyes, thinking secretly in his heart. If there are casualties in the tasks performed under the leadership of Pruchna, then the group really did not lie to me. Let Pruchna take me. In many ways, I need to survive on my own. If what he said at the beginning meant living independently in the next task, I am afraid that this task at this time is just an appetizer to welcome my ninja career. Thinking of this, a smile drew under the corner of his mouth. How about a bandit? Good whetstone. Quiet and silent all night. The moonlight was bleak outside. Inside the squatter house, Shimura, Miyuki, and Koyusuke are thinking about their own things. In the distance, in a stationed area, a group of cruelly roaring bandits may not know yet that a killing is coming. Chapter 22, Mission Action. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. Koyusuke and Shimura Kazuyuki set off at the location indicated by the mission after an early meal. The original relationship between the two was somewhat easing, and with the words that you shouldn't ask yesterday, Huyuja returned to the original point. Along the way, Shiken and Mei both kept their faces cold and said nothing, but silently led Huyuja to the mission site. In response, Huyuja only showed a helpless smile. This time, the two did not speed up. In any case, the night is the best time to perform this task, so they are not in a hurry, as long as it can be reached before dark. And doing this can also retain a certain amount of physical strength, such as the situation where the right-handedness of Yusuke enabled the instant step yesterday was rarely done on a normal ninja. Because this method of extremely consuming chakra is very prone to uncontrollable situations if it encounters an unexpected situation. Since this group of thieves mingled with enemy ninjas has already appeared in the mission target, their task is very simple, that is, it is enough to clear this bandit group. In this way, after a long day of driving, they finally reached a place that looked like a village. It's dark now. Both Misoko Jisuk and Chicken and Mei stood on a high rock with masks on their faces, ignoring the cold in the heights, and they both carefully observed the distant village in the distance. From the appearance, this is almost an ordinary village. But if you look closely, you will find the fields around have been completely deserted, and the farm tools outside each house are already covered with dust. In this autumn harvest season, this situation can't help but expose great flaws. Hwosuk whispered to Shimura and Mei standing beside him some of the strange things he saw about the village. He heard Huyuja's words, and Shimura Kazumi's face seemed to ease, and he turned his head and looked at him in surprise. I didn't expect your little ghost to have such observational power. It's not wrong. According to the information, the people in this village should have been slaughtered about a year ago. Now they are only a group of bandits. Her voice was very calm, and she seemed not surprised by the fact that a village had been slaughtered. Suddenly Yusuk heard this, and for some reason, he felt a little blocked. When he looked again at the village, his eyes could not help but a little bit more sorrow and nostalgia. If at that time, no Koba ninja arrived, I should be like the people in this village, no one will deal with the bones, it is really a group of guys. When I thought of this, he looked at the village again with a very indifferent coldness hidden in it, and none of the Shikin and Mei beside him were found. The duo retreated temporarily after observing the specific distribution in some villages. As an excellent ninja, each mission action will definitely make a detailed and complete plan, so that the ninja can complete the task perfectly and survive. Although Shikigami is young, after all, she is a forbearant who has completed countless tasks and has mature experience. After a short while, she completed an effective offensive plan for this mission. Through the dim sky and the dim moon, she can see that she is very tall and slim. I saw a simple distribution map of the village with her fingers reaching out, but her bright black eyes looked at Huyuja and said, "According to information, there are probably more than 100 bandits in this village, but the number of ninjas in them has not been found out. A conservative estimate is not less than 10, but it is reassuring that their strength will not exceed the elite. Forbearance is probably the normal Chinese forbearance." Speaking of this, she looked at Huyuja and said quietly, "You must be able to deal with your strength." Then, she pointed at several locations on the map with her hands. "Here, here, and here, try not to pass through these places. If I don't think wrong, these places will probably be full of traps and detonations. Never underestimate the cunning of the enemy." At this moment, suddenly Yuji looked up at Shikigami and said softly, "Captain Pruchna, aren't we performing this task together? Why does this plan I heard seem to require us to divide ourselves into two paths to attack here?" I heard him say, Shimura and me voice answered coldly. "Well, this is an order specifically given by adults in Tuanzang. Although I am your captain in name, I will not provide you with special assistance when performing tasks. You must know that you can overcome with your own strength. With 4 rooted ninjas, you must have enough self-protection." I answered Huyusuk's question coldly, but Shimura and Mei had 2 very different emotions in their hearts, and they wanted to laugh a little. "Smelly little ghost? What happened? Are you afraid? Don't you laugh all the time? Do you still laugh this time?" After listening to Shimura and Mei's words, Huyuja thought for a while, and seemed to stop talking, but in the end he had nothing against it. "I understand. This is also good. If there is no outsider, it's more convenient to punish these bandits who have had their lives." I heard Huyuja's soft answer www.readwn.com. Shimura Kazumi was a little surprised. I didn't raise any objections, this little ghost really has a lot of guts. Although this may be a challenge for you little kid who has been living in the village, rest assured that I will protect you in the dark in the next time. After all, if I put you in danger, my Uncle Mei will not be happy. After thinking of this, Shikun and Mei Cai Shi Shiran's explanation was completed, and they were ready to take action with Huyuja. The two men slowly sneaked into the surrounding area of the village. At the last time, Shimura and me suddenly stopped Huyusuk. Although her voice was very cold, she reminded. Remember. Blue die. Be sure to follow the route I gave, every thief here should die, no need to show mercy. Although it is impossible, if you meet a strong ninja, send a signal immediately and I will arrive as soon as possible. I heard her say, and suddenly Yuji thought to myself, this time Captain Pruchna, this time is quite humane. Although covered by a mask, he still smiled on his face and whispered softly. I will perform the task carefully, thank you for reminding me, Captain Pruchna. This time, Shimura and the United States were finally satisfied with Huyusuk's attitude. In this way, the two slowly sneaked into this different village. Mission action. Start. P.S. This book has been signed. I hope that everyone who likes this book can support it a lot. What can be recommended can give a little bit. This is related to the ranking of new books. If this book is on the list, this is all your support. In order for it to be in the top 10, please help me. Thank you so much. Chapter 23, Right-Handed Skill. There were a few slight breaking sounds, and I saw two black shadows flashing in the pale moonlight, and then disappeared. In the village, several wild dogs stray, they're skinny, but looking at their green eyes, they know that such animals have eaten human flesh. I didn't startle them. Wiejuk flashed into a dwelling house, and the black lights in the room could not see anything, but in the perception of Wiejuk, they were two people who could see the bed. A man and a woman were asleep on the couch at this time, breathing very slowly, and they knew nothing of the danger coming. Huyuja glanced at the distribution of the surrounding furniture, and then gently spread out a part of chakra, along the meridians. Chakra came to the feet, and the foot covered by chakra steadily absorbed the touch. Objects. He walked upside down on the roof like a flat ground. Here are some tips about chakra used by Koyusuk a long time ago. It is very practical, but it is also useful at this time. He came silently above them, hanging upside down. Looking at the two sleeping people, he gently pulled out the mirror flower and water moon. The blade surface was as white as a mirror, reflecting his appearance. Under the ghostly blue ghost face, the eyes under the frame looked very cold. Holding Jinghua Shuyu in his hand, Huyuja looked coldly at the sleeping two in front of him and waved without hesitation. At this moment, the life and death of the two who were sleeping in front of the bed were in his hands, in a single thought. As Jinghua Shuyu said at the beginning, killing a person is a very simple thing. With a single swipe, you can wipe out its existence. OM. The sound of the blade's whistle gently echoed in the darkness. The sound was very small. See you. At this time, Jinghua Shuyu stopped firmly on the neck of one of the people on the bed, only 1 centimeter away. He only needs to move a few centimeters forward, and the sharp Jinghua Shuyu can take his life away. However, Huyusuk looked at the two sleeping people with cold eyes, stopping the movement with precision as mechanically. Su slowly put away the mirror flower water moon. Suddenly Yuja turned and left the room. I left the two sleeping in bed still immersed in dreamland, but did not know that they had just passed by with death. Under the mask, Huyuja's face did not have the usual smile at this time, but it was cold. Thinking of his previous behavior, somehow, he felt a little ridiculous in his heart. The ants are not mean or respectable, because they are just ants. No one will stop to look at them. The realm in the eyes distinguishes the humility of the identity. The butterfly may only be able to leave a momentary flight. But this is not me the choice. At this time, Huyuja gently pushed open the door of the house and walked up the street of this bandit-filled village. Under the mask, his face was not very good looking, thinking carefully why he felt this way. Under the dark frame, the feeling that had been hidden deep in his heart under his eyes gradually poured out. Yes, it wasn't because the two of them were let go because of compassion, it was just because they were bored. A cricket is like a human who kills ants. No one feels meaningful because of this kind of thing. For him, there is no feeling to kill these ants without hands. Since he has the desire to climb to the top of this world, for him, the opponent must not be too weak, otherwise, such a throne will be meaningless. At this time he clearly understood why he stopped moving. It's just that it's just below my control, disdain. I figured it all out, and suddenly Yusuk's face reappeared, that confident and gentle smile. In a green and vibrant palace. Here, the majestic palace is no longer so cold and noble, but there are countless fresh grass vegetation, which makes the whole palace vibrant. Above the palace, on the high throne, it is surrounded by flowers of all colors. There, a young girl dressed in a black kimono, full of cherry blossoms, was lying obliquely on the throne that no longer looked cold. A pair of black star-shaped eyes are dotted on the fair little face, full of coldness, but the gorgeous red lips make her look charming. Slender hands lean on the body, a pair of white legs faintly obey the kimono bifurcation, the imagination that is blocked and leaves an infinite shadow. It was Jinghua Shuiyu. At this time, she was like a young queen. She was lying lazily, but she seemed to feel something. Her original lazy eyes suddenly wrinkled and opened slightly, then released suddenly. Murmured in his mouth. Ho Yusuk! This strong feeling. It really deserves the blue dye. Outside. Suddenly Yusuk walked slowly along the road in the village. A white royal robe is particularly conspicuous in the moonlight, and the mirror flower water moon is always obliquely inserted into the waist. Such a scene is not yet suitable for the time being. Under the dreary blue mask, Huyuja's eyes were very clear, wearing a frame, but his eyes were smiling. Well, this is my choice. If we say that we must act so meticulously in the face of a group of ant-like beasts, my measures are too small. Say it as a sharpening stone. What a sharpening stone looks like. Suddenly, someone who was just hanging out in the village and wandering around found the figure of Huyuja. Suddenly Yusuk's obvious ninja dress dispelled him immediately. You? Who are you? Come! Ninja invasion! For a moment, he shouted loudly, yelling as he ran. Suddenly Yusuk stood still, just watching him run away, and even shouting the people in the village without action. In the dark night, in the silent village, various sounds began to sound in different places with his shout. There were many shouts in many houses. What? A ninja is coming! Don't sleep and hurry up! What? Ninja! Hurry! Find the boss! Hurry up and report to the boss! Sting in a large, seemingly messy room. The creaking noise of the wooden planks kept coming and going. Several men are wantonly assaulting several women here. Their tears have already dried up, their bodies are blue and purple, and their eyes are full of despair for life. This is a crime committed by this group of bandits. Under the contrast of power, the bandits who have control over their lives are wanton and enjoy all this arrogantly. However, now their good days are over. After a few sounds of breaking air, they were penetrated by the heart without suffering, and the body that was originally shaking immediately collapsed, and the blood slowly spilled to the ground. Their world is still yearning for this earth, and the desire to live is constantly blooming. But at this time it was gradually losing its vitality. UU Reading Books www.uuganshu.com. Suddenly desperate women suddenly saw this scene, they did not scream. Instead, one by one, the dawn of hope appeared in the eyes. They rose angrily, disregarding Chiguo's body, picking up sharp tools that could be picked up and smashing into the heads of these bandits. A bit. Twice. 3 times. A few bodies were blurred in flesh and blood. It wasn't until this scene that they really understood that the nightmare had ended. This made them cry and hugged. Anyway, the hope that belongs to them is here. The distance of this big room. Hime frowned after watching a few beasts, and frowning at the village gradually lighting up, thinking secretly. Suddenly that guy, Yusuk? What are you doing? I haven't come to him yet, and the whole village he was shocked to know, with the strength of that little ghost? Could it be that you have met a powerful opponent? Inside a dark room. A few figures are frowning at this time, listening to the sound of the outside. Said Shen Sheng, a middle-aged ninja on the theme. Is it ninja of Koba? It seems to have been found. This place cannot stay any longer. Hurry up and get ready to evacuate. Try not to start a war with Konoha's ninja. Since they have sent someone this time, they have good natural strength. Yes. P.S. Everyone collects and recommends. Put this book to the top, and anyway, with the satisfactory result, it is worthy of everyone's love for this book. Here is a special show for Naruto fans. Your choice is correct. I believe this book. Trust yourself. Favorite friends can bookmark 1. Favorite friends, please save it. Chapter 24, Killing in the Moonlight. I was under the pale moonlight. Suddenly Yuja stood alone on the street, his shadow pulled long. He just stood there quietly, his faint blue mask covering his face, and the bandits in the village naturally could not know what he looked like at this time. On the street in front of him, with the shout of the drunk before, a group of people have gradually gathered at this time. Everyone is carrying a weapon, a hatchet, a sword, and suffering, and they all stare at this figure standing on the street at this moment with angry eyes. Hey! He is alone, let's rush to chop him into meat sauce. Someone quietly suggested. Are you crazy? He is a ninja. Do you know the ninja? I think we should hurry to find the boss. They are said to have killed the ninja before. A smart man retorted. This kind of thing still troubles the boss? Even if he is a ninja, there is only one person. What is so terrible for so many of us brothers? Come, a few brave brothers, come. Follow me. One of the ninjas finally couldn't bear the suppressed atmosphere at this time, called a few bandits with fierce faces, and was ready to rush up and chop Hoyajuk into a meat sauce. The squall wind blew softly, passing the crowds on the street, as if symbolizing the breath of death, leaving a group of bandits on the field slightly cold and looking around. Tonight, doomed to be calm. But just a ninja. Kill! A big man shouted and rushed up. Kill him! The boss has a generous reward. Kill! Then, several more people rushed up. Seeing this scene, the robbers standing behind the street were also inspired by the atmosphere. The former bone cold in the breeze had already forgotten at this time, just trying to kill the so-called ninja that came to the door. Kill! Kill! He faced a group of people who rushed up violently, but the expression under Huyuja's mask was a smile, and his eyes gently glanced at the bandits who killed him from the front, back, left and right. This is a little bit interesting. Isn't it? Suddenly, a thin man leaped forward with a long knife and slashed straight towards Koyusuk, who was standing there. In the face of this slashing sword, in the eyes of the bandits rushing forward, the ninja in front of him stood as if he was scared. I'm done. This guy is dead. The crowd that came up behind me looked at this scene, all showing slightly wrong expression. Was this ninja simply killed by them? Even the tall and thin man who split the knife in the front thought so. An excited smile appeared on his face, and the ninja killed a lot of rewards. Thinking of the large amount of treasure, his face could not help laughing. However, the sudden chill on his neck ended his dream. I saw that when the long knife was about to fall on the top of Huyuja's head, a slender palm was gently holding the blade, and the thumb and forefingers were gently pinched on both sides of the blade, but it was letting it, the lines are not moving. His figure was moved forward slightly, his fingers pinched the blade of the knife, and a beautiful parabola was drawn in the air, like a withered leaf, across the neck of a tall and thin man. The blood splattered like fireworks, and if a little bit of snow fell on the ground, there was even a little bit of the corner of the white imperial robe of Koyusuk, leaving blossoming cherry blossoms. Suddenly Yusuk ignored all this, like stepping on an ant, and then continued to move forward. Does it feel like killing someone? No, no mercy, tonight, there are many more people. That's it, he went up against the swarming thieves alone. The scene where Yu Yusuk killed Gao Slender Man just now has actually shocked the bandits. But at this point they have no way out. Can only rush forward to kill this guy. Kill! Kill! Noisy mixed with all kinds of dirty scolding and barking in the crowd. A white figure rushed to them, which formed a sharp contrast with them. A bitter sorrow was not escaped by Yujiju, but he killed a subsequent bandit. Take advantage of this moment. The two bandits took a hatchet and split them horizontally towards Huizhuk. If they were cut, they would of course be opened. In the face of this no-dead attack, Koyusuk has put Baida to the extreme. Suddenly, his body suddenly jumped up, skillfully lifted up into the air, and between the writhing, the palm was again stroking the hatchet again with a slight force. The hatchet in the hands of the gangsters came out, and harvested one life after another while spinning in the crowd. Blood blew over the streets above the ground. In this way, the intensive attack of the crowd was in no way able to let Koyusuk stop his pace. Between the horizontal push and move, suddenly Yuja used his shoulders, elbows, knees, 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 elbows, and thieves. More and more bandits have fallen on the street. The rest of the bandits watched in horror that Yu Yuja was killing in the crowd. Wu Yusuk, who was present, was feeling very bland at this time. Such an opponent is really too weak, and even he was not qualified for the sword. Although this high-intensity physical operation made him a little tired. But the opponents are just a bunch of black people, no matter how many, it cannot add a little burden to him. At this time, on a rooftop, Shimura and Masumi rushed here with a voice. When she saw Huyuja alone on the street among hundreds of bandits, Yu read a book www.wukenshu.com and could not help cursing herself. This stupid little ghost has disturbed so many people, even a simple task is so laborious. But when she saw the unstoppable Koyusuk among hundreds of bandits, this scene shocked her. I couldn't explain what I wanted to complain about. This little ghost. Where did he learn the strength of this physical technique? On the market, Koyusuk was as expected to attack everyone. In the intensive and brutal attacks of the bandits, the gap between his dodges was in centimeters every time. The slightest difference, thousands of miles lost. This centimeter is the boundary between life and death. Suddenly Yusuk danced like a figure walking on the edge of death, moving sideways among bandits without pressure. This scene really surprised Shimura Kazuya, this age. Koyusuk, who has such strength, is not only described by genius. At this time, other places are the real ninjas hidden among the bandits. Under the leadership of the leader, they intended to evacuate, but after seeing Guyuja, who was alone in the street, they changed this idea somewhat. Although they are also surprised by the physical skill of Haojisuk on the street. But according to their figure, they can infer that Koyusuk is still a young ninja. A little ghost, no matter how strong, is always limited. Dealing with these hundreds of people is enough to make him lose his energy. Wait until the moment when his action appears flawed. I was the best time to kill him. This way, Koba could not investigate anything. That ninja leader thought so. Chapter 25, Beautiful Glitter Flower. Under the pale white moonlight. Above the street. The slaughter continued, and Yoyuji looked at this group of bandits in a cold look. His actions were very severe, almost all of them were fatal with one hit, without dragging his feet. From beginning to end, he did not pull out the mirror. These characters are not qualified for his sword. Although he was a little tired at this time, his opponents had already lost their fighting spirit and fled as if they were dogs. In the final analysis, this group of bandits is just a mixed army of deceased warriors and rogues. Depending on the crowds, it may cause some harm to the less capable ninja. But in the face of Naiu elite who is so rampant and unrestrained, you already feel the meaning of despair. Just when Hyuga caught up with one of them again, lifted him easily, and crushed his throat. The two people who suddenly appeared did not give him any reaction time. Release ninjutsu immediately. Earth. Earth drop cover. Wind. Compression. With two voices coming out. I saw a huge mudstone falling from the sky to Hyuga. On the other side was a violent hurricane, like the one around Hyuga, which blocked all his escape routes. There was a hint of treacherous expression on their faces. Can wait until your moment of care. Imp. Pay for your arrogance. Ninjas are not so good at it. They have been ambushing from the beginning, just waiting for the ordinary robbers to consume Kao Yusuk's physical strength, and the moment when he exposed his flaws, he immediately started. Shimura Hemi, who was far away aside, saw this scene in her heart. Can't help but hurry. Oh no! When did this group arrive? This arrogant kid makes you so big. You're in trouble this time. Although she complained about Hyuga, she did not hesitate to move. Ran to the place quickly. In the air, her ninjutsu has also been printed. Wind. Vacuum jade. I saw that she was going to put it in front of her lips and vomited hard. Dozens of air streams turned to the extreme wind group and smashed at the two ninjas quickly. The strong swirling airflow of the howling breeze keeps making a hissing noise in the air. This sudden attack made both ninjas tremble. I can't believe I turned to look at the coming Shimura and Mei. How come there are others? Oh no! Was calculated by the Koba ninja. The two of them were just the strength of Zhongren, and they couldn't react to the sudden attack. They could only look at the attack close to them pale. At this time, Earth. Earth barrier. With a thick sound in the distance, I saw a wide soil wall suddenly rising to block the fierce vacuum jade. Bang! 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 Not only is the ninja on the bandit side, but the two ninjas at the position of Yusuk are also landing at this time. The continuous violent explosion sounded continuously, setting off countless dust. Smoke is everywhere. I didn't have time to control the two ninjas. Shimura and Mei eyes looked anxiously at the location of Yusuk, looking around for his figure. Damn it! Don't get into trouble. If you have a problem here, how can I explain to my uncle? I was looking at the boulder that fell to the ground there. In another smoke and dust. The hearts of the two men saved by a ninjutsu from the leader are still beating fiercely. Just now, they are only one step away from facing death. One of the ninjas hurriedly said before he calmed down. Come on! The new ninja is so powerful that we can't go with it. Ah! I saw at the heart of his chest, a sharp edge of the blade protruded out. The blade of the cricket is smooth as a mirror, without staining a trace of blood. His scream was naturally heard by everyone present. Shimura and Mimi saw that there was no sign of Kusuk, and quickly looked at the location where the voice came, and a pair of eyebrows were surprised. Is that the little ghost? And in the distance, the ninja leader who just rescued the bandit ninja and the ninjas behind him also changed greatly at this time. Not good. It is Merida's voice. Behind the bund. Another ninja looked behind Maru in horror. A figure with a faint blue mask is standing there straight, who isn't Hyuga. I saw that he slowly pulled Jinghua Shuyu from the ninja's heart, and lost the support of Jinghua Shuyu. Maru immediately collapsed to the ground, and blood quickly flowed across the ground. How are you? How could you be under that ninjutsu? How could you be alive? You could still kill Merida. The alive ninja looked at Koyusuk in panic. At this time, he regretted his staying and wanted to solve the attacking Konoha. If he knows that the comer is so difficult to deal with, he will certainly not persuade the captain to stay. At this moment, it seems that because of his persuasion, it is likely that their group of ninjas will be wiped out. Hearing his words, Hyuga replied softly, his voice was full of magnetism. Because that action is really too slow, so are your ninjutsu and actions. In the face of those who are about to die, he doesn't mind showing his goodwill. Although he is a group of beasts who kill and plunder, at least, let them understand that his cause of death is still due kindness. As soon as the utterances fell, the bandit ninja noticed that Cao Yusuk suddenly disappeared. www.readwn.com behind his ears, Cao Yusuk's full magnetism, but at this moment it seemed like a of death suddenly appeared. Even the action of falling to the ground is so slow, you are really not interested in me. The bandit ninja had a confused face on his face, and only felt a pain in his chest, and found that his physical strength began to lose. With the gentle sound by his ear, his body slowly fell to the ground. He was behind him, a cold smile on Huyuja's face, still talking about himself. Although I have to say that it is very displeasing, but I still need to clarify that the name of the move just now is called Flash Flower, but for you guys, it is a very applicable move. As Huyuja's words landed, the bandit ninja's consciousness began to muddy, and he seemed to see those innocent people who had been brutally killed by him. They stood looking at him coldly, waiting for him. Dead. Flash Flower. Really a beautiful name. Can die in such a move. It's a bit of tolerance for someone like me who has no pardon. Behind him, suddenly Yuja gently inserted Jinghua Shuiyu back into his waist. There was still the cold smile on his face, and he slightly raised his head to look at the few figures coming. Spit out a few words under the mask. Are there, 7. Chapter 26, Kill. At this time, the dust and smoke on the ground had gradually dispersed. The situation behind the soil barrier. Koji Shimura and me and the bandit ninja group arrived almost at the same time. When they saw the two ninjas dead and Kuro Yusuk standing, they were extremely surprised. Although he generally understood the strength of Koyusuk, at this time he saw that he was unscathed in a set of ninja skills and was able to counter-kill the two ninjas on the opposite side, which made Shiken and Mei a little more incredible. However, Shimura and Mei did not have time to continue to be surprised. After looking at the situation on the scene, they took the lead to open their mouths and said, "Lan Ran, come here, and leave the rest of the guys to me." She was worried that Hu Yusuk might have lost the fighting power at the moment, and hurriedly let him be behind. After all, in her eyes, Hu Yusuk has become his uncle's disciple. Protecting his safety is a top priority. Wait. Suddenly Yusuk heard her, looked up at her, and slowly walked towards her. I saw Shimura and Mei's purple show diverging on her shoulders, and a pair of beautiful eyes stared at the group of ninjas carefully to guard against their sudden attack. At this moment, the leader of the bandits and ninjas on the opposite side looked very ugly. He didn't expect that two of his subordinates rescued by trying to expose his identity were killed. While other ninjas are facing each other, it is clear that these two ninjas in Wei village are very powerful, and they are definitely not small cats and dogs. Their group of people is likely to be planted here today. This idea makes everyone look very ugly. At this moment, the ninja leader spoke. I saw him yelling with a thick voice. "You are the ninja of Koba. Why did you attack us? We must not offend the people of Koba village." At this time, he also wanted to pretend to be foolish. Hearing his words, Shiken and Mei Lang replied. "Why, everybody in the country of sand, do you still want to pretend? Your existence has seriously violated the scope of Koba's territory. Was it captured? Or did you resist stubbornly?" Sure enough, when Shimura and Mei screamed their identities, their faces became more embarrassed. Under the circumstances at this time, it is impossible to be good. Seeing the posture of the two men, it seems that there is no intention to let them go. The leader's face was very gloomy, and he gave a few gestures to the people around him. A battle is about to start. Across the street, Shimura and Mei also whispered to Huyuja. "How? Lan Ran, can you still be in the current state?" When she heard her words, Yusuk naturally smiled, and the bottom of her eyes also showed a cold look at the gangsters and ninjas who were looking at them. Although the previous battle made him a bit tired, this fatigue was not enough to affect his combat effectiveness. Shimura and me clearly underestimated his strength. Since there is no need for peace talks between the two sides, fighting is the only way to solve the problem. Suddenly, the bandit ninjas are moving. Although they are all ninjas with a normal level of tolerance, if they cooperate with each other, the ninja skills released will be difficult to deal with. I saw several of the bandit ninjas across the road rushing towards Huyusuke, Shimura, and me and others. They are to prepare enough ninja skills for the rear ninja leader and the rest. Wuzuhikan and Mei welcomed them up, fighting fiercely with them, but her cold gaze was more looking behind them. Sure enough. Behind them, the leader of the bandit ninja and several other ninjas are standing in place and quickly stamping their hands. Earthland. Iwasabuchi. Earthland. Huankanuma. Windfield. Great breakthrough. Several ninjutsu used together. I saw that the ground where Koyusuke and Chicken and Mei were quickly turned into swamp quagmire. And more than that, a wildly raging wind rushed towards them, and even huge rocks fell from the sky above their heads. If you are hit, you will be seriously injured. At this moment, I saw Shimura and Mei also showed her superb physical skills, easily kicked off the two ninjas who fought with her, and instantly made a few marks on the hand. Illusion. Dark walk. Soon, her hand seemed to be covered with a whirlwind. Wind beast wave palm. With a strong wave of her arm, a huge cut of air struck out. Not only did she blow away the huge rock that fell at a high altitude, but even the two ninjas beside her were slammed and swirled. The bandit leader and others who released ninjutsu at the back changed their faces even more. Under the action of the dark act, their vision was dark, and they could not see the air that had been severed at them. Cut marks. There was a mournful sound of wailing, and a severe chopping wind shock wave hit the body, at least causing their ribs to break a few. At this time there was more blood. Suddenly, the battle over Yusuke was very simple. After getting the knowledge that Professor Jinghua Shuiyu gave him, at this time, Kuyuja had already undergone earth-shaking changes. He faced the boulder falling from the sky, and the two Zhongren in front of him. Such scenes are obviously not enough for him. I saw a chuckle on Huyuja's face, and gently stroked his palm over the mirror, and you read the book www.yukanshu. Calm footsteps gently on the ground. I used the flash flower again. He easily escaped the megalithic attack and came behind one of the ninjas. Flash flower is a kind of rotating instant step, which can move behind the enemy at high speed and launch a sudden attack. Just like this, the mirror flower Shuiyu in the hands of Huyuja once again appeared gently forward. Kumaru. Behind you. There was a scream of anxious shouting, and the ninja named Hatomaru in front of you felt a pain in the chest. Swibai's blade pointed out from his chest. Well, your sins have contaminated your whole body. Atonement for those you have killed. With Huyusuke's soft whisper, he slowly fell to the ground and lost his vitality. And the ninja on the other side looked at Huyusuke with a panic at this time. He did not expect that this masked Konoha ninja could kill his companion so easily. He has an unbelievable look on his face. Turn around. Desperately trying to escape. If such an opponent continues to rush up, it must be death. However, he hasn't waited for him to take a few steps away. Breakthrough number 4 by Lei. With a whisper behind, I saw a brilliant blue thunder light suddenly penetrated his heart. He looked down at the blood on his chest in horror, his eyes full of panic, his body began to kneel slowly and weakly, and his mouth began to spit blood, trying to hold some words but couldn't say. At the last moment, he thought, if he was not a ninja, would he not be able to endure all this? No one answered his question. Chapter 27, Back to the Village. Zaiwan Hime, who was far away, saw the whole process of the brilliant blue thunder light emitted by Huyuja. After seeing that ray of light easily took away the life of the runaway ninja, she couldn't help it. A pair of beautiful eyes hidden in the mask observing Yusuke secretly surprised. Gang! Was that just the blood-following ability of this little ghost? has such power? Does this guy's strength already have the strength to endure? If you have always thought that Koyusuke is only good at physical skills, Koyusuke can't be regarded as a forbearance, at best it can only be regarded as one among the elites. As a ninjutsu genius, Shikigami and Mei themselves also naturally do not pay much attention to him. After Koyusuke caught up with her and said that he had created a ninja technique comparable to that of instantaneous movement, Shimura and Mei had already paid more and more attention to this disciple recognized by his uncle. When she discovered at this moment that Koyusuke's unknown blood succession ability could kill a Zhongren so easily, Shimura and Mei's mood was beyond words, and it could only be described by shock. This little ghost. Is it really a super genius? Shikigami looked at Koyusuke, who was not much higher than her, and could not help thinking of this idea out of her head. I'm still a kid. How is this possible? Koyuja, who looked aside, looked at his Shimura and Mei with an angry look, but could not help maintaining an awkward smile on his face, but was helpless in his heart. Did I do anything to cause this, Captain Pruchna? I don't seem to say anything I shouldn't say. The two of them came to the gangster leader who was lying on the ground and was dying. On the court at this time, only he still had a little breath. At this moment, he saw his eyes opened with difficulty, his expression was complicated, and he kept coughing. Really? I didn't expect it, Mew. Koyuki would send two on forbearance, to deal with us. I heard Shimura had no surprises. Indeed, Koyusuke's performance in this mission was really beyond her expectations. Where is your intelligence line? Who is the superior? If I speak it out, I will give you a good time. Shimura and Mireng asked in a voice. Do you think I would say it? Although I hate this war, but I can't betray my village, this time, it's finally my turn to die. He said hoarsely. The coughing sound was getting heavier, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Kill him. At this moment, Koyuja whispered softly. Shikigami and Mei Wenzheng turned around and gave him an unexpected look. This little devil is quite kind-hearted, and does not match his style of doing things. But she didn't stop, she said casually. It's up to you, anyway, this kind of person can't ask any useful information. Suddenly Koyusuke stepped forward, and the eyes under the mask glanced gently at the leader of the bandit and ninja who fell to the ground. There was no sympathy, no anger, just apathy. He didn't say anything. I saw that he raised his hand gently, and Jinghua Shuiyu inserted into the heart of the ninja leader accurately from top to bottom. The ninja leader who had fallen to the ground naturally heard the conversation between the two and felt the pain, but a look of relief appeared on his face. Since becoming a ninja, it seems to have been in such involuntary wars. The war on the bright side has ended, and there has been war in the dark, all days killing, and the blood of countless innocent lives on his hands are these days finally over. With the loss of a lot of blood, his vitality gradually passed away. Before dying, he gently yelled out, "Thank you." After killing the ninja leader, the two turned away. Suddenly Koyusuke heard this sentence, but the leaving figure remained unchanged, and still stood upright. After hearing this, Shimura Kazumi heard this sentence, and her black eyes looked at Koyusuke slightly. Uncle Yun's disciple. It's a funny guy. By this time, all the bandits in the bandit village and the ninjas in the enemy village had been killed. As for the women who were captured by the bandits, Shikigami and Mei left them enough dry food. Koyusuke left. After all, their mission is to kill all the bandits. If you change some other ninjas in the routes, maybe even those surviving women will be killed. 2 days later, the two hurried back to the village. Along the way, naturally Koyusuke has never given up practicing. For him at this moment, chakra and physical strength are his main growth problems. If these two problems can be solved, the strength of Koyusuke will once again make a qualitative leap. I returned to the village. Inside the underground stronghold. After explaining the mission, Shi-kun and Mei stepped out of the door and looked at Kuyusuk waiting here. Hiken and Mei still looked at Huizhik coldly as before, her voice cold. Because of the confidentiality regulations at the root, this task will not be recorded in your file, and in normal times, you will be my team member. I heard this, and suddenly Yusuk looked at Hiken and Mei in doubt and whispered softly. Usually. Hiken Mei said irritably. It's in the village. On the bright side, you will be a member of my team, and I will be your captain. Remember my name is Shimura Kaomi. I'll see Captain Hime in the future. When I heard this, Huyuja finally understood the meaning of Shimura Kazuyoshi and could not help laughing. Well, Captain America, but I still like Captain Pruchna more than this name. In this case, Shimura and Mei can't help but feel a little angry, and the purple hair is thrown away. Turn around and leave, don't want to continue to ignore this guy Yuzuk. Smelly little ghost. How dare? Dare, tease me. You wait. Wu Yusuk behind her had a smile on her face. www.readwn.com. It was just under the lens, but there was a hint of doubt in the bottom of the eyes. What is the relationship between Chicken and Mei? This mysterious group teacher. Since the teacher who worshipped was so mysterious that he did not show up, fortunately he waited to see what the nominal teacher wanted to do. Deep in the roots, Shimura and Mei, separated from Hu Yusuk, were half knelt in front of Tuanzang sitting in the shadows. I saw her carefully report her observation of Huyuja on the way. In the shadows, Tuanzang kept his eyes half closed. He only opened his eyes slightly when he heard that Kuyusuk created a kind of ninja technique that was comparable to the blinking technique. After Dangzi village and Mei finished talking, Tuanzang groaned. Go on, Hime, I know what you said. When I heard this, Shimura and Mei would retreat, but suddenly she looked up and asked Tuanzang. But uncle, why should you let Huyuja join my team on the bright side of the village? So, if those people's attention is concerned, wouldn't your uncle's relationship with him be exposed to others? The Xiantang groaned for a while before answering hoarsely. Because of checks and balances, time passed shortly, but some people in the village became active, and only with sufficient deterrence could they suppress their arrogant ambitions. When I heard this, Shikin and Mei were a little stunned, but her heart was vaguely aware that there should be more secrets. Chapter 28, Beng Yu wakes up. Another place, at this time, Huyuja had returned to his house. I rushed for 2 days in a row, which made him a little tired, but he didn't rest immediately because there was one thing left unresolved. I saw him sitting gently on the wooden floor, closing his eyes and meditating. Beng Yu, have you woke up? I saw him speak softly. Before that, he felt some strange feelings on his body. He was thinking about the reason all the way back. He thought of killing so many people, and the word soul immediately burst into his mind. Ho subsequently thought of Yu Yusuk, who was still hiding in his body. Sure enough, when his voice fell, a childlike voice suddenly sounded in panic in Huyuja's mind. I found it, Lord Blue Dye. Huyuja was speechless after hearing this. You have been secretly absorbing my chakras in my body for the past 2 days. Do you think I can't feel such obvious things? But Yu Yusuk did not care about it. After all, Bengaya was like a child. He asked gently, patiently. Beng Yu, when did you wake up? Why did you absorb my chakra? Hearing Huyuja's questioning, Beng Yu's voice was crisp and milky. When you killed those people in the first 2 days, their souls were just enough to wake me up, but the quality of those souls was really bad. Compared to those, Bengayu still prefers the blue dye in your body. Power. I don't have any doubt about this, because after all this guy just woke up in his body from the beginning, he yelled to eat his soul. I wondered that it not only eats the soul, but also absorbs his chakra, and so Yusuk can't help feeling a headache. Even he himself is so scarce about chakra now that it is not enough. If this little guy wakes up from his deep sleep, it would be too extravagant if he had to devote a part to feed this little guy later. As for the soul, let alone, it is impossible to go out and kill people just to make it full. Despite killing so many bandit ninjas with their own hands, they are all a group of people who are contaminated with human lives. There is no psychological burden to kill them. If you want to kill many innocent people for the sake of collapse, this is not in line with Huyuja's tolerance, and it is not very realistic. He seemed to feel the trouble of Huyuja, and Beng Yu said with some grievances. Beng Yu has troubled you, Blue Ran, if you don't want it, Beng Yu will not absorb your power. Hearing its pitiful voice, where could you say no to Hwosuk, and said softly. It's okay, Beng Yu, if you like my chakra, then enjoy it, I will find a way. Hearing Huyuja agreed, Beng Yu's voice was obviously with joy and joy. Really? Beng Yu likes such a gentle blue-dyed adult best, so I'm welcome. He immediately felt that chakra had lost some of his body. Chakra, a part of which was so abrupt, made him feel bad. No. Must find a way to increase the amount of chakras. He immediately heard Beng Yu's contented voice. Master Lan Ran, the powerful of your breath is the most delicious. In the past, you always let me eat the spiritual power of death. Although it is also very high quality, it does not meet my appetite at all, but it does not matter. Beng Yu will grow up quickly, and then help you as before. These powers are so full, Lord Lan Ran, Beng Yu will continue to sleep. Immediately, there was no sound, presumably he slept again. Suddenly, Kuyusuk, who was swallowed with a large amount of strength in the house, had a bit of helplessness on his face, feeling that he still had a half of chakra, and he couldn't help smiling slightly. Although chakra can recover after a night of rest, no one can take it if he is swallowed so suddenly. Suddenly Yuji thought for a while, but for the time being there is no other way but to take one step at a time. It seems that there is no way to solve this problem in Jinghua Shuiyu. Immediately, meditation fell into deep meditation. Outside, the night is quiet. He is still in the green and lively palace. The soft green shades covered the ground inside the hall, and it must be very comfortable to step on. On the high stone platform, above the throne surrounded by flowers, a figure was lying obliquely at this moment, like a cat loose, with a thin shirt and fair complexion like beautiful jade. A breathtaking view. I saw her delicate face, a frown slightly, and a beautiful eye opened slightly. A sharp look hidden in the bottom of his eyes destroyed this lazy gesture. Are you awake again? This guy, even now, dare to claim the power of Kusuk unkindly so shamelessly. I saw that her face was gloomy, and the icy bitter voice slowly spit out from her mouth. With her anger, the whole palace is like a 4-level transformation in a blink of an eye. Everything that is alive is gone. The cricket flowers withered, and the green grass slept. The original bright world is like a retro pattern. Desolation, silence filled the hall. Above the high stone seat, the girl, Jinghua Shuiyu, sat there with her face stretched coldly, her body and costumes were dignified and tight, her fingertips lightly point at the armrest, her brows frowned, as if thinking what? Outside. With the rest of the night, Kuyuja at this time had already recovered as before. Although there is an extra jade in his body, he may often give him a bite. But there is nothing wrong with Huyuja. Kanshu www.uyuganshu.com. He seems to have given the greatest patience to Beng Yu for some reason. Now, finding a way to increase his chakra volume is the most urgent thing for Yusuk. Otherwise, with his chakra volume at this time, I am afraid that the high-level ghosts can't even sing. What's more, use it. No way out, at this time his chakra was really thin. Because he has just completed a task at the root, he is relatively free today. Early in the morning, he went to Muye Forest. No one's strength is born out of nothing, no matter how talented they are, even if they have innate abilities, if you lose the hard work and perseverance, you can only achieve what you can achieve, just like this being. At this time, Kuyusuk still maintains a strong schedule, without any slack. He is practicing hard here. If the white-handed skills taught by Jinghua Shuyu are the most exquisite martial arts fighting, then the ninja practice of the ninja practice is a hard power with a vast sword. He did not surpass ordinary people's physical fitness, even if he had superb white-handed skills, it was just an aerial platform. Suddenly Yusuk knew this, so he didn't dare to relax at all. Just when he was training the most basic boxing movements under the sweat and rain, a hoarse shouting voice came from the jungle again. If you haven't done the 1W step upside down, squat 5,000 times with a log on your back. P.S. If you feel that this book is still okay, please collect it more. If you can, please treble publicize this book. Thank you. Chapter 29, War. Matt where? Suddenly Yusuk approached to see. Sure enough, the green figure standing upside down in the morning breeze is not Matet. I saw Matt at this time wearing both hands to support the ground, standing upside down. The whole arm seems to be under great pressure and trembles. He was tied with a rope around his waist, behind him. I even dragged a giant tree surrounded by a few ropes. Seeing this scene, Yuuja could not help but shrink his pupils slightly, and felt shocked at heart. I wear this guy. Such horrible training. Doesn't he even realize what a terrible existence he is? I rectified my emotions, and suddenly Yuuja stepped forward and whispered softly. Dear, it's been a long time. Heiji had sweated a lot. After hearing this voice, Mate Dai, who was unwilling to persevere, couldn't help but widen his eyes, who were squinting tightly because of pain. Looked at the figure in a white robe ahead. Mate Dai is naturally very excited, with a strong hand to break the rope and jump. I looked at Huijuk with a look of joy and excitement. Fuck. Fuji Yusuk, it's been a long time. In the face of Huyusuk, his expressions are a little excited and restrained. After all, in his eyes, Huyusuk is not just a simple friend. I was stunned to save him. Saved him from the fall. Let him regain his youthful enthusiasm, let him rekindle his insistence on his tolerance. I thought of this. He couldn't help remembering what he said to him at the training ground of the ninja school at the time. The so-called rules exist for those who cannot live without following them. Dai, do you believe in your physical skills? Then, Dai, look good, as long as it is strong enough, even if it is only physical, you can have your own sky. History is vivid. For him, Huyuja is a person who recognizes himself and is a person who needs to pay all his respect. Seeing the excited look of Matt Day, suddenly Yuja could not help but smile. I'm really a simple and outspoken guy. Maybe you never realized your own potential for terror. I looked at the bruises on my body in front of me, and the calloused matet on my hand suddenly thought about right in my heart. Ninjutsu waste? Really a group of ignorant people, no one likes this matet has found his qualifications. Suddenly, an idea appeared in Huyuja's mind. Thinking of the feasibility of this idea, Yuuja could not help but evoke a smile. Dai, do you still have physical strength now? If you can you ask me to have a physical battle with me? When he heard Huiju's words, Matt Day was stunned immediately. It seems that the brain is down, and after a while, he looked surprised at Guyuja and was almost speechless. Suddenly, Siniajuk, although I still have strength, but how is it possible? How could I be your right opponent? With my strength, it is impossible to fight with you at all. Looking at a sincere face in front of Yusuk, Matt Tai waved his hands quickly, and said his face flushed. In Matt Dai's eyes, Yusuk's strength is well known and obvious to all. Just physical exercise can be a strong victory over teacher Zhongren. Such a sudden Yuuja suddenly spoke to him to ask for a physical duel, which really surprised him. Although he insists on the practice of ninja practice, this is also a helpless choice for Matt Day. After all, he has no way to practice ninja practice, and can only devote more energy to the practice of somatic. And he has self-knowledge. Although his physical skills have a little bit of color, if the opponent is Kyusuk, his strength is probably insignificant. However, although usually with a look and a beautiful face, Kyusuk was very tough at this time, and this gentle toughness made Might Day refuse at all. I only agreed embarrassingly, but although it was clear that it was impossible to defeat Kyusuk, Might Day still attached great importance to this body showdown. This is his forbearance and his respect for the opponent. On the market. Looking at the opposite Might Day with a serious face, Kyusuk also looked slightly serious, only because his opponent was a respectable person. Xi Dai, let me see what kind of strength you can achieve at this moment. But before the start of the war, Matet suddenly raised his hand and paused. He looked flushed and looked at Yuja, a little embarrassed. Kyusuk, please wait. If the opponent is Kyusuk, although it is impossible to defeat, I still want to go all out to try it. He said, in the slightly surprised eyes of Yuja, he took off his hand and several wrist braces. Boom! As the wristband was thrown aside, a dent was smashed on the ground, and a lot of dust was splashed. Obviously, this weight is definitely not light. Look at this scene, and then look at Matt who moves his arms after removing the armor in front of him. Suddenly the eyes under the right frame cannot help but dignified. I wear this guy. Have you always carried this kind of protective gear to practice? What a terrible talent! Opposite to him, Matt Day was also fully prepared at this time, looking at Yuja seriously. Fuji Yusuk. I am coming. The words have just fallen. His body disappeared like an afterimage. Suddenly Yusuk watched this scene in shock, but under his beheading, within a few feet of his surroundings were within his absolute perception. A dark shadow gradually solidified behind him. Boom! Suddenly a kick kicked heavily and was blocked by Yuja's left arm. The ground rocks cracked under his feet. After experiencing the power of Matet through his left arm, Yusuk could not help but glance down. Sure enough. Under that kind of horrible training, the power of Dai is just like being turned on. It is not like what human beings can have. If you insist, only huge beasts will have such horrible power. However, just stopped the blow. Suddenly Yusuk's actions have time to change, right in front of him. Mate Dai's body is solid, his face is very dignified. Boom! A violent blow to the knee. He was blocked by the right elbow between the electric light and flint. The two had a fierce collision and they retreated. Looking at Matet, he suddenly smiled at the corner of Yuja's mouth. Dai! You have unparalleled qualifications in physical training. But that alone is not enough to make me happy, so come up with some real strength. I believe this is not your upper limit of strength. Dai, come out with real strength. I believe that you are far more than that. Your terrible constitution is really terrible. Feeling the slight pain from the elbows and arms, www.readwn.com, Yuja thought with a smile. Matt Dai, who was opposite him, felt his power deeply only after he fought against Yusuk. It seems that nothing can threaten him, no matter what kind of attack. What speed seems to be in the hands of Yusuk. I thought of this, and he couldn't help but be a little unwilling. In terms of physical skills, though he didn't think he could defeat Kyusuk. But can't you make Yusuk happy? Mate looked at Yuja seriously with a look on his face. Howie Yusuk, then. Next, you have to take it seriously. I have never used this technique in front of people. I hope it will satisfy you. I heard his words, and suddenly a little excited expression appeared under the right eye frame. The breeze passed gently, and he saw that he was standing straight in the distance, with a slight smile on his face, and looked carefully at Mitai, seemingly looking forward to everything next. Dai, let me see, your real strength hidden. Open the door. Open. With a shout of Dai. Boom, the powerful chakra pierced through him like a sky, but it was not over. Phew! Hugh. Open. I saw that Dai's face was already a little flushed at this time. The body is full of blue tendons. The hair danced with the chakras. Suddenly and far away, Koyusuk looked at Dai in shock. Is this your hidden strength? War. Suddenly raised chakra to such an instant. Terrible move. Think of your chakra shortage problem. Suddenly Yusuk was surprised even when he was surprised again. If it's really possible, it can't be better. Chapter 30, Battle against 8 Cricket Armors. Just when Huyuja was immersed in deep joy. At this time, Matat, who was standing in the distance, suddenly disappeared from the front. In a hurry. A sudden gust of wind suddenly snarled in this area. Ignore behind Yusuk. A gust of wind screamed at his fierce fists and swept towards his back. Feeling the strong wind pressure caused by such a fast speed, suddenly the pupil of Yuja's eyes shrank. It's too fast. Does the eye track his movements? In this case, Muyude's eyes could not find the figure of Mat, and only his afterimage appeared on the field. Despite this, within the scope of the sect, Kuyusuk still felt the attack coming from behind easily. Facing this fierce blow behind me, he suddenly turned again and resisted the attack deeply with his left arm. Boom! The severe impact made it difficult for Huyuja to control his body shape, and his body was kicked into the air in an instant. Mid-air, just when the pupils of Huyuja were slightly dilated and shocked by this horrible force. In the side of his body, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. It's worthy to be stunned by you, you can block my attack again, but this time. With a whisper from Mat Dai, Mantians came. If it was an ordinary ninja, at this time I am afraid that I have already been knocked to the ground by this fast and dense boxing shadow. But Koyusuk has good fighting strength after all. After practicing superb white fight skills, although it is difficult to fight against Matat in terms of physical fitness, it is completely worthy of him at this moment. That's it, the two of you are attacking in the air and you are fighting. It is almost impossible for outsiders to distinguish their movements. ICANT. In the confrontation of this kind, Huyusuk was somewhat out of the blue. After all, he doesn't have such a terrible physical quality. Whether it is punching speed or physical strength, Matat, who opens the two doors of the body, is much stronger than him. He relied entirely on superb white-handed skills, and every time he cleverly removed the direct attack power to maintain it to the present. At this time, suddenly Yusuk caught a trace of rigidity in the old body of Mate wearing a punch. A light flashed under his eyes, and a smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. The opportunity is coming. Dai, you lost. After seeing Yusuk suddenly stepping on the ground, his body disappeared instantly. See this scene. At this time, Mat's body, which was slightly stiff, was surprised in his heart. Not good. It's bad. I was right behind him, and suddenly Yusuk's figure suddenly appeared. I saw a smile on the corner of his mouth, and under the dark frame, deep eyes were also whispering with a smile. Dai, you lost. Click. Click. One hand fiercely grasped the left arm behind Mat's body, but the other hand gripped his throat tightly, but the thick lenses reflected a white on. The wind of the riot stopped, and the dust slowly landed. In the market, Matat and Huyuja are standing one after the other. At this time, Mat Dai had already released the 8-door state, and a large swath of cold sweat was on his forehead, but he did not dare to move easily. Just now, when Yuyu's slender palm gently pinched his throat, he could deeply feel the thick breath of death, which made him a little bit frightened. Just as his body trembled, behind him, the gentle voice of Yuyuji passed gently. Dai, you lost. He said. They retreated. Although he had anticipated this result for a long time, Matat still felt a little bit lost. There was also some frustration in the look on his face. I even used the 8-door armor that I had been hiding, but there was no way for Huyuja to pull out the sword. But then he consoled himself. After all, that person is Huijuk, a perfect genius. Losing in his hands is not much, but he should be happy for the strength of the friend Yuyuja. After I figured it out, Matade was no longer frustrated by the defeat of the battle, and his face became better. Youth. Do not allow self-confidence in yourself. Firmly believe in your own path. This is youth. Fuyusuk, I did not expect that I still underestimated your strength. After I opened the 8-gate state, there was still no way to force you to use your true strength. Mate said with a convincing face, but his eyes floated on the mirror flower water on Huyuja. In his opinion, Fuyusuk didn't even pull out the sword, and by relying on physical skills, he could compete with himself for so long, and defeated himself. This made him very ashamed, but he also worshipped Yuuja even more. Maybe such a good Niguasuk in all aspects is the ninja that he really recognizes in his heart. Suddenly, Yusuk didn't know that at this moment, Matat had thought so much in his head. After seeing that Matat did not lose his fighting spirit because of the failure to fight with him, he couldn't help believing that he was not wrong. Mate Dai will definitely be a great ninja in the future. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel the pain left when he was fighting with his body in hand-to-hand combat, and slightly hidden his left arm slightly behind him. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com showed a little thoughtfulness under his eyes, and looked deeply at Matat in front of him. Is there some slight bone fracture in the left arm? It's really a monster-like guy. For the physical you, will definitely have your place in the future strong. If Mat Day can hear Huyuja's evaluation of him, he will be crazy. Although the final result ended in Mataday's failure. But in this battle, Mat Day has fully proved himself. If the opponent is not Kusuk but other people, it is likely that Mat Day will be killed without a chance to fight back. After all, the protective gear is lifted and the 8 doors are opened. The horrible speed of Might Day is definitely not easily resisted by any ninja. Suddenly, after hearing his words, Yuuja whispered softly. 8 doors. Mit, who had no longer regretted it, heard the murmur of Huijuk a little, and wondered. Yeah, the 8 doors are the same moves I used before. What's wrong, are you interested? When hearing Dai's words, Yuuja naturally had an interested smile on his face, and he was not polite to Mat, but said softly with a look of hope. Yes, I'm very interested in the move you used before. If I can, I want to use some other moves in exchange for its practice method. Such words made Mat blush and waved his hands again and again. No need. Haojisuk. If it is Haojisuk, of course there is absolutely no problem in practicing the 8 doors. Chapter 31, The Terrible Effect of Bengaiu. But this move was passed down by my father. It is a forbidden technique with a heavy burden on the body. If you want to practice, you must pay attention to this. In this regard, of course, Yuuja is smiling and doesn't matter. Thinking of the amount of chakras rising from the sky, he couldn't help but look excited. As long as you can learn how to increase chakras quickly and violently, even if there are more side effects, it doesn't matter. I saw Mat carrying a seal scroll with him, and the smoke spread out with a bang. A delicate and somewhat ancient ninjutsu scroll appeared from the seal scroll, presumably the 8 sects were recorded on it. Suddenly Yusuk was not polite at all, after gently receiving Baimanjiajia. He looked at Matat with a smile on his mouth and whispered softly. Dai, come here tomorrow, come here, I will teach you the skills of white fight and a ninja technique instant step I developed as a reward to thank you for this move. When he heard these words, Mataday's first reaction was to refuse, but when he waved his hand, he had a desire inside. In the confrontation with Kuyusuk, he can deeply feel that Kuyusuk's exquisite fighting skills are not comparable to his wide-opening approach. As a physical ninja, he is naturally very eager to have the opportunity to learn such superb skills. Suddenly Yusuk naturally saw the hesitation on Mat's face, and did not let him continue to struggle, so he fixed his idea for him and said with a smile. Just decide it like this. Dai, as a sports ninja, if you can only show unskilled moves, you will never be able to climb into the halls of sports. Trust me, if you learn to fight, it will exceed your imagination. Don't easily reject this good intention. Huizhuk's voice was very magnetic, just like Matt said to Matet. Yes. Haojisuk. After hearing this, Matt Date could still refuse this good intention. A deep nod promised, but the big eyes were full of expectations for tomorrow. I got his reply. The two agreed on their time and separated. Suddenly, Yusuk also had a deep smile on his face, not only happy that he had got 8 door armors to solve the big problem of chakra quantity, but also happy to Matt. He desperately wanted to see what Matt Day could achieve after practicing Baita again. Whether you can surpass yourself. In his opinion, if Matt can practice the white-handed skills and hone them thoroughly, he will definitely be able to increase his current strength by more than 10 times. Perhaps in the eyes of other people in the village, Matet, who can only use physical skills, is not a ninja at all. But in Koyusuk's view, the mockery of so-called ninjutsu waste wood is completely distorted and concealed the true strength of Mighty Eye. Feeling the slight bone fracture in his left arm, he can judge that if Matt really broke out like the power just now, I am afraid that Zhongren, such as Seno, would not be able to defeat him. Because Dai in that state has surpassed ordinary people's visual experience, ordinary ninjutsu attacks are impossible to lock him in. I opened the 8 doors of Daijiri. In the eyes of Huyuja, the power is sublimated to the extreme. Ignored the technique almost completely and simply pursued faster speed and stronger power. Tilt violently chasing chakra. Although this advantage is very obvious, it also has serious defects. It is a serious waste of chakras and physical strength in the body, and the utilization rate can be described as very low. If you fight with overwhelming power completely, you won't have that delicate control of perfect power. For example, Huizhuk. Although the time for practicing Baita is also very short, Huyusuk, who is peaceful in mind, can master the skills perfectly. This is also closely related to his beheading. Miu Yusuk can easily cut the fallen leaves into 2 pieces with 1 stroke. 2 complete leaves are symmetrical. From the middle, the thin veins can be clearly seen. He can also place the stone on the soft tofu and split it in 1 shot, but the tofu at the bottom can be safely left intact. All of this comes from the perfect control of one's own strength and body after practicing Baita. The next Mat Day is about to embark on this path of pursuing power to the extreme, 1 point at a time and 1 cent at a time, under the guidance of Huyuja. I returned home. Huyusuk took off the white royal robe on his body, exposing a tough and strong upper body. Although he was only 9 years old, the muscles were divided at the perfect ratio, whether it was on the shoulders or above the chest and abdomen. He looked at his left arm expressionlessly at this moment, only to see that the middle part of his left arm was flushed and swollen, which was very obvious. But under such pain, he didn't complain and didn't show the painful expression. Instead, a slight helpless smile aroused in the corner of his mouth, and he whispered softly. "What a horrible guy, such a guy is actually called a waste, I really don't know how the people in the village think about it." He simply bandaged, and Yuji sat cross-legged on the wooden step, and straightened out the copy of the Sorcery Ai Yizong Volume 8 Door Armor. He looked at the file, and there was still a look of excitement in his eyes. "With it, I am afraid there will be enough chakras to practice ghost paths in the future." If he had unparalleled talents and practiced extremely quickly as soon as he took over Baita and beheading, the ghost road is different. The so-called clever woman is difficult to cook without rice, and even the chakra who releases the ghost road is not enough. What to practice? This is why Huyusuk is so eager to improve chakra. A brief look at Baimanjiajia, and Yuji had a simple understanding of it. The 8-door armor is a move that releases excess energy by removing physical restrictions on chakra. In the flowing meridian system of chakra, there are 8 gates that inhibit and control chakra in the body, namely, open door, rest door, birth door, wound door, domain, Jingmen, Jingmen, and Dead Gate. The 8 gates will set a limit on the amount of chakras in the body, but this technique allows chakras to forcibly exceed this limit, thereby drawing out their original strength that is dozens of times stronger. However, while gaining power, the caster itself will be damaged, so this operation is listed as one of the forbidden operations. I thought about it for a moment, and suddenly Yusuk didn't care about the side effect mentioned above, and began to feel the position of the door cross-legged. As he carefully felt the flow of chakra in his body, suddenly Yusuk finally felt the location of the 8 doors faintly. Tried to use chakra to break through it, except for feeling intense pain, it was almost useless. This makes Yusuk frown slightly. Can this limit be broken only through constant shocks year after year? Thinking of Mataday www.readwn.com, he couldn't help but sigh, how amazingly talented and persevering Mataday can be to easily break through the 2 doors. Just when he frowned and was a little worried, suddenly, the name of a little guy appeared in his mind. This made Huyuja's eyes stare. It seems that the guy Bengaya once said that he can achieve any of his ideas. Although I don't know if it is reliable or unreliable, I just try it. He shouted softly. Ban Yu! I screamed twice in a row. A stupid voice in his body seemed to have just woke up to his mind. Lord Lan Ran, are you calling me? I didn't wait for Yuja to say suddenly, but I saw Beng Yu's tender voice suddenly screaming. Master Blue Dai! You are injured. Bang! Beng Yu will restore it for you immediately. He heard Kui Yuja's ears with a little more curiosity. He didn't answer, but just looked at his wound slightly. He wanted to know what Bengaya would do. Suddenly, Su Linja was surprised that the bruise on his left arm healed suddenly and quickly with naked eyes, and no trace was left, and he was completely restored. Suddenly Yuji tried to shake hands, but didn't feel any pain. Is healing ninjutsu? No. There is no abnormality at all, and there is no trace of pain. At this moment, suddenly Yusuk's face was deeply shocked. Bunyu, this guy! He could really accomplish what he wanted to accomplish. Please collect. Please collect. Make up tomorrow. Modified some of the plots in the previous chapters, and the other 2 days stay up late and need a rest. I didn't get a recommendation position in the new week, so I try to slow down. I can't make up the old chapters tomorrow. Thanks to all readers for their recommendations. New week continues to work hard. Have to code hard this week. Chapter 32, 8 Doors of Huijuk. He roughly guessed that Huijuk was shocked. But the thought of Beng Yu could help him fulfill his wish. His eyes couldn't hold back the expression of excitement. After Huyuja tried hard to press the excitement in his heart, he asked softly. Benayu, why did my injury disappear? Is this your ability? Hearing the words of Yusuk, Beng Yu's milk replied milkily. It just eliminates your bad state, Master Blue Dai. This kind of thing is very easy for Beng Yu. As for my ability, I don't know. Beng Yu just wants to complete your wish. The sound of is very crisp, but it has a kind of tenderness and firmness. After hearing what he said, Yusuk pushed the push frame. His look was slightly fixed. In his mind at this time, the ability of Bengaya was generally determined, perhaps it should be what it says. Able to fulfill the wishes of others. If this is the case, then this guy can really be regarded as an unparalleled existence. Suddenly Yuji thought for a moment, then said softly. Bunyu, can you help me lift the chakra restrictions in my body? If Beng Yu can do it, there is no doubt about its ability. Wish a general ability? It's incredible. Before Shiuji thought about it, Beng Yu's milky voice came from the bottom of his heart. What did Lord Blue Dai say? Are there some doors in your body that blocked chakra? I heard these words, and suddenly Juji's face showed a longing look, and I couldn't wait to open these doors. He tried to force himself to calm down, and said quietly. Yes, help me break the restrictions on chakras in my body from these doors, so that you will be able to eat more chakras in my body in the future. Yes, Lord Blue Dai, but it may be very troublesome, and it may consume the power that Benyu finally managed to recover. However, since this is the command of Lord Blue Dai, Benyu will definitely work hard to achieve it. Then, he stopped his voice. Suddenly in Yuzuk's house, it was quiet. He only sat on the wooden step with Huyuja, looking at his body slightly, carefully feeling the changes that might be forthcoming. Click! It sounds like a slight cracking of an eggshell, and it's like the sound of a bud after the rain gently pushing away the mud mixed with dead wood to enjoy blooming. Suddenly Yusuk looked at his body. Boom! Chakra, who was originally calm and flowing in his body at this time, was like boiling magma, and instantly became violent and powerful, like a turbulent wave, wanton in the body of Huyuja. Chakra can hardly restrain it. He kept overflowing out of Huyuja's body, forming a powerful chakra coat. Inside the squatter house, a fiercely flowing chakra formed an air current, blowing the contents of the house upside down. Feeling the rushing power in the body at this moment, suddenly Yuja could not help feeling excited, and a smile of excitement was drawn at the corner of his mouth. This is the real fascinating power, it seems endless, even the pulse of the heart is getting more and more powerful, just by opening the first door is this gain. Thought of this, Huyuja's eyes were more excited. Open the second door and open it for me. Wu Binjaihu did not answer Huyuja's voice. But suddenly Yusuk's body, the click sound that followed came out again. Chakra, who was stronger than he was just now, sprang up from Yusuk like a tornado. Some of the items in the squatter house even shattered in this strong air collision. Suddenly above Yusuk's body, a blood vessel on the body's surface ruptured and blood splattered out. But before the blood landed, the wound healed quickly under the action of collapsed jade. Suddenly, Yusuk didn't care about such details. He looked up and bathed in the boiling chakra, enjoying the feeling of full power. Heiji's original calm and easy-going eyes also seemed to become full of desire due to this majestic power. At this time, when Haojisuk wants to continue to break through the third door, the chakras boiling in the urn are slightly flattened, and the forcibly widened meridians begin to slowly flow this large number of chakras. Banyu. I waited for a while, but the third door that I envisioned didn't open again. He seemed to feel a little quiet, and suddenly Yuja asked with some doubt. In the room where chakra was still raging slightly, no one answered his words. Did this guy fall asleep again? Huyuja, who could not get a reply, murmured softly. He didn't continue to care, he gradually put his mind on the body that opened the door at this time. As soon as he felt this huge amount of chakras, he couldn't help getting excited. I have more than 10 times more chakras than before. And it seems that the 2 doors opened by Bengyu are different from those given by the 8 doors. If Beimanjiajia is a splendid firework, Yu reading www.yuukansu.com, then his current state is a candle that can continue to burn. 8 Gates Armor is a method to obtain a powerful chakra amount in an instant by forcibly breaking the restriction of the door in the body. No doubt, although this method can obtain explosive power and chakra quantity, it will greatly damage the body's meridians. Even the ninjas that have been tempered by chakras throughout the year, the body's veins still cannot bear this powerful amount of chakras. Suddenly Yusuk is different. Under the action of Bengyu, his door was opened permanently. Those chakras that spewed out stayed in his body permanently. Although it would cause great harm to the veins in Huyuja, there was a collapse of jade. Big widening. Following the master's mind, the physical meridian state of Huyuja was fundamentally changed, so that the 2 doors could be opened permanently. I have to say that at this time, Huyuja's usual state is equivalent to always opening 2 doors. Both chakra and physical fitness have been greatly improved. But Yu Bengaihu also had only a small amount of power left in order to achieve what Yusuk thought. At this moment, only 2 doors of Huyuja's body were opened, and he fell into a deep sleep because of exhaustion. In this way, Huyuja felt this powerful force in detail. I slowly tamed these runaway chakras. Gradually, chakra, which was like a raging wave in his body, began to slowly stabilize and flow. If chakra in Huyuja was a thin stream, then it is like a calm and undercurrent river at this time. Chapter 33, Trust and Yearning. At this time, Huyuja, with the help of Beng Yu, successfully opened the 8 doors and opened the door forever. For him, this is undoubtedly a happy news. At this time, Huyuja, his strength has once again improved to an incredible state, and at this moment he is only 9 years old. Suddenly Yu closed her eyes and stood in the center of the room, surrounded by mess. I saw that his face was very calm, carefully controlling the body's originally chaotic chakra flowing in the body's meridians over and over again, until they subsided. At this moment, Yu Suk slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light under his black frame. There was a smile slowly on his face, and he murmured to himself. Is the power of Bengaiyu? It is really shocking. With its existence, it doesn't seem to take too much effort to step into the shadow level. There is no doubt that the gain this time is too great. At this time, the amount of chakras in Huyuja has increased by at least 10 times compared with the previous one, and it is slightly weaker than the previous one, and it has also been greatly enhanced at this time. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed a light, it seemed to hide some unknown secrets. I saw him standing in place and shouted softly. Shuiyu, come out. As the voice fell to the ground, a beautiful and delicate figure slowly appeared around his body, on the messy floor. The compact kimono veiled her exquisite figure, her fair complexion and bright red lips set off that perfect face like a god. Xi Jinghua Shuiyu glanced at Huyuja quietly without saying a word, but in those beautiful eyes, there was a mood of utterance and cessation, always a hint of resentment. I saw her looking at herself so resentfully, and suddenly Yuja's calm face could not help but show an awkward and helpless smile, and asked softly. What's wrong with Shuiyu? Is there anything I'm not satisfied with? Why look at me like this? I heard Gu Yusuk's words, and Jinghua Shuiyu's eyes moved slightly. She seemed to be thinking about whether to say it. After thinking about it, she said quietly. Fud Yusuk, why did you borrow its power again? Her voice sounds beautiful, but it is mixed with a feeling of grievance, which is distressing. Only then did Yusuk realize that it was Beng Yu's fault. I think of it, it seems that Bengaiyu reminded Ku Yusuk to be careful about Jinghua Shuiyu when he first appeared, but after getting along with this time, Ku Yusuk understood that Jinghua Shuiyu's relationship with him would never betray him. In the beginning, Jinghua Shuiyu also seemed to stigmatize the power of Beng Yu, advising him not to think about the power of Beng Yu, and relying on her power, you could fully reach the top. But this time Yu Yusuk had to thank Beng Yu for his strength. The success of the 8-door armor and Chakra's blowout multiplication almost saved him several years. Now it seems that the rhetoric of the two of them is a lie, and they are vilifying the meaning of each other's existence. Shuiyu, you are blaming me for using the power of Bengaiyu, but, as you can see, at this time, with the help of Bengaiyu, I have increased the number of carats more than several times. For me very important. Although I don't know what contradictions you have, I still hope that you can take it for my sake and forgive it. Suddenly Yuja looked at Jinghua Shuiyu softly and said gently that he did not want Jinghua Shuiyu and Bengaiyu to continue to make such a noise, which was undoubtedly not good for him. Master Blue Dye. I dare not blame you, just that guy. That guy is not reliable, it may be the most dangerous existence for you, Master Blue Dye at the critical moment. You used to. Qi Jinghua Shuiyu's face was a little ruddy, and she said anxiously that even the title was changed to Blue Dye, but the crisp voice suddenly stopped suddenly when it came to the past. She looked at Ko Yusuk with some hesitation and regret, and seemed to feel remorse for her words and actions. But suddenly Yusuk looked at her with a slight smile, and his voice was full of magnetic openings. Shuiyu, no matter what happened before, but at this time, I believe in you, and I also believe in Beng Yu. As for the danger in your mouth, if you are there, I believe that with your ability, that kind of thing it won't appear again, are you right, Shuyu? He said, turning gently, to clean up the messy house, his back to the mirror. Hua Shuyu, he said warmly. Also, Shuyu, I still like you to call me Huizhik than Lan Ran. After listening to Huizhik's words, Jinghua Shuyu's face turned slightly red, and her chest was gently undulating, her delicate little mouth could barely control her breath. In those black eyes, as if mixed with a stream of spring water, he looked obsessively at Huyuja's back. Her voice shuddered slightly. Yes. Yes, as you said, I will never let that kind of thing happen again, hey. Huizhik. Yes. I missed it once, this time, I will definitely protect you. www.readwn.com. Even if I work with that nasty guy, I must let you achieve your ideal. What a gentle adult! I heard her say, and suddenly Yusuk did not turn around and continued to clean up the messy room, but there was a happy smile at the corner of her mouth. Whether it's Blue Dye or Huizhik, to the real me, you and Bengaiu are my most important people, and the responsibility of Shen ascending the throne will be left to me. Silent at night. Sleeping Koyusuk didn't know, the beautiful figure had been standing by his bedside, seemingly staring at his face obsessively. The smile on the corner of her mouth seemed to her that it was all her happiness, everything in life. Early morning. A ray of sunlight shed on Huyuja, heralding the beginning of a new day. Inside the squatter house, the beautiful figure had disappeared. Suddenly Yuja gently opened his eyes, feeling ample chakras and active physical energy, and a smile drew from the corner of his mouth. My life is so unreal. I have grown from the original child who was picked up by the village and survived for a few years, but in just a few weeks I have grown to where I am now. I met a few reliable friends and worshipped the mysterious big man in the village as a teacher. His strength increased rapidly and he experienced a cruel killing. Perhaps this life full of waves was what he wanted to obtain. Thinking of this, the smile on the corner of Yuji's mouth became richer. If I have a chance, I will yearn for that position. If you are there, the sky you see will be even wider. Update. Update. Seeking collection. Petition collection. Chapter 34, First Meeting with Hime. Early in the morning. After suddenly cleaning and washing, Yuzuk walked slowly towards the place agreed with Matade yesterday. With the permanent opening of the 8 doors and the opening of the middle door, he was slightly uncomfortable with his body. But his mood is still good, with a bright smile on his face. Huyuja, who walked on the streets of Muye, was naturally very popular. His brown hair was slightly dazzling in the sun, and the smile filled with sunshine filled his face infected everyone who touched him. Kao Yusuk, go to practice so early. An uncle who started to prepare for an early morning smiled and greeted Hu Yusuk. Yes, Uncle Oda, you've been out of the stall so early. Pay attention to your body. You child, rest assured, Uncle's body is still tough. Come. Eat early, and have the strength to practice after eating. Uncle said with a grin. Koyusuk is now a terrific man, how can you let Koyusuk eat your kanji? Come, Koyusuk, there is a steamed rice ball here in Jisang. Take some, but practice it's very exhausting. It's not enough to fill your stomach. At the stall next to Uncle Oda, a big uncle suddenly leaned out to greet Huyuja. In this regard, Huyuja smiled and thanked them all. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Oda and Uncle Jisang. I'm full at home, so I won't delay you out of the stall, and you pay more attention to your body. At last, he slowly walked away, after Huyuja left. Uncle Hiromi and Uncle Gisang both looked at his back with smiles, and whispered from time to time. Koyusuk is not easy. I heard that it is one of the best graduates of this ninja school. That's not it. Zaya Koyusuk grew up here from a young age, do you still not know him? Whether in character, person, or ability, Xiao Huizhik is no better than others. Such an amazing child is better than those as far as the sensible kid is concerned. Xiao Huyuja Ikyang is not a little bit. Oh! If that kid in my family can have 1/10 of Kusuk's sensible, I will die willingly. Haha! Can it be compared to Kusuk? This kid! It will be a great ninja in the future. Believe me, Oda's vision. Absolutely. Uncle Hiromi and Uncle Jisang commented on Huyuja, and he naturally did not hear it. At this time, Huyuja is walking quietly along the street, carefully familiar with his strong physical strength, and always happy with the huge increase in chakra. At this time, Kuyusuk even couldn't wait to try out how powerful the higher level ghosts can be. Suddenly, a figure in front of him stopped him. I was like a coincidence. At the same time, Huyuja straightly looked at the figure in front of him, and that figure suddenly stopped. He looked at Huyuja. I looked at the more dazzling purple long hair and the slim and enchanting devil figure, and suddenly Yusuk emerged the name of Prujna naturally in her heart. With eyes moving down. Suddenly Yusuk saw the beautiful and arrogant face. A beautiful mole was dotted at the corners of the ruddy lips, adding a little color to her solitude. Suddenly when you saw her, Yusuk almost determined that the beautiful beauty in front of her should be Captain Prujna. Shigemura Kazumi was even more surprised after seeing Kusuk. Why happened to meet this little ghost just to get up early for a short break today? And who can tell me? Why does this little ghost seem to me stronger? What the happened to this little ghost? Why do I feel this way? All these unusual things made Chicken and Mei stare at a pair of big beautiful eyes, full of suspicion and a smile on his face. Suddenly, at the same time, Yuuja suddenly said with a smile. Good morning, Captain America. Although she can't be 100% sure that she is Captain Prujna, but Koyusuk still believes in her own judgment, and the other party's subtle actions are enough to prove that she has good strength. And with this hair color, there must be only his own Prujna captain in Wei village who meets this condition. I thought of this, and Huyuja involuntarily greeted him, at least, greeted him so politely, hoping that the Captain Prujna could not be so cold to himself in the future. I heard Huyuja's greetings. Shimura and me naturally knew that their identities had been identified. I looked at the bright smile of Huyuja, but Chicken and Mei's faces were frosty, and I couldn't help getting angry. This little ghost! Are you laughing at my ability to hide my identity is too weak? What a arrogant and abominable kid! How dare you laugh? So. Her face was cold and she said coldly. Fuji Yusuk. Tomorrow. Remember to report from the routes. Your second task will be given to you and you will complete it independently. Just this time. Don't forget. Humph. He said that Chicken and Mei were walking with slender legs. It seemed difficult to endure the general and Huyuja pass by, and quickly left and disappeared on the street. Because he successfully recognized his captain, he wanted to get a good look with a polite greeting. At the moment, Huyuja was more helpless, and the smile on his face became awkward. This Captain Prujna, did you take gunpowder? Every time you see me, I feel like I offended her? Where did she offend her? I think should not be. With a look of contemplation, Kuyusuk, who has recently settled with grudges www.readwn.com, has never figured out exactly where to offend Shimura and Mei. With this question in mind, Huyuja came to the forest where he had agreed with Matet. I saw the green figure waiting here early, and suddenly Yusuk whispered softly. Sorry, Dai, I'm late. Seeing the arrival of Koyusuk, Mai Tai said with excitement, a hint of excitement mixed into his tone. No, it doesn't matter. Huyujuk, I blame me for coming too early. Last night I carefully recalled the fight with Huyujuk and found that many of your moves are really great physical skills. I thought I could learn such powerful skills. I was so excited last night that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came here early this morning. I listened to him, and suddenly Yusuk had a smile on his face. I really deserve to be a genius who is keen on physical skills. Did you think about the skills of Bida carefully last night? I can't find the subtleties in it. I can't wait to see what you can achieve after learning these skills. When thinking of this, Huyuja had a smile in his eyes and said softly to him. If you look forward to it, then wear it. Let's start now. I will teach you all the tricks of Bida by myself. How much you can learn depends on yourself. I just happened to take this opportunity to gradually adapt to the body after opening the 2 doors, where, don't let me down, do your best to let me feel your growth. When I heard Huyuja's words, Matt's eyes lighted up. Yes. Let me feel it. The superb skills of Bida. Chapter 35, Teach Bida. Matt Dai was full of excitement and the voice just dropped. Suddenly Yusuk suddenly appeared in front of him. One punch blows out. The bursting attack made Matt wear a pupil, and his body instinctively raised his arms to resist this attack. However, when the punch fell on Matt's arms, the corner of Yusuk's mouth was a smile. Boom! It's like being slammed into a train with full force. Matt's body flew back quickly. Matt in the air was incredulous. Daniele? How is this possible? Did you suddenly hide your strength when you fought with me yesterday? I saw Matt's body flying backwards a distance, and it stopped until I broke several trees and splashed a cloud of dust. I was in the midst of this smoke. Suddenly Yusuk's voice came over. Like a gentle teacher's lecture, the magnetic voice is full of thriller. Dai, can you feel the difference between this punch and ordinary punch? He was immersed in Matt Dai, who was surprised at the fact that Yusuk had hidden his strength, heard a look of confusion. The difference? Is it just that Yusuk is already teaching me the skills of Vane? He seemed to feel the hesitation of Matt Dai, and suddenly Yuja murmured with a smile. It looks like it's gone, then, Dai, just feel a few more times with your body. Didn't find the difference? It looks like I have a lot of opportunities to adapt to this power. The voice just fell. Behind Matt Dai. A strong fist suddenly hit. Matt Dai had no time to look away, and his heart was filled with deep surprise and awe. How is this possible? This speed. Boom. Matt Dai, who was once again boxed, can hardly conceal the excitement and the passion that was ignited. Like Xiao Qiang with a high morale, he quickly got up, regardless of the dust on his body, clenched his fists, and shouted with confidence in his eyes. This is the duel of physical skills. Let's attack as much as you like. I will definitely find the mystery in Urajuk. With Matt's impassioned words just landed. Boom! Suddenly Yusuk reappeared behind him quietly like a ghost, waving the knife slightly. With a tight pupil, he quickly raised his hand to block this sharp hand knife. Matt Dai flew out again. On the contrary, Kuyuja, who created all these consequences, had a mild smile on his face, and said with a smile. Well, Dai, strong willpower can allow an ordinary person to accomplish amazing miracles, and I believe more in your potential. It's a long time, let's continue. After a while, Matt Dai suffered unilateral inhumanity. The whole forest is full of stumps and broken trees, and the pitted ground is all smashed by Matt's body. I can imagine how he was treated in the hands of Huyuja. At last, after flying Might Day 198th time, Huyuja stood in the place before Might Day and gently shook the palm of his hands. The smile on his face gradually grew stronger. Have you fully adapted to the body after opening the door? This kind of powerful feeling is really good. I do not know if I will release the ghost road at this time. How many ghosts can chant? I was thinking about it under Hui's mind. Away from him. Mate Dai trembled from the ground, and the green tights on her body were already damaged in many places. He is like a poor beggar. But there was no decadence or frustration in Matt's eyes, but he was full of excitement and hope. His pair of thick eyebrows and eyes stared sharply at the position of Huyuja, but he was surprised. Isn't it? The mystery of this punch is like this. Again? It can't be wrong. I saw him rushing towards Huiyuja with confidence, seemingly ready to fight back. Seeing this scene, Huiyuja had a chuckle on his face, still very calm. Suddenly, only after images of his place. When Matt, who was galloping at a high speed, saw the sudden disappearance of Yuyusuk, he quickly guarded in all directions. Behind him, a dark shadow appeared again. Yukisuk is here by using a quick step. He once again waved a light fist towards Matt. Boom! As usual, matter flew back 199 times. But in midair, he shouted happily with a smile on his face. Fuji Yusuk. I see. The mystery of this punch is that it cannot be resisted at all. I heard his answer, and suddenly a bright smile appeared on Yuja's face. Yes, this punch is like an endless stream of rivers, no matter how you resist, it will be penetrated by the hidden strength in it. In my heart, I was very happy that Matt Day could see this through in such a short time, and suddenly Yuja looked at him softly and said. Yes, Dai, as you said, this punch is actually not a fixed move. To be precise, only when you reach the realm of entering the room under the control of strength can you easily punch this punch. The tough punching effect is actually full of waste of power in the eyes of the masters of physical training. If you want to make an unstoppable punch, you need perfect control of your strength. You probably also found out, your body is not hurt by the punches I hit, just because my punching force is perfectly controlled at a critical point. When I heard this, Mate Dai nodded his face earnestly. He just realized that his body dared not have much pain after taking so many punches. Since I saw this, then try to stop my punch. Remember, learn to use every part of the body as a weapon to resist my attack, and think carefully about what I faced you yesterday. The method used for the attack, in the next time, you will fully resist my attack. As Kuyuja said, before practicing the 8-gate armor, how could Kuyuja use his slightly weak physical strength to stiffen against Matt's perennially trained body? It is the various skills of Baita and the perfect power control that can achieve this. At this time, his strength has been turned several times, and with superb white-handed skills, he can naturally fly over and over again in the face of going straight to Matt Dai. In the next time www.readwn.com, the sound of endless trees collapse and explosion from this forest. Until the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly Yusuk walked away with ease, but a smile on his face. And behind him was Matt wearing a ragged shirt. Although his clothes were full of holes, his head was covered with dust. But he didn't care about it. The eyes on his face were extremely bright and full of energy. He is like ascetic monks can calmly face old, sick, and dead, but in front of the universal scriptures of the people, they are motivated and worshipped as treasures. At this time, after seeing the superb white battle skills in the eyes, Mate Dai renewed the fighting spirit of life like a dying traveler in the desert seeing an oasis. In his eyes, every trick of Baita surprised him. Repeatedly admired the superb ingenuity, familiarity, and thoroughness of the human body structure. One day of practice, Matt Day has learned a lot, and what he has learned today is enough for him to ponder and study for a long time. After that, the two left. However, with the teachings of Huyuja, in the mind of Mai Tai Dai, Huyuja is not just a friend and a benefactor. He is more like his life mentor, the leader on the path of forbearance. In the sunset. Suddenly Yuja walked up the street gently against the sunset, his body swayed rhythmically with the breeze, and the corners of his robes were also dancing gently. The small but straight body gives a mountainous feel. Behind Huyuja, Matt looked reverently at Huyuja's back. I was filled with deep gratitude. Chapter 36, C Group. Early the next morning. Suddenly Yusuk simply cleaned up and rushed to the base early. After a whole day of confrontation with Might Dai yesterday, oh no, it should be said that after a whole day of encounter with Might Dai yesterday, Yusuk has perfectly adapted to his physical condition after breaking the 8 doors. He tried to wake up Benyu last night, but it didn't work out, presumably because he had exhausted all his energy again and fell asleep. I am afraid that if you want to awaken Bengyu, you need to kill again to replenish your soul. If the original Huyuja was somewhat repulsive to the deprivation of others, then at this time he had figured it out after the last killing. All those who have deprived others of their lives may not have the right to pray for salvation, including him. But he is also among the dirty sinners. If he can, he wants to stand on top, even the bones and skeletons of these people. This is the thought and desire of Ju Yusuk at the age of 9, and with the help of Jinghua Shuiyu and Bengyu, he believes that this road will be easier. He carefully looked at his blood-stained hands, but suddenly Yuja smiled slightly, shook his head slightly, and then continued to fly forward and leap forward, a murmur of his voice mixed in the breeze. Standing in that position, maybe, ending this dirty era, the so-called ninja. After a short while, Yusuk suddenly came to the secret stronghold at the root. This is the third time he has been here, looking at the huge underground space, and suddenly Yuji thought involuntarily. If the residents of Muye village knew that there was such a large intelligence organization hidden under their feet, what would they think, and what exactly did the 3 generations of Naruto adults think of this root? If they allowed it to exist, what will happen to the dark parts? I'm afraid the existence of the roots has a potential deterrent to the big family in the village. I thought of this, and suddenly Yuya's mind could not help but appear Tsunade's green face, with a warm smile on his face. If it was Tsunade, there would be no bad temper in the big family. Besides, the Kishao family seemed to gradually reduce their right to speak with the passing of the second generation of adults. As for other families, such as the Uchiha family, who are full of pride and strength, they have a great potential to harm the village. I am afraid that this is the root of the real concern. Walking in the black hole of the martyrdom, although Gyuji thought about the sky, the face was a chuckle, and the thick glasses he wore covered everything, including his inner thoughts, making him look honest. Mild. When he came to a room, he quietly stayed here, waiting for Shiken and Mei to appear. Patter. Patter. As Hu Yusuk practiced with a little meditation, there was a sound of light footsteps outside. As the door rang, Hu Yuja looked at Shimura and Mei in front of her. Although both were wearing masks, they did not prevent Hu Yuja from thinking about her beautiful face. I do not know why. When I saw Kusuk, Shimura Kazumi was annoyed. Perhaps she felt the eyes that seemed to be hidden under those glasses, she was treating her with an equal status at all. I want to know that she is a genius of the Shimura family. I was embarrassed to be treated with an equal eye by this kind of little devil who could even be called a super genius, but she couldn't tell, she could only be angry. He looked at Shimura and Mei with a Prujna mask in front of him, and Hu Yuja chuckled with a smile on his face. Captain Prujna, don't know what the task was given to me today. And also, why this little ghost's voice is so nice, and always looks full of confidence, it is really irritating. Thinking of this, Shimura and Mei Lang chanted. There is no task for you, but today, you need to go and meet with the Tuanzang master. This is the request of the Tuanzang master. After all, you are a disciple of the Tuanzang master. After saying that, he turned and walked on his long legs to leave, leaving Wu Yuja with a misty face and wondering where to go. Shimura and Mei also stopped at this moment. Seeing that Koyusuk seemed to know nothing, she was a little bit reluctant to think that she had repeatedly targeted this little ghost, but he kept whispering and did not resist. Cannot help but feel that they are too small. Stopped, rarely restrained his annoyance, whispered to Yuji. Come with me. I'll take you to meet Tuanzang. After suddenly hearing Yusuk heard the soft voice of Shimura Kazumi, he slightly hesitated and couldn't believe that the Captain Prujna spoke so softly to himself. You know, before, her attitude towards herself had always been cold and arrogant, like a white swan with her head on her head. Suddenly speaking to him at this moment, it really made Hu Yuja somewhat worried. The people who are not rooted are going to do it themselves. Hiken and Mei also seemed to notice the suspicious gaze of Wiejuk, and the original white face under the mask couldn't help turning red with shame. I regret secretly what I just did. This abominable little ghost. Why did I make such a low-level mistake as soon as I met this little ghost? How could you talk in such a tone to such a arrogant imp? I must be crazy. Suddenly Yusuke saw Shimura and Mi's eyes getting colder and colder. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com also knew that his suspicion had destroyed the goodwill that the other party had shown to himself, and he couldn't help but whisper. Sorry, it's my rudeness. Please invite me first. Suddenly Yuja's apologetic answer only slightly relieved Shimura and Mimi's emotions. I didn't say much, and the two walked one after the other, walking towards the room deepest in the roots. I was in a room at the end of the road. Suddenly Yusuke saw Tuanzang again. He is still the same as the first time, but the difference is that the last meeting between the two was in Huyuja's house, but this time it was in the old nest of Tuanzang. In the eyes of Huyuja, Tuanzang's body carried a heavy twilight, which he did not like. He is like a heavy yoke, living in the world and hiding in the darkness, all of which deviates from the goal of Huyuja. However, he became Huyuja's teacher. Inside the house, a candle was burning quietly, although it shone the whole room, it was very dim. Xian Tuanzang's eyes were half open and half closed, seeming to turn a blind eye to the arrival of Huyuja. Suddenly Yuja was not patient with him and took the lead in whispering. Tuanzang teacher. I heard Huyuja's voice, and Tuanzang answered with a low voice. You're here, Fumizuke. Vol 2 Chapter 1, Make up tomorrow. Something at home will be updated tomorrow. Vol 2 Chapter 37, Conspiracy. I have heard Hime's report. According to her, your performance is very good, which is a bit embarrassing to me as a teacher, and I have never taken care of you too much. But you know, this is how ninjas live. Xi Tuanzang turned his head to Huizhuk, his voice a little dumb. At this time, his half-squint eyes had been opened, and some muddy eyes looked at Huizhuk, but he seemed to look elsewhere. Shen Sheng continued. I and Ape Fei are very different. Whether it is the decision of the village or the definition of the ninja, we have great differences. The Ape Fei is too mild. Such a wooden leaf village will gradually lose its due prestige. Suddenly Yusuke heard this, but there was a slight glance in the eyes under the lens. He did not expect that Tuanzang would tell him some of the private secrets here. I can't help but, from beginning to end, his face is respectful and gentle, and it can be said that he will be perfect for his disciples. And Tuanzang did not see the flickering light of Guyuja's eyes, and continued to take care of himself. At this time, some villages have begun to slowly show their minions. The shadows of the land of the earth, the sand of the wind, and the cloud of the thunder are not all generations. Under such a tough posture, such a weak development of Koba will be stunned by others. Fortunately, there is still time for the leaves and opportunities for the roots to develop, and you, my disciple, Huyusuke, is the key for the roots to be able to represent the rise of the leaves among these magpies. Speaking of this, I saw Tuanzang slightly squinting and staring at Huyuja, said indignantly. In the muddy eyes, it was revealed a little bit bright, seems to be brewing a very amazing plan. Suddenly, Yuji also appeared on the surface with an expression that was very in line with the present situation, seeming extremely surprised, and asked inexplicably. Teacher. What does all this have to do with me? Suddenly, Su Tuanzang glanced at the expression of surprise on Huyuja's face. He was very satisfied in his heart, but answered very seriously on his face. Kaiba needs a tough person to lead the village to its peak. Obviously, Ape Fei doesn't have such courage, but I must hide in the roots as the village's last guardian. You as mine disciple, has such potential. Suddenly he wondered slightly on Yuja's face. Potential. When he heard what he said, Tuanzang's face was very dignified, and he uttered a low voice. The potential to become the fourth generation of Naruto. When I heard this, King Xiu's face under the right frame was showing a startled expression at this time and lost her voice again. 4 generations of Naruto. How is it possible? How can I do that kind of thing? Although he seemed so shocked on the surface, in the heart of Huyuja, he secretly sneered. Sure enough, as the leader of the Roots, suddenly charged me as a disciple. Is there an amazing plan hidden behind this contrary to common sense? Presumably it is false to push me behind the scenes to become the 4th generation of Naruto, and let yourself sit in that position really. However, it is also what I want to do to become the 4th generation of Naruto. Let me quietly listen to your plan. Who will charge this make-up wedding dress at the end? Thinking of this, Huyuja's unnoticed corner of his mouth evoked a smile. Suddenly, Tuanzang opposite him was smiling slightly, and one eye looked at Huyuji gently. Rest assured, Koyusuk. As a teacher, I fully recognize your potential, and I believe that with your character and reputation, you will help you in the next 4 generations of Naruto. Although he suddenly hesitated on the right interface, Tuanzang doubted him, waved his hand to stop his mouth, and continued to speak seriously. Although you have a lot of potential in Koyusuk, and I am very optimistic about you as a teacher, but at this moment there is one thing that you must do. I heard this, and suddenly Yuja quickly focused on the incident in Tuanzang's mouth, wondering. Teacher, what do I need to do? I saw a cold light flashing in Tuanzang's eyes, his voice hoarse. Uchiha. As soon as he heard the words Uchiha, the first reaction in Yuji's mind was his blood-red eyes when he fought with Shino. Thinking of Tuanzang's impossibility to raise the family for no reason, he couldn't help but react quickly. Think. It is impossible for him to make me and the Uchiha family form a true enemy state, so that I can no longer escape from the shelter of the Roots. Sure enough, as Hoyusuk expected, Tuanzang's next words were to make him know where to go. The contradiction between you and Uchiha Tono has failed. The arrogant and stupid blood-following family wants to destroy you. The Roots have tried to help you in this matter, but it seems that the Uchiha people do not appreciate it. Now there is an opportunity for you to successfully get rid of it all. Wu Huiuja performed a slight performance on his face and asked in return, but his heart was determined. What chance? The puppet group hid in a deep voice. Presumably you have lived in the village for so long, and you generally understand the contradictions between the Nichigo and Uchiha clan. After a while, the Uchihas and Hyuga will form a squad, and the Roots will be inserted into one team to form a special 3-member squad. And among them, when you are performing a secret task, you need to solve the family's little ghosts of the Uchiha family without knowing them. If the mission is successful, the Roots will receive the help of the Japanese family, and you will provide the Japanese family with asylum and friendship in some aspects. This task is very important for you and for the Roots. www.readwn.com, do you understand? Huiuja. Suddenly after hearing these words, Yuja understood the real idea of Tuanzang. I'm afraid it is Tuanzang himself who wants to approach the Hyuga family through his conflict with the Uchiha family, and then obtain the support of the Hyuga family through some aspects of the game. Among them, killing members of the Uchiha clan to people of the same family on the same day is one of the contents of the contract. When the time comes, they will no longer transfer Uchiha's hatred to himself. After all, the Hyuga tribe is a well-deserved tribe in the Wooden Leaves village. Even the Uchiha clan cannot easily compete with them. He will never have a way back, only with the support of the Hyuga family and the Roots. Maybe one day, he can become a 4th-generation Naruto. Although Sun smiled coldly in her heart, suddenly Yujuja was thinking seriously. It seemed that she groaned after tangling for a long time. I see. Teacher. When he heard this sentence, there was a slight smile on the corner of Tuanzang's mouth, and his squinting eyes seemed to be mixed with some desired light. On the way home, suddenly Yuja faced each and every kind of villager with a stretched smile on his face, but sneered at Tuanzang's plan in his heart. At this moment, the eyes under his frame were flashing slightly, thinking properly about how to get the best benefit for himself in this plan. For a long time, he slowly conceived a plan, and a sneer of evil charm appeared in the corner of his mouth. Come on! I can't wait to see the chaos created by this slight fiddle. Really? Mirror Flower Water Moon. Vol 2 Chapter 38, Recommended Players. I was on the way back to Huyuja, but I accidentally saw a lively figure. Looking at the golden horsetail, Huyusuk hid his emotions well and greeted her with a gentle smile on her face. Tsunade, long time no see. Hearing this familiar voice, Tsunashou nodded slightly, and looked up at Huyuja. It's you. Suzusuk, I haven't seen you in a long time, how have you been? At the moment when she saw Huyusuk, her eyes became radiant at the same moment, and she quickly reached out and swung to Huyusuk, asking with great delight to Huyusuk. In this regard, suddenly Yuji smiled softly. It's not bad, how about you, as a disciple of Lord Naruto, how do you feel? Wu Gangshao seemed to feel very cold for Lord Naruto's title, and seemed to think of something bad, and waved his hands awkwardly. It's okay, but if you let the guy from Zilla answer your question, his answer is probably to be satisfied with life at this time. Is it? Seeing that the guy from here is really related to Lord Naruto, this is the best way. Huyuja smiled. He looked at Huyuja's gentle smile, and Tsunade blushed slightly, his face flushed. No. The two guys are just one stubborn. Both are stupid people who like to peep at women. Stupid stuff. If you were to join the team, you wouldn't look like this. For the roar of Tsunade, suddenly Yusuk also guessed a little, thinking of the virtues of Tajutsu, he could not help but give a slight smile to Tsunade. Let's be more considerate of them. In any case, there is always a trustworthy guy from the source, which is understandable. Speaking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but ask Haujisuk anxiously. Well, what about Yusuk? I heard you don't seem to be led by a teacher. Hearing Tsunade's words, Wyajuk didn't conceal him, and he held up his glasses and said gently. Yes, but that's news from a few days ago, now my instructor is Captain America. When I heard the title of Captain America, Tsunade was slightly puzzled. Is there any Shangni in the village called Hime? For the spirit of Tsunade's deep-seated spirit, Yusuk smiled bitterly, and can only say it again. Her full name is Shimura Kaomi. Ah! Shimura family. It was obvious that even Tsunade was surprised by the title. A person of the Shishimura family? If such a person is a teacher, as a disciple, would Ujisuk be forced to be involved in the struggle between the families? Would you like to remind Wyajuk? There was a lot of thought in Wu Gang's palm at the moment, and he was worried about the situation of Uyuja. At this time, Tsunade's face looked very worried and tangled. As a child who grew up in the famous family, she naturally heard about the style of some large families, so she was worried that Yusuk would be targeted by other families. I saw her looking at Huyuja seriously, she cried. Wu Yusuk, if you also agree, I will ask the elders at home for help so that you can change to another instructor. You know, Zhikan's family is not so famous in the village. Some people who are hostile to it may put this hatred on Shikan on you. I do not agree with this, and you plan to use the conspiracy of Tuanzang to steal a beam. And he also believes in the existence of the mirror flower water moon, some hidden heads and tails he will not fear at all. Then he smiled and looked at Tsunade. It's okay, Tsunade, haven't you understood me yet? I won't do things without confidence. Even in the face of many dangers, I still believe that it will bring me enough value. When I heard this, Tsunade knew how to persuade Kusuk to no avail. He could only quietly firm up an idea in his heart. If anything happened to Kusuk, he must let the Qian Shao tribe come forward to relieve him of the crisis. The mission's set departure time is the day after tomorrow. Until now, Kusuk even did not know exactly what the mission was to do. The next day, after purchasing supplies for some missions, Koyusuke found Shimura and Mei. Both were in common costumes and did not hide their identities. Suddenly Yuji kept smiling, and spoke first. "Hey, Captain America, I don't know if our team members are just me. Are there any other reserve players?" Shi-kun and Mei, who couldn't keep a good mood in front of Huyuja, now kept calm and boiled a pot of tea calmly. Between tea and tea, her fair face with long purple hair, tall body and thin long legs made her show a feminine charm between her hands and feet. But after hearing Huyuja's words, her brow frowned slightly, adding a touch of anger to this calm and elegant atmosphere. "What's wrong, Yusuke? Are you dissatisfied with staying in such a team?" As soon as I finished speaking, she regretted it. Why did this little ghost make me angry? Are we both hated?" Suddenly Yusuke could hear the dissatisfaction in her voice, and instead of busy explaining, she smiled and tasted the fresh tea first. I slowly swallowed the tea in my mouth, and the bitterness of the tea brought back the bitter sweetness and flavor of the tea. www.readwn.com Huyuja softly praised. "You must have spent your tea ceremony skills with Captain America for many years now. The sweetness and deliciousness of tea make people feel sweet and fragrant. This taste can be described as beautiful and shows the power of your tea ceremony." Hearing Huyusuke's praise, his praises are obviously very useful to Shimura and Mei, who have always been eclipsed in front of Huyusuke. However, she couldn't do the flat and clear look she wanted to keep, because of the sound of admiration of Huyuji's magnetism. Lechikin and Mei's ears slightly red. Thanks to this tea steamer, she was able to conceal her embarrassment, and Koyuja did not notice this detail. "Continue softly. I have a choice and would like to recommend him to join the team, but you should also know that I will complete the route task tomorrow and have no time to deal with this matter. If you think it is appropriate, you can pay attention to that person." When I heard this, Shimura and me knew about Huyuja's coming. She knew that Koyuja was about to do a route task, and her uncle didn't tell her what the task was. She didn't feel trouble about Yusuke's request. Instead, she was curious about the candidate recommended by Huyusuke. What kind of person will make this guy care? Well, there is no problem. If the inspection is appropriate, I will apply for him to join my team, but you should know the route confidentiality code. Joining us also means joining the routes. I don't think this should be a problem. If you can, I'll trouble you. His name is Matet. Suddenly Yusuke said softly. Vol 2 Chapter 39, Daughter of Daimyo. In the early morning of the next day, Koyuja came to the roots early, wearing a faint blue mask on his face. After all, this time he was traveling as a route-dyed blueprint. While on the road, Koyusuke carefully considered what the operation was about, but unfortunately, there is too little known intelligence information, and it is impossible to infer what the specific goal of the mission is. As for Might Day, presumably Shimura and Mei should act today. With Might Day's strength, he is very relieved. Regarding the members of the squad, Might Day was definitely a reliable partner, so he recommended him to Shimura and Mei. And only in the presence of such a knowledgeable companion, Yusuke was relieved to do something else. I waited for a while at the stronghold, and soon the root ninja brought the other two team members together. I was two teenagers. They also each wear a mask. However, according to some brief introductions, Koyusuke still knew who belonged to the Uchiha family and who belonged to the Hyuga family. The next day's family wore a bird-faced mask, codenamed. Another Uchiha family is wearing a twisted eye pupil mask, codenamed Pupil. 3 people after a brief introduction. The root ninjas introduced them to this mission. After hearing this mission action, Koyusuke and the other 2 underbearing teenagers couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Ms. Yuko, who is the daughter of the country of fire, Shijima Yano, wants to find a group of ninjas of the same age as her own sparring target. Under such requirements, Mue village naturally cannot be perfunctory. Moreover, this is a task proclaimed by Daming himself after all, and naturally the chosen ninja of the same age will not just be as easy as sparring. I am afraid that the protection of Ms. Yuzai's safety is also covered, so they specifically approved this special team. This is the specific task and action. After you arrive at the King of Fire, someone will naturally welcome you. Specific instructions will naturally explain to you at that time. The Tuanzang master has explained it. This time, Lan Ran was the leader. After the ninja in the roots finished speaking, he turned and left. I left Kuyuja and others still digesting this mission message. At this moment, suddenly Yu Yusuk frowned slightly, thinking about the role played by Tuanzang in this mission. If it is only to protect the daughter of Daimyo, it is absolutely impossible to use the character of Tuanzang. Presumably it must be what agreement Tuanzang and the name of the country of fire have reached. According to Kuyusuk's understanding, each election of Naruto requires 6 names to vote, and Shijima Yuki is undoubtedly the one with the most power to speak. Thinking of the names of Uchiha, the Hyuga family, and the Kingdom of Fire involved in this mission, Uesuke narrowed his eyes slightly, and it seemed that things were getting more and more interesting. I glanced at the 2 teenagers around me, and seemed to have no desire to continue communication, so their team immediately set off for King City, the central city of the country of fire. And this is the first time Uesuke led the team. The Kingdom of Fire, Wangcheng. In a luxurious palace, on a wide training ground with wooden floors. A very cold-looking girl was holding a wooden knife in her hand, waiting to face the adult warriors on the opposite side. She was wearing training clothes, and the sweat on the slender white neck slightly dampened her hair and stuck it on. Ah! 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 Several tall adult warriors roared and rushed towards her. Suddenly, I saw a flash of yellow light and shadow in the girl's hands. Click! Click! The wooden knives in the hands of several adult warriors broke apart, and everyone covered their vital points and fell to the ground mourning continuously. Suddenly, the girl took a long breath and slowly put down the wooden knife. The young girl standing aside saw this, and immediately brought up a clean towel, waiting for the young girl to wipe her sweat. Suddenly, the girl gently wiped the fragrant sweat on her body and said softly, "Tell my father, take down these guys, even my blow can't resist, what use is such a guy beside me?" Her voice was cold and crisp, very sweet. Black Eyes looked at it for a moment, and she seemed to think of something, and gently threw the towel to the maid on the side, and she said again, "Isn't the ninjas that my father arranged last time? I am more and more interested in these ninjas. It is said that the samurai are vulnerable to strong ninjas. I do not know if this statement is true of His Royal Highness Yuzai, the leaves of the ninja should be coming. Besides, is it possible to fight against the army of daimyo even if the ninja is powerful? You still have to listen to your highness, so your highness is your best." I heard that the subordinates slipping beards patted their horses, but Shizimiutsi did not show a smile on his face, thinking of the helpless expression when his father's large population mentioned the ninja. However, in the eyes of Yuzhizi and Yuzai, a strange light shone. She knew that the might of the ninja could really fight the entire army with one person. Yuuganshu www.yuuganshu.com. This ability is almost beyond her imagination, so she is eager to know what is the difference between a ninja. On the way to the Kingdom of Fire. Suddenly Yuja and others haven't stopped, they keep rushing towards Wangcheng. At this moment, in the team suddenly said, "Captain Blue Dye, it seems to have reached the site of Wangcheng." I heard this, and suddenly Yusuk also stopped his pace, and gave him a slight glance at the corner of his eyes. Looking forward, this place is a standing forest. How did he find out that he was about to reach the King City? It seems that this should be a certain ability of the Hyuga family, but it is good. From his words, it can be judged that he seems to be more inclined to me. It seems that this guy should have been told to kill Uchiha. The pupils of the Uchiha family heard this with a skeptical glance, but said nothing. The two looked at Huyuja. At this time, Suddenly Yusuk whispered softly. So, go ahead and hand in with the ninjas in the King City early, it is also convenient for us to perform the task. I said, the three are on the road again. Of course, the three of them all have their own thoughts. I thought of this, and suddenly Yuji could not help but show a smile. It is really an interesting task. There is no task execution time and no trust between teammates. What exactly will happen during the task? Is it the end of the task on the condition that the Uchiha family is killed? Teacher Tuanzang Tibetan, what kind of road have you arranged for me? What role will you play in it? Vol 2 Chapter 40, Drama, 1. Sure enough, after a long journey, Huyuja and others came to the city of the Kingdom of Fire. Compared with the monotony of Muye village, the prosperity of Wangcheng is more suitable for the subjects of the country of fire. The traffic on the streets was crowded, and the townspeople's trade was very convenient. Although it was just after the war was over, everything in King of Fire seemed to have not been affected by the war. I found the famous city in the City of Kings. After Huyuja and others introduced their intentions, they were received by the fire-famous name Shijima Yano. From the appearance, Shijima Yano looks like an affable middle-aged fat man. Although he was wearing luxurious clothes, there was no arrogance held by ordinary nobles between words and deeds. Instead, he spoke in harmony with Huyuja and others. He did not take any interest in Kuo Yusuk and others because of their youth, and did not show any blunders in the reception. They were treated as distinguished guests. This approach made Kuo Yusuk and others very impressed. Suddenly, Yusuk's frame was slightly twinkling with strange eyes, and he secretly speculated about the behavior of Daming. Is it necessary to be so kind to us as a big name? Is he trying to show good intentions to the roots or to the Japanese and Uchiha clan? How much does Tuanzang want to unite the Japanese to the Uchiha clan plan? His face did not reveal his inner thoughts at all, and he spoke respectfully and politely to Daming. After a while, Shijima Yano apologized for leaving, and they were taken to a gorgeous palace. At this time, Huyuja and others also saw their mission goal, this time's Hizimiutsi. When Hizimiutsi looked up and saw the three of Huyuja, she could not help raising her two eyebrows slightly, and her eyes pierced coldly to others like Huyuja. Looking at Huyuja and others who were obviously young, she asked coldly the kneeling maid. This is the wooden leaf ninja that my father arranged for me? Isn't Wooden Leaf Village so attached to my highness so much that he sent 3 little ghosts? He said, a little angry, tossed off his sleeves, and walked towards his inner room gloomily. I looked at this big-named girl who lost her temper, and Huyuja and others were all crying. Obviously you are not just a girl yourself? I'm so embarrassed to call others a kid. In particular, Huyuja was crying and laughing, and thought helplessly in his heart. I can't help but think about it too much. The purpose of Tuanzang is to simply send myself and others to help this somewhat wayward princess as a companion and bodyguard. However, it was okay. After Shizimiutsi's willful departure, several people were temporarily arranged to rest. Anyway, they will be around this princess at this time in the next time, there is no worry at all. The 3 of them's houses are side by side and are independent. Each of them returned to their own room, and Kusuk began to refine chakra and the 3rd door that hit the 8 doors. The time of cultivation is always fast. After Huyusuk woke up from cultivation, the night has come. I was just ready to go out and find something to eat. In his persecution of persecution, he felt that a large number of people surrounded them. At this time, and Hitomi in the house next door also suddenly came to say, Captain Blue Dye, we are surrounded. I felt the large number of visitors, and Huyuja was not too worried. He quietly instructed Dao Ei to protect the daughter of Daming first, and then carefully thought about who actually dared to send so many people to attack Damingfu. However, a word of reminded him. I saw that he frowned and said something strange. However, those attackers seemed to be holding wooden knives in their hands, not iron knives. Strange. I said this, Suddenly Yusuk reacted immediately. Would this be the daytime dame daughter to find someone to deal with them, or to test them? Softly said to Hitomi. Don't kill yourself later. If I guess correctly, the other party is probably a samurai invited by Ms. Yuzai, and maybe it's just that Ms. Yuzai's order is to teach us. I was a little unbelievable about Ho Yusuk's words. Have sent so many manpower just to teach them, is that Her Royal Highness the Princess a fool? But the wooden knives in the hands of the outsiders couldn't help them not believe it, and the youth's anger was immediately stirred. I was just some samurai with wooden products, really underestimated them. Suddenly all three of Yusuk wore masks and walked out of the house without any hassle and looked at the group of adult warriors who surrounded the whole house. At this time, looked at a place and said to Huyuja. Captain Blue Dye, Miss Yuzai is on the tall building over there. It seems that these samurai are really just what she has learned to teach us. What should we do? When I heard what he said, Hitomi was unbearable, and said angrily. What else can we do? Since she is so despise about ninjas, then we will fight this group of samurai thoroughly. Let her see how our strength is. I ignored him and just looked at Yusuk, trying to get his opinions. Since knowing that everything is a prank of this Miss Yuzai, Yusuk is naturally indifferent, but in order to better get along with the princess in the future, he decided to do it once and for all. Suddenly Yusuk didn't answer, took a step forward slightly, a smile drew from the corners of his mouth, and watched the crowd present. His right hand slowly pulled the essence of Hua Shuiyu from his waist. Break it, mirror flower water moon. With his murmur, all the people present seemed to see a ray of light flashing across the sword. Then, Yuja stepped slowly towards Her Royal Highness Princess Jailu. At this time, the warriors of this group also started to attack at Koyuja and others. Although they were a group of fallen warriors, their physical skills were undoubtedly more powerful. Heiji and Hitomi as well as Blue Dye are also struggling to cope with so many warriors. Suddenly, among the people in this chaos, Huyuja's mouth smiled with a chuckle, and he walked easily and comfortably like walking after the rain. No one seems to see him, as if the whole world has forgotten him. Above the tall buildings. At this time, Ms. Yuzai was eating delicate refreshments with her delicate little mouthfuls www.readwn.com while admiring the battles of Hitomi and Blue Dye. However, she is not demeaning them, but she carefully observes the ninja battle and discovers the essence of it. I saw that under the siege of so many warriors, the three ninja imps were able to fight with ease. She could not help but sigh slightly. Oh, sure enough, the ninjas have their arrogance. Even a few little ghosts can do this. Your Highness Yuzai, what did you find? It doesn't matter how I look at them. If this is the case, Your Highness can easily do it. A maid asked. I don't know what the ninja's strength is in their weird ninja skills. A few of them are physically comparable to samurai. If they release ninjutsu, these warriors will be immediately beat. At this time. Pa. Miss Yuzai, thank you for your praise of the ninja. Aside from her, there was a soft applause and the magnetic sound of Yuja. For a moment, Shizume Yuzai was terrified by the sudden applause on her side. Chi Bai's forehead turned out a little cold sweat. When? How could anyone be here? And one of the maids next to her looked at the sudden appearance of Ho Yusuk next to His Royal Highness with a horrified look. P.S. I saw Huyuja looking at the corners of the people's lips and gently smiling. If you want to step on the ants without breaking them, the strength is difficult to grasp. Leave your noble collection and precious recommendations. Remember, we are invincible in front of us. Vol 2 Chapter 41, Joke, 2. I saw Huyuja sitting on the seat beside Shizume Yuzai and applauding gently. He looked at Miss Yuzai with a smile on his face. The jade next to him looked like a frightened rabbit at this moment, staring at the black and white big eyes and panicking suddenly at Koyusuk who suddenly appeared beside him. This lovely expression makes the smile on Guyuja's face thicker. It's hard to imagine that this cute expression of panic and frustration like a bunny can be made by the wayward princess of the wayward princess just when they met in the morning, which makes Hu Yusuk funny. With the hypnotic effect of Jinghua Shuiyu, everyone who has seen his interpretation will no longer be able to escape this eternal cage, and their five senses are completely dominated by Kuyusuk. In other words, what Kujisuk wants them to see, what they will see, what Kujisuk wants them to hear, what they will hear. They only need to see the initial solution once, and they will always get into this nightmare. At this moment, I saw the tearful expression on Zhizi Miutsi's face, her hand trembling and pointing at Huizhuk. She seemed to want to say something wronged. Suddenly, I saw her slamming her fingers together. Ling Ling stroked away to the right of Hu Yuja's neck. The expression of weeping tears on his face had long been replaced by coldness and indifference, and there was a scornful smile on the corner of his mouth. Is this the ninja too? You are too confident. Pay some price for your pride. In the moonlight, a faint and transparent object between her fingers reflected the sharp luster. The waitresses on the sidelines were all surprised to see the princess's sudden counterattack. However, the next picture shocked their eyes again. I saw that Zhizi Miutsi's sharp and decisive attack hit the blank air under the eyes of everyone. The empty drop feeling almost made it difficult for her to control her body, and she leaned forward. And her face was full of incredible expressions. How is this possible? How could that guy disappear before my eyes? Aside, the situation that the maids saw in their wide eyes was that suddenly Ujisuk's body suddenly disappeared at the moment of being hit, and then she appeared in a dignified manner behind His Royal Highness. I saw Muizhik waved the scabbard of Jinghua Shuiyu gently and placed it on the slender neck of Zhizi Miutsi. She slightly supported her leaning posture. He looked at Shizume Yuzai's face full of surprise. He smiled and said, "Miss Yuzai, let your men and women stop. After all, we were sent by Muye village. If Daming knew that you were entertaining us like this, I am afraid you will also be punished." Suddenly Yusuk's voice was very slow but full of magnetism, but his voice fell into the ground with an unquestionable feeling. Zhizi Yuzai-han looked at the mask on his face coldly, and seemed to remember Muyuja deeply. "Let them stop," she commanded to her men with some anger. Suddenly, Yusuk looked at all this quietly, not seemingly attentive. Although Her Royal Highness's strength is good and her acting skills are very good, in his eyes, all this is nothing more. I was so impressed by the pitiful, weeping tears that she pretended to look like, really like a big-eared rabbit. I thought about this, and suddenly Yuji could not help but smile. I seemed to have heard the light laugh of Hu Yusuk, and Zhizi Miutsi stared angrily at this person who could subdue him instantly. Such a humiliating record made her helplessly angry at Hu Yuja. Of course, she is not the kind of person who has no measure. If she just wanted to prove that her strength was not worse than the so-called ninja. Suddenly Yusuk's performance shocked her deeply. Is this the power that the ninja can show? She couldn't help but think, under this weird power, is it really useful for the army to face ninjas? Hello. What's your guy's name? I admit it. You are very strong. Although very embarrassed, Shiji Miutsi stared at Hu Yuja without hesitation. Blue Dai, Miss Yuzai, just call me Blue Dai. I think after fighting tonight, Miss Yuzai should know our strength, then, please let us stay with you from tomorrow. Hu Yuja whispered softly. He only smiled a little at this somewhat scheming princess. I soon withdrew. Some of the samurai siege outside the house were lying on the ground and carried away. Nyan Urji and Hitomi were not harmed in this degree, but they all looked at Koyusuk, who magically resolved the matter. Suddenly, they all felt incredible about Hu Yusuk's strength. This guy. When did you leave during the battle? Why didn't you notice the movement of this guy? All of this, of course, Yusuk will not explain to them. In a delicate room, Zhizi Miutsi had some insomnia. Her beautiful eyes widened and flashed a little bit of light. She was lying on a wooden couch, and she repeatedly remembered the moment when she attacked Muizhik. Thinking about the free-spirited figure as if playing with a child, she easily avoided her sharp attack. No, I'm afraid the word sharp in front of him is just a joke. Unfortunately, he acted in surprise in front of him. You read the book www.yuyugonshu.com. I'm afraid he has seen through his acting skills for a long time, and thinking of this, Shizimiutsu couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Arrogant guy. However, it seems to be more interesting tomorrow. The next day. Early in the morning, Shizimiutsu received them again. At this time, Shizimiutsu faced the unruly waywardness before the three of Yuuja had long been gone, and she was calm, and looked at the crowd with a smile, as if it wasn't her who looked disgusted at them yesterday. I have to say that Shizimiutsu is still very good as a daughter of a big name. At least her looks are very touching. Long eyelashes, beautiful eyes, and cherry-like mouth. If you say that Yuuji has not seen her wayward temper tantrums and pretending to be pitiful but attacked secretly, you may be deceived by her performance today. As for now, seeing her performance, under the mask of Yuuja just smiled slightly. He wanted to see what the Lady Yuzai had planned. As if feeling the smile of Yujisuke, Shizume Yuzai no longer acted hypocritically. I watched the three whispered her request. I am actually very interested in ninjutsu. My father's name is a country of fire, although he has immortal power, but this is not what I like. What I want is to surpass ordinary people, and you show the power I seek. After finishing speaking, Yu Guang in the corner of her eye also gave a special glance at Yusuke. Among the three, she believes that this blue dye must be a very powerful guy. He can prove his ability just by being able to reach his side among the crowd without any noise. Nope. You can find the book at the bottom of the two-dimensional channel. Yep. Recommended location. Very good. Pass by, don't forget to collect it. The results must be bright this week. Seek collection. Please recommend. Vol 2 Chapter 42, Practice. For Shizimiutsu, the ninja's magical power is what she longs for. If she admired the power of the samurai before, but after she slowly learned the samurai sword skills thoroughly, she found that the power of the samurai was not enough to meet her needs. The samurai warrior cannot be hostile to an army with one person's strength, but the ninja can do it. She wants to hold her destiny. Therefore, she wanted to be exposed to the magical power of ninjutsu. She whispered again. I know that as ninjas in Wei village, you naturally have to abide by the regulations in the village. You must not pass on ninjutsu, but you can always give pointers. Koji Shimizu's eyes gently glanced at the masked Koyusuke and continued. Although it is vulgar to say this, but I still want to tell the three, your father will probably pay your village 500,000 yuan for this task. I have saved a lot of money over the years. If you can take on this extra task to train me to the level of a ninja, you will get another 5 million to remuneration in my friendship. Shizimiutsu said softly, but there was a smile on the corner of her mouth, and she had a slight confidence in her tone. Confidence is not only in his own talent, but also in this price. 25 million is not a small number. If it is on the black market, it will be enough to buy many zongni, even Shangni's lives. And her request is very simple, just let a few little ghosts guide her, even if it is Kaimai village. I am afraid that they will agree to such a transaction. Will you agree, Blue Dye? Her gaze glanced at Huyuja's body gently. These 5 million were opened for him. In her feelings, Lan Ran's strength should not be as simple as the surface, and the reason why she offered such a high price is simply to believe her instincts. Despite being ninjas, it was clear that when Hitomi heard the number of 2.5 million, they took a slight breath. He is simply teaching ninjutsu, and besides, the other party is Her Royal Highness the daughter and princess of the Kingdom of Fire. I suppose the village will agree. But they still looked at Huyuja. After all, Huyuja was the captain of this mission. In this regard, Huyusuke is naturally indifferent, and responded with a smile. Since Miss Yuzai's words, I'm afraid the village will not blame us for teaching ninjutsu. We took on this task. After Yuzuk's words fell, everyone else was very satisfied. Everyone likes things that can complete tasks and earn extra money. Koji Shimizu also smiled slightly, but her eyes were straight to the mask of Huyuja. Hyun noticed her gaze and suddenly Yuji turned her head slightly and looked at her. The two eyes looked at each other slightly, but each of them had their own intentions and kept their hearts open. A wide forest. A stream waterfall above the tall mountain rocks descended from the sky, splashing snow-white water. Many guards are guarding here. Hizuyuzai wearing training clothes faced the rushing waterfall without fear, standing in front of the waterfall, facing a splash of water, holding a wooden knife in his hand and chopping attentively. Her movement is very slow, but there is a hint of movement implying the laws of nature. What? I saw her drink loudly, and the wooden knife in her hand suddenly rose from a slow speed to a dazzling white light. In a flash. I did not know how many times the wooden knife in her hand was wielded. As she slowly withdrew the knife back to her waist, she spit out a slight breath from her chest and abdomen. A large carp, whose fins and tails have been cut off by a knife, stared at the horrified pair of eyes and landed on the shore. On the shore, Huyuja, who was leaning quietly in the shade of the tree to refine chakra, saw a slight smile behind the scene. If you say those things without roots, it is good to simply enjoy this leisurely time, but thinking of the heavy task, the smile on the corner of Yuji's mouth cannot help but slightly cold. Hello. Lan Ran, how is my performance with this knife? Has it reached the state you said? I slowly came to the shore, and the wet Shizimiutsi looked at Huyuja and said happily. Well, this fish should taste better than it was a few days ago and leave it to you. Miu Yusuk did not answer her question directly, and then smiled and replied after glancing gently at the carp breathing heavily. I heard Hu Yusuk's answer, but Shizimiutsi showed a happy expression, and then happily prepared to grill the fish himself. Under the teachings of these days, she felt that what Yuja taught was a new world that she had never seen before. To this day, she still remembers that when she heard that Koyusuk was going to teach herself to be chopped, she was very dissatisfied that she had realized the samurai kendo even better than most samurai. He even disdained what the guy said, but he just spoke the next sentence gently. There is no end to the way to chop the road, and the knife is rough waved, even a child can do it. However, have you ever really cut yourself? The words came to the ground. When this guy took a step forward and waved his face lightly, all his opinions were overturned. I can't see how many knives this guy shot at that moment. After the moment of silence, the giant tree in front of my eyes seemed to be accurately removed from the building blocks. Staggered like the exact same canine teeth. Heavy trees sank deeply for a while, but still tenaciously survive. The scars on the trunk were almost invisible. Every gap is filled perfectly. It's like the perfect artwork made by the most demanding craftsman. At that moment, in addition to being deeply shocked, Shizimiutsi couldn't help feeling shame on her face. I am afraid that the sword technique that I am proud of is like a child in the eyes of the other. Since then, Shizimiutsi was full of awe at Huyusuk, who appeared to be young in a mask. She believes that her 5 million is definitely worth the money. This guy, is it really just Shimano of Kobamura? This point, no matter how good Shizuyuzai is. If the ordinary level of wood leaves has such a level, I am afraid that the country of fire has already become a unique country on this land. On the flames www.readwn.com, the flame slowly roasted the large carp, slowly rising the unique aroma of the grilled fish. Suddenly Yusuk gently separated the fish and was half of Shizumeyuzai. As the princess of the country of fire, Shizimiutsi has never done anything to serve others, let alone grilled fish. This is the first few days after she saw Koyusuk's grilled fish, she had to ask Koyusuk to teach her. Shizimiutsi was very intelligent, and naturally she would learn about such things. After stunning, Yusuk never grilled the fish by himself, every time I made it with Yuzai himself. With the skill, the taste of grilled fish is getting better and better. Since these short days, Shikigami has learned chop from Koyusuke, learned body techniques from Ju, and learned ninjutsu from Hitomi. Through these days of mutual observation, everyone also gained some understanding of each other. What Hitomi is proficient at is fire ninjutsu, and are proficient in melee physical skills. The strange attack method is really bright in the eyes of Huyuja, can't help but sigh the uniqueness of the physical flow of the son to the family. As for Koyusuke, this guy is a lot mysterious. Both Hitomi and Ji have a little respect for Koyusuke. Of course, in the past few days, Shikigami spent the most time with Huyuja. After all, she has practiced to gather enough chakras, and in her heart she always firmly believes that Huyuja's strength is hidden. As Her Highness Princess naturally has her careful thoughts, so she is next to Huyuja every day, just like a little tail, she can't brush off. But suddenly Yusuke did not take these to heart. The days passed, just like this. Vol 2 Chapter 43, Assault. There was a gentle wind from my ears, bathed in the warm sunshine from the sky, and Huyuja was lying on the green grass with a pleasant smile on his face. Rarely enjoyed this short rest, which made him very happy. In a blink of an eye, it was almost a month since Huyuja came to the King of Fire. I do not know how Tsunade is still coming from? With the personality of those guys, I am afraid that they are struggling for hard work at this time. I could not help remembering the beautiful figure with a golden yellow horsetail, the girl who had stood in front of him with confidence and promised to be a female Naruto. Suddenly, a slender hand on the side suddenly appeared in front of Yusuke's mask to interrupt his thoughts. Suddenly Yusuke looked gently. I saw Jinghua Shuyu in a shower kimono frowning at this moment, with a look of unhappiness on my face. I looked at Huyuja and said, "Yusuke, you are thinking about others again." In this regard, suddenly Yuja could not help but smile slightly. Since he came here, his contact with Jinghua Shuyu has become more and more frequent, and he has become more and more proficient in the use of Jinghua Shuyu and some ghost ways. "Shuyu, I just miss my friends. After all, it's been almost a month since I left the village." Seeing the unhappy look of Jinghua Shuyu, Yusuke can only explain softly. After all, in his eyes, it seems that the recent Shuyu has become more and more strange. After hearing Yuji's soft explanation, Jinghua Shuyu's expression eased. In fact, since Beng Yu fell asleep, she intends to get along with Yusuke in another way. Instead of standing behind him as before, she wants to stay with him. However, this kind of thing is very difficult for the beheaded sword. Even if it is Jinghua Shuyu, it can only appear for a while every day. At this time, blue dye. I succeeded. A chirping noise mixed with the girl's excitement disturbed the two here. I saw Shikigami with a happy smile on his face, and a huge grass carp more than 1 meter long was dragged in his hand. I came here, looking at Huyuja with a proud expression. Jinghua Shuyu stood on the spot and gave her a slight glance. There was no expression on the delicate little face, and she slowly disappeared into place. Suddenly Yusuke narrowed his eyes and carefully watched this huge grass carp dragged on the ground. When he saw that there was no scar on the fish, the eyes under his mask could not help but slightly surprised. Everyone has their own choppy. This is a person's instinctive power for attack. In the world of death, the power of the heart is turned into a sword. Killing, madness, deception, cruelty, fear, checks and balances, tenacity. All inner emotions mean a form of inner expression. But this ideology can be transformed into a unique physical form through the understanding and training of Kodo. Suddenly Yusuke's form of beheading is absolute control within a range. Even if it is subtle to the extreme, he can feel and touch it. In this area, he is like magnifying all his perceptions several times. Can easily think about dodging all conventional physical attacks. He didn't think of it, but just taught the princess training method to Her Royal Highness, and she could really figure out the realm of getting started. Seeing this fish in front of him without any trace of chop, he lost his vitality, and suddenly Yusuke was surprised. Although it is not certain what form of her beheading is, there is no doubt that Shizimiutsi is a genius. Real genius. How? Lan Ran, have I reached the realm of choking? I saw Shizumeyuzai looking forward to Huyusuk, looking forward to hearing a satisfactory answer from his mouth. Suddenly Yusuk sinks his surprise into his heart, raising his head and smiling slightly. Yes, Yuzai, you have already reached the threshold of choking, which is really amazing. When I heard this, I saw Shizumeyuzai showing a very happy smile on her face, looking at Huyuja proudly. Well, I said that a long time ago, these are just some simple and easy things for me, but Lan Ran, thank you for your teaching, thank you very much. Although his words were smug with a slight smile, the tone of thanks was particularly sincere. Suddenly Yusuk gave a slight glance at her as she continued to train her scarred palm day and night, and smiled a little. A really dishonest child, even if you are a princess, are you willing to fight for your own destiny? However, this time, His Highness Xi men brought some bad news. The news is from the warrant of Daiamichi Shijimino. It is said that Daimyo got some information. In recent days, a group of ninjas wanted to conspiracy against Shizimiutsi, so they sent many attendants to defend Shizimiutsi. On the other hand, he arranged for these people to Yuzai back to Damingfu. Seeing this warrant, Shizumeyuzai's face changed from the previous smile to become indifferent and cold. I know. She said coldly. He seems to have returned to His Royal Highness Yuzai a month ago. Suddenly, Yusuk just stood aside and looked at it all as an outsider. The lack of information made it impossible for him to determine what caused the situation. Sorry, Lan Ran, I need you to send me back to Daming House. I saw Miss Yuzai expressing her lack of interest, as if she had no previous energy. In response, Hu Yusuk only replied softly. It doesn't matter, this is my task. Kong's full magnetic voice is as gentle as ever. Question. I saw Shizumeyuzai muttering to herself, and turned away without looking back. Suddenly Yusuk saw this scene, and a strange light shone in the eyes under the frame. Hitomi and Hitomi who got the news also came one after another. Everyone guarded Shizimiutsi and rushed to Damingfu. Tokaji village, outside a family settlement. At this time, Matet was busy cleaning and wiping a delicate room full of fighting spirit. Here. Here. And here. Be sure to clean it up when Teacher Hime comes back. After all, this is a task that Teacher Hime worked hard for me. Youth. That's how to complete every task with confidence and high spirits. I saw Matt wearing up and down on the house. www.readwn.com. If you look closely, you will find that each of his moves is very accurate. Even though he wore heavy wristbands, he did not hurt the surface of the house in the slightest. At this time, Shimura Hemi, who had a purple hair, returned to her home. Mr. Hime. I have completely wiped the house. Even the tiles have not been missed. Hiken Hime's face is still beautiful, but at this time, his face was full of perfunctory expressions and said to Matet. Well. I know, this is the reward for your mission this time. Well, go back to rest early, keep your spirits up, and we will take a big action when the Gyuji returns. Hi. Teacher May. Finished. It disappeared like a gust of wind. Looking at Matt's windy figure, Shimura and May could not help but show a helpless expression. What a terrible guy. Lying on the bed, Shimura and me could not help thinking of these days. Is this horrible Matet really a freshman from ninja school? It is said that such a ninja school almost missed. It is really irresponsible. It's time to respond to your uncle. But with this guy's acting style, is it really suitable to enter the route? I blame that little ghost. Does it take so long for a mission? It hasn't returned yet. Lying in bed, Shi-kun and Mei soon fell into a dream. In the dream, she seemed to see the nasty guy with a chuckle. Vol 2 Chapter 44, Fangs Appear. I was on the way to the famous palace. Suddenly Yusuke thought carefully about the occurrence of this sudden situation, and what it might represent. His Royal Highness Shiuyuzai, Daimyo, the incoming ninja, and Tuanzang. Suddenly Yusuke intuitively thought that the warrant sent by Daming at this time might be related to Tuanzang. After all, Tuanzang could not let him stay with his Royal Highness again. He killed the Uchiha family, that is, Hitomi, and promoted the cooperation between the Hyuga family and Roots. This is also the expectations of Tuanzang. So, this big-name warrant is likely to be an opportunity. Yun Yuan's first reaction outside the city was to run to Damingfu. However, what if the news was passed to Daimyo by Tuanzang? With the character of group possession, this kind of thing will surely be done without leaking, so the ninja who attacked one side most likely also got the news. If someone asks when, is most likely to be attacked by a ninja? Any ninja will learn at the ninja school. Under the situation of unequal intelligence, ninjas who have more information will take the initiative in any situation. An early ambush attack is the most direct manifestation of the dominant party in the intelligence war. Under Yu Yalan's mask, under the thick frame of Yuja, black eyes flashed a deep cold. At this time, he already had a vague guess in his heart, but he could not say to everyone present, because, this is also the opportunity he needed. There is no sound in the quiet forest, it seems that death has come here. When the crowd came to the middle of a forest, suddenly, the ground in front of it seemed to have been hollowed out. His Majesty Yuzai's hands were caught before he could dodge. Ah! Ah! As soon as the screaming sounded, I heard a few bangs and bangs. That's the sound of a detonation. Suddenly Yuji's eyes narrowed slightly, and sure enough, this intelligence was a counter trick. The enemy had already made a trap here, and they waited for them to throw themselves into the net. A loud explosion sound just sounded. I saw the smoky surroundings, and the dust was rising. Mixed with the sound of ninjutsu, a lot of mixed ninjutsu is coming towards this side. Earth. Earth flow river. Earth. Earth flow cut. For a moment, the flying sand of the sky rushed towards them. The dirt on the ground instantly turned into a terrifying of human life. Tightly fixed everyone's legs and feet, nowhere to escape. Suddenly, several stone walls suddenly fell from the sky, smashing a crowd that couldn't move, and flesh and bones flowed out of the gap in it. Where these warriors and princess guards have seen such a battle, facing so many terrifying and weird jutsu, they have long lost their minds. I fled in panic everywhere. At this time, Hizimiutsi did not lose her indifferent expression, her face was almost bloodless, and she pretended to look at it all calmly. The scenes of blood flowing and broken arms almost made her vomit. But she still endured. I was next to her, and Hitomi and I also carefully watched the scene in front of me coldly. But they couldn't come forward to stop the death of these guards. After all, from the moment when the guards stepped into the giant pit trap and were entangled by Earth Moth, it meant that they stepped into hell. Moreover, as a captain, Huyujin never issued any order, and they did not dare to act lightly. I saw that the ninjas had only cleaned up the princess guards one step before, and did not immediately follow the action of Shizume Yuzai, and Yuja understood. They did not come for the assassination. I am afraid that it is their purpose to capture Yuzai. I thought of this, his eyes could not help but cold. Anyway, at this moment he is anxious to know. Which country is the ninja? I actually wanted to capture a country's famous daughter in this period of peace treaty. Do they want to start war again? As the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene in front of it gradually became clear. The blood of the guards is everywhere. On the market, only Huyuja and others, as well as Shizimiutsi, and a few maids survived. Then the ninja opposite him began to hear a deep voice. Sorry, Your Royal Highness Yuzai, I'm afraid you're going with us. When I heard this, Shizume Yuzai was very angry and shouted shivering. You guys! How dare you violate the peace treaty signed by a big country? Don't you worry that you will be punished by the country of fire. You don't need to worry about these, just be obedient and grab it, Miss Yuzai, hey? And a few ninja imps. Suddenly, he noticed Huzhija and others around Jizhume. I thought it was just a playmate who accompanied the princess, but I didn't expect that their faces were wearing masks that belonged to the ninja. It surprised him. At this moment, Su suddenly said to Huyuja. Captain Blue Dye, they have a total of 15 people. We. Suddenly Yusuk nodded slightly, he didn't care much about the number of people across. At this moment, he just wants to start the killing again. He slowly pumped out the Jinghua Shuiyu, and he stepped forward gently, not as if he was going to kill someone but walking. When I saw Huyuja stepping forward, Hitomi and Heiji were both ready to fight and stepped forward. He later said that Shizi Miyutsi looked at Huyuja with some worry. Blue Dye, small, be careful. After hearing this, Yu read the book www.yuyugonshu.com. Yuja suddenly turned and looked at her with a smile. Well, hide behind me and protect yourself, this time, not to complete the task, but because the other party is trying to get in touch with your thoughts. Speaking of this, he paused, turned his head slightly, looked indifferently at the dozens of ninjas on the opposite side and spit out 2 words gently. Instantly, his figure disappeared in place. A ninja on the opposite side saw Kuyusuk so mad, and just wanted to interrupt his words, and was prepared to kill him cruelly. I didn't expect Ujisuk to appear in his eyes the next moment. I saw his cold eyes face to face. He couldn't help but sweat for a moment. What a look of indifference! Before he could move, the sharp blade easily penetrated his heart. He couldn't believe it with his big eyes full of face. I'm just a little ghost. How is this possible? How could Miro Yamato fall in this place? However, the only answer to him was Huyuja's indifferent eyes. At this moment, everyone's eyes are focused on the body of Huyusuk, who killed Motoka Yamato in an instant. Shiu Yanran at this time, the leader of the special task force, Yamano, stared at him, ruthlessly. Is the dark part of the wood leaves? Suddenly Yusuk did not answer him, but just gently placed Jinghua Shuiyu in front of him, and said coldly in his mouth. Break it, mirror flower water moon. For a moment, everyone seemed to see a slight flash on the blade. At this time, Hitomi and rushed towards them. Fight and start. Nope. You can find the book at the bottom of the 2-dimensional channel. Yab. Recommended location. Very good. Pass by, don't forget to collect it. The results must be bright this week. Seek collection. Please recommend. Vol 2 Chapter 45, Misunderstanding Created. All the people present at this moment have seen the beginning of the interpretation of Jinghua Shuiyu. This means that they have fallen into full hypnosis. The tadpoles are like unwilling prey falling on the cobweb, waiting for them is the imminent death, and the difference is nothing more than the magnitude of the struggle. Mito and Mito made a round with several Yan Nizan. I have to say that no matter whether Hitomi or Ai's strength is undoubtedly the best in this age group. And that's why Tuanzang sent them here. At this moment, in front of Huyuja, I saw Shan's Hishao staring at him with a hint of dignity and seriousness in his eyes. In his eyes, Kuyusuk in front of him is definitely not as simple as it looks. A strong man should never appear in the weak. Just like a poor beggar living in an underground ditch can never have the vision and measurement of a billionaire, a weak person will never show the kind of indifference to life and aggressiveness. This mission is very important. Sheshin Zaisuk is clearer. This is a high-level united village staff inside the village, trying to kidnap the princess of the country of fire to have some other influence on the name of the country of fire. This is a covert operation in Iwaki village. Naturally, such a big action cannot be handed over to any cat or dog. However, Yamanashuk is qualified to take over this special task. None of the 15 Itos including him has the strength lower than the elite's strength. This kind of team can cause a great damage to some small ninja villages. Where did you get the news from this guy? Yamanosuke stared at Huizhik and said in disbelief while guarding against other actions. If it is confirmed that the news of Yani village is leaked, then I am afraid that the kidnapping of the daughter of the big name is facing great risks. This is the news that he must rush back to the village to report. Which village do you belong to? Huiyu said slowly, without expression. When I heard Haojisuke's words, Yamanosuke was surprised. Did it just happen to happen? Suddenly, he reacted. Oh no! This guy is wearing a dark mask. How could it just happen to be beside the princess? I haven't waited for him to think, suddenly the figure of Yusuke suddenly disappeared. I heard an indifferent voice in his ear. Where are you looking? The sudden sound made Yamanosuke's pupils shrink. Quickly look sideways. The many Yanrens who were walking next to him were also surprised to see the sudden appearance of Huyuja again. I have printed my hands and launched ninjutsu to smash right Yuji. It was too late for Yamanosuke to be surprised at the speed of Huyusuke. When he saw him standing next to him, his palms opened towards Huyusuke, with a fierce expression on his face. Earth. Sulfur explosion. I saw that a mound of earth quickly emerged from his hand, suddenly becoming huge like a twisted monster. Suddenly, a bang exploded. With the fierce burst of fire, huge smoke and dust swarmed in the place where Koyusuke was located, and at this time, other subsequent Yanren's jutsu also fell into the smoke and dust. Yamanosuke, who was bombarded by a fierce explosion, also had dense wounds on his body, but most of the explosion's damage was offset by the huge rock shield turned into by his right hand. He looked at the smoke and dust with a look of relief, slightly relieved. After all, the speed of Yusuke just now is too weird, and even his strength can't find the track. It is really terrifying. Looking aside, as Miyutsi saw the explosion, her pupils narrowed sharply, and some couldn't believe the figure died like this. She shouted shiveringly. Blue dye! Hori Hitomi and Heiji are having a hard time fighting with Iwaki. Seeing this scene, they also couldn't believe it. As the captain of the Blue Dye who has always been mysterious and unpredictable, he was lost in the fierce explosion. And if someone accidentally breaks into the field at this time, I will find a horrible phenomenon. Suddenly Yusuke has always stood still, never moving. He gently held Jinghua Shuyu in his hand, with a smile on his mouth, watching the people running and dodging. It seemed that everything had nothing to do with him. He only frowned slightly when he saw the weeping figure in the corner of his eye, but then relieved slightly. Everything, just to get to a higher level. Oh! What do you do? Captain Blue Dye is dead. Hitomi kicked away a Yanren in front of him and shouted to with a throat. Under the mask, I was actually a very handsome boy. He was just a little scary. His white eyes were full of green tendons around his corners at this time, as if he was conveying mysterious power to those white eyes. Slightly stretched his face, a pair of white eyes penetrated the smoke and saw the figure lying on the ground in the smoke, which made him look very ugly, without answering Hitomi's question. When a few people became depressed because of the death of Blue Dye. Forget it. We can't complete this task at all. Hurry up, or we will die with Yuzai. Such a harsh word passed to Hitomi and Yuzai's ears. To these words, Yuzai could not speak at all, just looked at the place where the blue smoke was buried, tears sorrowfully. And turned his head and yelled at Hitomi. Hitomi! You guy! Do you know what you say? Ninja, the first task is to complete the task as the highest mission, even if it will give up life. This is the accepted rule of all ninja worlds. Under Tong's mask, there were blood-red eyes, and he looked strangely at the shout that suddenly yelled at him, wondering why he scolded himself so. I just said, then we must protect Miss Yuzai to the last minute. Why did you get so angry? Roar. At this time. But I watched as Yan Yan quickly attacked behind Hitomi's back. Hitomi! Be careful! His words just came out www.readwn.com. After Hitomi heard him, he could not help opening a pair of blood-red eyes and looked around. However, there is no trace of the enemy. Hey! Could it be an illusion? What the is shouting? The burst of piercing sounds stopped him from thinking about it. Pu Tong stared at the big riding wheel, and looked at the bitterness that broke from the heart in disbelief. How is this possible? When is it behind me? How could it be hidden under the eyes of my riding wheel until now? I was actually this kind of thing. Xian Tong unwillingly looked at the bitterness that emerged through the body. He died like this, with the passage of life, his body collapsed to the ground, until the moment he was dying, his blood-red eyes were still filled with unbelievable and deeply unwilling. And also looked at this scene with a shocked face, can't believe that Hitomi and Captain Lanran were killed in this mission. Aside, in the eyes of everyone, Kuyusuk was completely unscathed. The corner of his mouth with a chuckle, didn't care about what happened here, or in other words, everything was slowly performed under his control. I saw that he slowly walked into the smoke and made his body dirty and messy, then raised his head slightly, and slightly raised the corner of his mouth under the mask. Now that the mission is over, then all the characters should be on the field too. There is one more to collect it. I'll post it later. Collect a wave first, thank you. Vol 2 Chapter 46, End. Just when everyone's attention is focused on the dead Hitomi, a few of the ninjas of Zyuan attacked Hitomi again in a sneak attack. Most of the original Yanren of Sujihara was attracted to the past by Kuyusuk, leaving Hitomi and Aya a few Yanren to be able to cope with it. After Hitomi's death at this moment, it is naturally difficult to resist so many rock forbearance with the power of one person. I'm at the moment when I'm alone. In the huge pit in the distance. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed, but it was Huyuja's body exposed. At this time, his clothes were full of scars, as if he had experienced a violent explosion, and the wounds on his body were very serious and dying. At the moment, Zhizi's Humayuzi's eyes were dark. She almost gave up her hope for life. After Lan Ran's death, she didn't think she could escape. Moreover, in her eyes, such a life should be over. The life dominated by his father, what can she do as a woman, no matter how good she is, after all, this is a country of manpower. She can only obey the orders of his father, as a tool of marriage. But just then, a murmur came to her ears, to the ears of everyone present. I heard her familiar voice, and her eyes suddenly lighted up. His eyes were full of anticipation and hurriedly looked forward. Seeing the familiar figure, her dark eyes seemed to suddenly inject color. He became vivid pity again. Blue dye! She yelled aloud, her voice filled with joy and joy. Great! This guy is alive! It's great! Perhaps, from this moment, she raised hope for life again. On hearing the sound, Iwaki on the market also looked in the direction of Huijuk. Although he had some physical strength in the face of Zhong Yanren, when he saw that Kuyusuk was still alive, he couldn't help but be full of fighting spirit again, and repulsed a few people, he couldn't help but surprise. Captain Blue Dye! You are alive! Great! If Captain Lan Ran is alive, they still have hope this time. Hitomi's death will not die in vain, someone will bury him. I thought of this, and my eyes were full of steadfastly watching Yan Yan in front of me. How is it possible? How can this guy survive? My sulfur explosion is a Class A ninjutsu released in excess. How could this little ghost survive this explosion? Bishan Nishuk is full of incredibly broken thoughts, and there is a deep haze under his eyes. The rest of Yanren also rushed to this incredible. You know, they just released all kinds of ninjutsu to Kuyusuk. Under the intensive ninjutsu strike, I am afraid that even the shadow is enough to survive. This little ghost didn't die, it was shocking. They saw Kuyuja below the giant pit. Although his clothes were broken, his face was very pale. But he still moved firmly and raised his palm gently to them, his mouth murmured. What is that guy doing? What else can you do to see his miserable look? Let's hurry and catch Princess Yuzai. No, he seems to be preparing for ninjutsu. Should we stop him? Captain Yamane shook. Sun Yanren looked at Huyuji in the deep pit, and were unwilling to step forward. Yamato-suk took a deep breath and looked gloomily at Huyusuk, who was still mumbling. He instinctively felt a little bad, but didn't know where this feeling came from. Go. Whatever this little ghost wants to do. But at the moment he has been so seriously injured, kill him first and never suffer later. I looked at Kuyuja in the deep pit, he said in a deep voice. As a result, many Yanren rushed to Huyuja once again, and some stood behind to release the ninjutsu. Suddenly, Yuyusuk was standing in a deep pit, facing a lot of running Yanren. He looked carefully, and a smile was twirled at the corner of his mouth. His white palms have been aimed at the rushing Yanren. The singing in the mouth was also nearing the end. Vientian, wings flying high, crowned with the name of human beings, truth and temperance, the wall of the guiltless dream, stand on top of it. With the end of the chanting, Yusuk suddenly smiled softly and whispered to Yanren coming straight to him. 33 broken roads. Kanghuo fall. The moment the voice of Huyuja landed, Sheshinashuk's uneasiness has reached the extreme. Feeling the drastic chakra fluctuations, the corners of his eyes could not help shaking. No. Come back. He hurried to shout to the Yan Niu who rushed to Yusuk, but his next scene made his voice abruptly stop. Under the observation of S white eyes, the drastic chakra fluctuations are even harder to hide. He looked at the place where Huyuja was shocked. He couldn't believe it was the ninjutsu that Captain Lanran could release. I saw a sky blue flame rushing out of the pit. Just like the fire of in a blowout, he looted the life of Yanren who rushed to Koyusuk. No painful cry, no heartbreaking howl. There was only the sound of burning blue flames. At that moment, nearly 10 Yanren were burned in this blue flame. All the people present were staring blankly at this terrifying scene. The corners of Minasuk's eyes fluttered slightly. I could not help feeling a deep fear. However, before he made the next order, a figure appeared on his side. Suddenly Yuji looked at him indifferently, and his body was standing straight, not at all injured, as if he slowly reached out his fingers and gently touched his chest. Fourth road break. Baile. In his trembling eyes, a faint blue ray of light penetrated his heart. Sheshinashuk, killed. The rest of the Yanren looked at Huyuja in disbelief as if they saw a devil. I can't believe that this little kid who seems young can kill them easily, and even kill Captain Yamanashuk. The remaining Yanren can no longer resist the short steps of Yusuk. I have drunk my life under the mirror moon. Among them, Huyusuk was surprised that one of Yanren's attempts to kill Shizi Miutsi was desperate, but Kuyusuk who had planned to shoot was found. Faced with a sneak attack of Yanren, www.readwn.com, Shizi Miutsi's eyes are firm. I even took out my exquisite Tadeo and bravely welcomed him. The slash at the moment of life and death turned out a stun that made Kuyusuk feel amazing. Although she just cut off one of Yanren's arms and did not kill him, it was enough to make Huyusuk appreciate her talent. Soon, Kuyusuk easily solved all of the Yanren. Jizume Yuzai looked at him with a look of excitement, even with tears hanging on her face. At this time, came over, holding Tong's body, said Loli. Hitomi violated the rules of the ninja, but he is still our companion, Captain Lanran, and we want to take him back. Well, I blame them all, it's my captain who didn't do well, sorry, oh. Sui Yusuk said full of guilt. Don't blame you. Lanran, don't blame yourself, you have also been seriously injured. His Miutsi heard Kouyejik's blame, and some distressed said to Huyejik. The ant on the side also said quickly. Captain Blue Dye, you have done a good job, Hitomi's death has nothing to do with you. Please don't blame yourself. In this regard, Huyusuk slightly shook his head and turned slightly, his back seemed very heavy. Seeing this, Hizimiutsi kept talking. I simply dealt with Yan Ren's body and didn't get the information available. They rushed to Damingfu. On the way, Fujiyuja raised his head with a mask. I looked at the blue sky, and there was a seat in the depths of the white clouds. Hit him. Want to be above that position. Strange. Chapter 46 has been issued. The mobile client has not been displayed. I would love to say. Seek collection. Vol 2 Chapter 47, Care. Inside Tokaji village. The sun is shining brightly in the sky, and the green branches are gently swaying with the gentle breeze. In this warm light, a hidden dark door is gently opened. The sun shone on this figure, revealing Huyuja's figure. I saw that his left arm was hanging from his chest, wrapped in a circle of gauze, and he suddenly took a stance and stepped out of the intelligence recording room at the root. He drenched in warm sunlight, but a smile arose from the corner of his mouth. Iwano. Is the Tuanzang guy connected with the country? Suddenly in the middle of the right path, a thick ray of light was hidden under the thick frame of the eye, which had nothing to do with the wounded. It has been a few days since the last battle. Because Hitomi's death was involved during the mission, their first task was to protect Shikigami back to Damingfu, followed by bringing Hitomi's body back to Muie village. For every ninja village, the ninja's body must be recovered. Not only is the deceased's family's commemoration of the deceased, but also a large part of the reason is that there are many delicate information hidden in the body of the ninja. Ninja's body will not only reveal his identity, blood succession ability, but also some secret information about the village during his lifetime. This point is a matter of great importance to every ninja village, and there is no room for error. On that day, after the battle, Koyusuke and Aya escorted Shizimiutsi back to Damingfu together. After Daimyo Shijimiyano heard that Koyusuke described in detail the ambush encountered on the road, he carefully noticed that Shijimiyano was very angry, and his angry and gloomy expression was not adulterated. This makes Huyusuke slightly doubtful. Isn't the name of this ambush unknown? It's just a unilateral plan for Tuanzang? Because he wanted to return Hitomi and Iwa Shinto's assault on the ninja to the village in a timely manner, Koyusuke did not stay, and indicated to Shijimiyano that he was leaving. Hizimiuo is also very grateful to Huyuja and others for saving their daughter. I respectfully send farewell to Yujisuke and I. At the time of parting, Shizumeyu's shiny black eyes stared at Huyusuke, but her face was no longer indifferent, and although she was a little bit reluctant, there was still a smile on her face. Lan Ran, thank you for saving my life. I believe that as long as you do not submit to your destiny, bravely moving towards the place of hope will definitely work wonders. With a touch of firmness in his eyes, Shizimiutsi said softly with a voice that only two people could hear. In response, Huyuja reported a slight smile. The black pupil flashed a strange light and looked at Shizumeyuzi, and replied softly. Yuzai, I am very convinced that your talent is difficult to be confined by the worldly shackles. If you want to hold your destiny, then try to sit in the position of controlling fate. I look forward to the moment you bloom. Inadvertently, he gently handed Yuzai a scroll. Use Hizi. Yuzai felt the strangeness around her waist. Looking at the scroll, she stunned a little, and then naturally removed the abnormality on her face. On the way back to Muie village, Huyusuke chuckled under the corner of his frame, his eyes flashed with a light. Tamako, let me see how far you can go under this opportunity, is the name of the Kingdom of Fire. That is a practice scroll that records choppy roads and basic instantaneous steps. Deep underground in Tokaji village. In a small room, the burning wax had dripped over the base. The candlestick flickered slightly, but still stood still, reflecting a figure on the main seat. The Xian Tuanzang squinted his eyes slightly, and quietly looked at the information about the mission reported by Huyusuke and Sun before returning. After he saw the description of Princess of the Fire Country and the content of S report, his expressionless face finally frowned slightly. In the darkened room, Tuanzang muttered to himself. Did Uchiha die in Iwate's hands? It seems that Iwo didn't act in accordance with the information this time, so that the child, Koyusuke, was also injured. If His Highness's testimony proves, the Uchiha clan will not accept that speech so stupidly. However, in this case, the crack between the Uchiha clan and Hyuga must be unable to cover up, and you must grab the Hyuga before the ape flies. Iwano, did they go wrong because of their temptations? Although Koyusuke has some regrets, fortunately, there should be no mistakes in the Nichijou family. In this way, the assistance between the joint name is enough to slowly penetrate the power of Saruto. Naruto. With this in mind, there is a burning desire in Tuanzang's eyes. When Hyuga walked on his way home, looking at the familiar Koba street, it seems as if she hasn't seen it for a month. But he glanced. Let the golden-colored horsetail in his memory go for a moment. But when he noticed the boy with blue hair next to the girl, his eyes became gloomy in an instant. But Yusuke was very good at concealing his expression, hiding the unpleasantness in an indiscriminate manner, putting on a mild smile and greeting softly. Tsunade, it's been a long time. The magnetic sound is very comfortable after listening to it, and the appearance of Hyuga's soothing appearance is very attractive. When I heard the greeting from Hyuga, Tsunade hurriedly looked up, and immediately saw Hyuga at the street. The expression of squinting eyes suddenly filled with joy. I shouted angrily. You see reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Fujimu. Where have you been this month? Although she is angry and complaining on the surface, her tone is full of deep thoughts. Only when she saw Koyusuke's bandaged arm, her eyes suddenly filled with confusion, and she suddenly rushed to Koyusuke. There was a worried expression on a pretty face, and the voice asked a little tremblingly. Suddenly. Siniajuk. What's wrong with your left and left hand? Are you injured? Not badly hurt. Continuous questioning made Hyusuke somewhat helpless, not knowing how to answer her, but this deep concern made Hyuga very happy. His face still smiled slightly, his eyes looked at Tsunade softly, and he whispered softly. It doesn't matter, it's just that I accidentally suffered some minor injuries while doing the task. When I saw the smile on Hyuga's face, Tsunade was a little angry in his heart. He didn't pay attention to protect himself. For the first time, he didn't like the way he smiled and greeted no matter what happened to him. You guy. It's all like this and still smirking. Don't you know that others will worry about you being hurt? Why? Why not protect yourself? I saw that Tsunade really seemed a little angry, and suddenly Yusuke no longer smiled. I heard her say she was smirking, and he was helpless, but his face looked at Tsuna very seriously. Thank you for your concern, Tsunade, I like it very much. I looked at Tsunade's face blushing, and suddenly Yuji smiled softly again. Yet. Someone cares about it. Good. Is writing may update. Is writing that it is estimated that it will be updated in the early morning. I hope everyone will not be disappointed. Thank you. Vol 2 Chapter 48, Kato. Why? Why do you say that, We are companions, of course, we should care about you, and you don't want to say such inexplicable things. I heard Gyuja's serious eyes, but Tsunade couldn't help blushing, his eyes glanced in other directions, and he didn't dare to look directly at Gyuja's eyes that were deeply in his heart, and squinted gently. Suddenly Yusuke smiled a little, looked at Tsunade's performance, and nodded with a smile. Well, I know. Then, he looked at the boy with light blue hair who came next to Tsunade. Under the thick frame, Hyuga's eyes were very gentle. A broad smile appeared on his face, giving Tsunade a questioning look. Tsunade, who is this? Ah! I almost forgot, this is Duanjun, Kato Duan, a genius of the Kato family. When I heard Koyusuke's question, Tsunade was still with him before he remembered it, so it was a bit rude to leave without saying hello, and hurriedly introduced Koyusuke. Then she said apologetically to the broken face that came. I'm sorry, broken, I saw a very close friend before, it was rude to me, to introduce it to you, this is Koyusuke. After hearing Tsunade's words, Kato had a hearty smile. It doesn't matter, Tsunade, you're so polite. Then he looked at Huyuja again, with a slight smile on his face. Hello, Huyuja, I've heard your name for a long time and am glad to meet you. Suddenly Yusuke chuckled, very politely. Glad to meet you, broken. When I saw the two friends meeting so harmoniously for the first time, Tsunade on the side was very happy, with a smile on his face. It is really worth celebrating that this kind of friend can get the recognition of friends. So she had an idea and said with a happy smile. Since everyone can meet today, then, for our acquaintance, I propose. Let's eat barbecue. But there must be a bet, whoever comes first and who treats guests, and it is a very sacred thing to abide by the bet. We must not lie. After talking, she smiled and looked at Yusuke and Duan. How about, you right now, you two should be free now, don't you have any opinion on this? Seeing that Tsunade's face showed an expression of who would eat if he had an opinion, the two naturally shook their heads and expressed no objection. Aims. Wood Leaf Barbecue Restaurant. 3 people set off. Young teenagers, on the surface, don't say it, but there will be such a hint of comparison secretly. I rushed towards the barbecue restaurant. Suddenly Yusuke smiled slightly. For him now, this relaxed and comfortable life can be regarded as a kind of enjoyment. On the way, although he has slowed down a lot, he still leads the two. He used to observe the habit in secret, seeing that he and Tsunade are just ordinary friends, so he was slightly relieved. But he was a little awkward in his heart and couldn't help asking himself. Why is there such a worry, do you care about who Tsunade is close to? He was a little unconfident about the issue. In the end, he easily reached the lead 2.5 steps ahead of Tsunade. It's not the style of Ms. Yusuke to have a treat. What's more, several missions made Yusuke also have some savings, and a barbecue was just too much for him. The 3 of them ate a big meal in the barbecue restaurant. Although Yusuke and Duan met for the first time, they were not uncomfortable and were very open to each other. Hokang's hand test rate was that Kaoyuja was injured in his left hand, and he was almost hand-feeding Kaoyuja in the whole process. This made Kaoyuja a little embarrassed, and every time he was forced to eat a large mouthful of barbecue. After a meal, they agreed to gather again later, and several people said goodbye. On the way home, Huyuja's eyes slightly recalled this observation of Kato Duan, whether it was the manners on the dining table or the verbal actions when talking with him. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth could not help smiling, and whispered softly. Is the child cultivated by the big family very good? I don't know if you have any attempt to contact Tsunade, if so. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed a bit of coldness. And the other side? Kato broke home. His eyes pondered for a moment, and seemed to be considering the description of Huyuja in some previous rumors. Arrogant, arrogant, and arrogant? Like a muddy civilian with a disrespectful disregard for the big family? Or is it a hysterical lunatic trying to climb thousands of hands? When I thought of Huyuja you saw, he could not help but smile. Sure enough, is rumor after all? Such a guy, I am afraid that even as a civilian, the arrogance in his bones has long been disdainful to the arrogant people in these families. The attitude of leaking water and perfect speech, such a person, even if it is said that the elites cultivated by the real big family cannot be overstated. In his conversation with Huyuja, he was also observing Huyuja, a genius civilian ninja who had bad news in some families. With simple contact, the more he noticed the extraordinariness of Yusuke. In the world of ninjas, your own hard power may be an important part of testing whether a ninja is strong, but this is definitely not the whole story. The long history of ninja has proven. In the world of ninjas, it is not necessarily the most powerful ninja that can survive to the end, but it will definitely be the most thoughtful ninja. The majestic knowledge, rigorous wisdom, and impenetrable mind may even be the internal conditions for measuring the success of a ninja. Suddenly Yusuke, a civilian, perfectly performed these 3 points. I thought of those families who tried to convince Huyuja by some insidious means. www.readwn.com. Kato could not help sneering. Is just a group of frogs at the bottom of the well. If they can see the outside sky, this group of people who only know that the power struggle in the village will find how ridiculous their behavior is. But it was Huyuja who made him wonder. The reason why the children of the ninja family are better than the civilians in all aspects is because they have enough heritage. The experience and lessons that the ancestors passed down from generation to generation, as well as valuable ninjutsu, made the children of the ninja family have a higher horizon and a broader horizon. This allows them to take a more shortcut path to the pinnacle of the ninja. He didn't understand what exactly made it possible for a civilian like Huyuja to reach such a level at a young age. Would there be such a person who knew it by nature? I was just thinking about it. Brother! 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 His intermittent, immature shout interrupted his thoughts suddenly. He looked at the little cute figure who was walking in front of him. He could not help showing a warm smile, and happily looked at the child who was unstable in front of him. It's silent, come here, let my brother hug. A woman who appeared to be a housewife appeared at the porch, smiling and watching Kato, who was holding the child up high. Break, did you go to Miss Tsune's Tsunade again? Yes, my mother, but it seems that I have seen an amazing child today. Kato laughed off. Oh, there is someone who praises my family at all. Next time, take the child home and take a look. The housewife said. Hearing this, Kato laughed silently. Have chance. I am taking a leave today. Have a cold today when I take leave to visit friends and relatives. I wrote for an hour and felt that I was not satisfied and deleted it. Make up tomorrow at Spiritual Point. Sorry everyone. Vol 2 Chapter 49, Squad. In the empty room, only Huyuja was present. He sat in the center of the room, looked down at his chest, and said softly. Bunyu, let's get started. Okay, Lord Lan Ran. A tender voice answered him. Flashed with the bright blue light. Wu Ping, sitting peacefully in the middle of the board, suddenly changed his look. As soon as his painful expression unfolded, a pound of chakra blasted out from him. For a moment. Suddenly, a strong air current circled violently inside the house. Fortunately, there were no other items in the house, except that the doors and windows were creaked by the strong wind. The severe pain makes it difficult for Huyuja to calm down, his eyebrows frowning, his teeth biting, forcing the painful place deep into the bone marrow. The amazing number of chakras are materialized above his body like a tornado converging. This situation persisted for a while. I have been fighting this kind of pain, and Kyusuke's forehead is full of sweat. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and the painful expression on his face had been replaced by calmness. In order to gain more powerful power, Kyusuke asked Beng Yu to permanently open one of the 8 gates in Chenjia. The strong currents swirling inside the squatter house and the majestic chakras have disappeared. He looked at his body with those deep eyes. After feeling the strength of the surge again and the amount of chakra, he could not help flashing a bright light in his eyes. At this moment, the tender voice sounded again. Master Blue Dye, this time I have consumed too much energy to permanently strengthen this door. Bengyu needs your strength. Then he swallowed chakras of Huyujuk in a big mouth, making Huyujuk feel empty. In this regard, Huyujuk didn't care, but just smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and said gently. Thank you, Benyu, this is the reward you deserve. At this point, Kyusuke has successfully opened 3 permanent doors, and has gained more than the normal amount of chakras and the power that does not meet his age. The next day, after ignoring Yusuke's simple meal, he went to Shimura and Mimi to report. When Hime saw Kyusuke, she said pretending to be very bland. Yo, Tomisuk, come back. Sue glanced at Yusuk's left arm tied with a bandage. She was slightly worried, and asked with some suspicion. What? Is the task difficult? It hurts. In her heart, despite her reluctance to admit it, there is absolutely no doubt about the strength of Yusuk, who will be hurt by his strength. This makes Shimura Kazumi incredible. What kind of task did Uncle Yoon arrange for him? S-level missions? Ah, there was a small accident during the mission, and I was accidentally injured a little, but it was not serious. Huyuja said softly. Of course, Shimura and Mei didn't believe it, and said very coldly. Ninja, in the process of performing the task, you must be fully vigilant to successfully complete the task. With your intentional mindset, I am afraid that it will take several years to practice alone. She groaned for a while, then she continued. This matter, I will explain like the Tuanzang adults, and before you can become a sufficiently qualified ninja, you will not be allowed to accept tasks that are beyond your ability. I heard this, and although Yuji was helpless with Yushikin and Mei's cold voice, she could also hear that she was doing herself a favor and could only nod in agreement. Thank you, Captain America. Seeing a warm smile on the face of Huyuja, Shikin and Mei stunned slightly. I almost couldn't keep my cold face, and quickly shifted the topic. By the way, you recommend my Matt. He is now a member of our team, but I don't think he can join the Roots with his character, so the secrets of the Roots must be kept secret from him. Well, I thought of this, but I must have seen that guy's strength in Captain America. Huyuja chuckled softly. Speaking of this, Shimura and Mei had thoughts on a pretty face, recalling the scene when they first met Matt Day. That day, she found Might Day straightforwardly, and her perennial ninja career made her judge him instantly. Thick eyebrows and a green, tight-fitting jersey have almost no bright spots except for the determination on the face. Of course, the thick calluses on his hands can also prove that this guy must have some accomplishments in physical surgery. But what does this have to do with the little ghost Huyuja? It's hard to imagine that Koyusuk, who is excellent in all aspects, would take such a great value in front of Meidei. Although I have only seen Kurosuk's information roughly, Shimura and me know deeply that Kurosuk is definitely not just the general level of excellence that ninja school's materials show, but a talented ninja who can fight against the digital elite at the age of 9 with one person. I'm afraid that the strength of Yusuk is not even different from that of Shang Rengxiang. And he would recommend such a common ninja? She then brought Matet to the Koba training ground. Under the power of powerful illusions, she saw a stunned scene. The ordinary boy in front of him is like a giant elephant suddenly turning from an ordinary sheep to a blood-burning elephant. The horrible speed and powerful destructive power instantly make the whole Koba training ground mess. And she retreated back and forth under that rapid offensive. Kashimura Kazumi had to be amazed by the child's horror body technique. In this way, after putting a lot of effort to stop Matet became one of her team members. At this time, Matt Day also came here at this time. When Matt Day saw Koyusuk's presence, his face instantly became extremely happy, and the speed suddenly sprinted in front of Koyusuk, rolling up a thick smoke and dust. Koyusuk, are you back? Has the mission been successfully completed? Matt Deus Huang asked, his face full of joy. That was the excitement of seeing Koyusuk. But when he saw the bandage on Huyuja's hand, his face froze and asked dumbly. Fuji Yusuk, are you injured? In response, Huyuja smiled slightly. It doesn't matter, Dai, but there was a slight accident during the mission. When I heard Koyusuk's words, Matt Day was relieved. He was full of youth and blood and told Koyusuk about his recent actions and cultivation schedule. Huyujuk smiled and listened to his www.readwn.com, while Shimura Kazumi was cold with a black face. This imp! How dare to ignore my existence? Alas, she said coldly. Dai. I already thought of a training method tailored to you. At this time, Matt-Day noticed the existence of Shimura Kazuya. Hearing her words, her eyes lit up. Really? Teacher Hime. Teacher Hime deserves to be forbearance, and she was able to think of it so quickly. Please tell me. No matter how cruel the way, I will definitely try to do it. Youth. Do not allow yourself to be lazy. Really, then? Hime glanced at Huijuk, and Huijuk smiled, so she said. Battle. Only in battle can you grow faster. Yuku just came back, presumably with your strength, pointing you is still okay, start now. Fight him. When I heard this, Matt-Day was naturally hesitant to stun Yusuk, and he hesitated. But, Kusuk's arm was injured. Who knows then? Suddenly Yusuk interrupted Dai with a smile on his face, and whispered softly. It doesn't matter, Dai, rest assured, it is indeed a good way to talk to Teacher Mei. After saying this, Yusuk nodded to Shikin and Mei with a smile. I didn't have any doubts about Huyuja's words. He believed that Huyuja would not do anything unsure. Immediately, he stood a long distance and put on a posture ready for battle. Ji and Hime looked at this scene in a daze. New 1 week. Thank you all, this week streaking, need grades. I hope that everyone who likes this book can make the grades more prosperous. Of course, when I don't like it, don't spray me just fine. Grateful. I went to a friend's house for dinner today. Please forgive me tomorrow. I owe more today. Don't say I owe ha. Today's pure play, I played a few rounds of alliances with my friends in the new year. Although I have already unloaded myself. But he tempted me on his computer. I didn't hold back for a moment. I came home late. Then did not come an update. Shameful shame. I want to learn a lesson. Work hard to update tomorrow. This is the last time everyone forgive me for the New Year's. Grateful. I just said so much, I have to thank a friend here. Thank you for your support in the past 30 days. Although there are relatively few exchanges, honestly, my heart is full of emotions. Some people have known each other before they have met. There are many other book friends I also remember very well. I really know it. Every reward, every recommendation, every comment. I only read books before. I always read piracy. I haven't communicated with the author. Write a book by myself now. I really feel very grateful to every reader. I am also very happy to respond to every comment. Very simple for one reason. Because those are everyone's support and affirmation of my work. I also deleted some comments. I really appreciate your taking the time to evaluate this book. But because you also need to consider that the new book needs grades, I am afraid that some reviews will scare away some readers to make this move. It is not because you have opinions or what you say, so please don't take it seriously. I've lost so much again. All in all, the update will start tomorrow. I hope everyone will pay more attention to it as always. Grateful. Vol 2 Chapter 50, Unfathomable. The two men were separated on both sides of the yard. Daimate looked at Huyuja very seriously and had great expectations for this battle. He gently took off the wrists on his hands and feet, and slumped to his side. Boom! A large pit was wiped out by the large yard. The bracers are deeply buried in the dirt. Shimura Kazuyuki, who stood aside, looked at this scene with a look of surprise. My heart was even more shocked. I wear this guy. Didn't you use all your energy last time? What kind of monster is this? Suddenly, Huyuja, who stood opposite him, didn't care. Go ahead, wear it. He smiled softly to Matt-Day. When he heard Huyujik's words, Matt's eyes became sharper. But his face was set with excitement. Well, Yusuk, I'm going. As soon as the words fell, his figure disappeared from the spot instantly. Hiken and Mei have a pair of pretty eyes carefully watching the situation on the field, frowning slightly. So fast. Where this guy? This. Is it the speed at which pure flesh bursts out? At this age, with his physique, he must also bear a great burden. Left in front of Hyuji. Matai's figure suddenly appeared, kicking with a huge force, kicked in front of Hyusuk. The sound of breaking the airling is sharp and sharp. He's Hikihime also seriously looked at everything that happened on the field, and observed what kind of strength these two disciples had in name. I saw an amazing scene. He faced Mat Day to release his shackles, and after a speeding exercise, he had a heavy leg. Suddenly Yusuk just smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, greeting him like a big brother next door. I saw that his right hand accurately grasped a heavy leg of Might Day. His figure has not moved. The clothes on Sue's body were slightly swelled by the strong wind, but they were silent. Koji Shimura and Mei and Mat Day are all shrinking their pupils. I was shocked. Dai, don't use such a superficial way, let me see the results of your cultivation, but don't let me down. Suddenly Yusuk gently released Mat's leg and said slowly. Although taking into account that his own attack is not effective for Koyusuk, Mat Day did not expect that Koyusuk could already resist this attack. Do not. This cannot be said to be resistance, but absolute control over everything. Speed, strength, skills. Suddenly Yusuk is far beyond him now. When he thought of this, his eyes looked like a flaming flame, suddenly howling. It's worthy to be stunned. I have overtaken me perfectly. By contrast, I must be too indulgent in such a weak person. Such a me. How will I tell my youth again? Come on. Yukusuk, in order to prove my youth, I will use my best. Use your method to teach me. He hissed, but his face was full of excitement and admiration. Suddenly Yusuk smiled gently, raised his right hand gently, and beckoned. Dai, try your best, let the horses come. Suddenly, the ground under Memater's feet sank as if the air had stepped on the depression. He was like a launched missile. In the blink of an eye, Mat Day came to Hyuja again. The two were close to each other, and suddenly Hyuja looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, the two fought each other. I saw Mat wearing a boxing face to Hyuja and was blocked by his right elbow. Suddenly, the fist that was attacked suddenly transformed into a folded elbow and attacked the position of Koyusuk's head again. But suddenly Hyuja was not worried at all, and his face was still smiling. At the moment when his elbows almost touched his head, he sharply raised his knees and put his feet on Matet. Lean back. While Mat was wearing a body, he could only change his elbow to Hyuja's knee. The movements of both of them are completed in the blink of an eye, very quickly. The move between you and me is like following instincts, like lightning. I'm afraid that the General Zhongren can't keep up with the two's movements, let alone see the fine blow between them at close range. Dazzling intricate attacks. This also stunned Shimura Kazue, who stood aside. A pair of black eyes looked at the two on the field with some subtlety, her heart could not help secretly. Two guys like this, I am sure that I will be able to become a great ninja in the history of the ninja world. At this moment, the situation on the field has changed again. I was met when Mat tried to attack Kusuk with his elbow again. But at this moment, his figure suddenly disappeared from the place. Suddenly Yujija's eyes froze slightly, but the smile that drew from the corner of his mouth was even stronger. Instant step? Have you mastered and used it in just 1 month, although you can only move this short distance? But where this guy? It really is a genius. At this moment, behind him, a dark shadow appeared suddenly. I saw Mate Dai's face smiling with excitement www.readwn.com, but the movements on his hands did not slow down at all, and he quickly smashed at Hyuja. But then, as if it was too late to respond, Hyuja turned his head back, but whispered with a smile on his mouth. Dai, remember, don't relax before the enemy falls. Boom! Matai's hard blow was hit into the air, and the air compression caused by the fierce attack caused the dust on the ground to splash. At this point, behind Matt, who wears too hard. In the dark smoke, suddenly Yusuk's figure appeared slowly, and his right palm was stroking the heart of Matt's back. At this point, Matt, who was already sweating, could only helplessly laugh, sitting tired on the ground. I lost, and suddenly Yusuk, sure enough, you guys are really too strong. It looks like you have no weaknesses and can't find a flaw. In this regard, Huyuja did not say anything, but smiled and talked to meet it with a few flaws that he exposed during the battle. Shimura and Mei, who were standing aside, came over at this time, and looked at the two with complex eyes. Two scary little ghosts. If the talent strength of Might Day is just amazing, then the strength of Kusuk is unpredictable. It seems that this guy has never shown his full strength. Everything he shows seems to be what he wants to show, but what he really hides has never been noticed. I'm afraid it's the only one who realizes this in the village. I thought of this, which made Shimura and me could not help but be surprised and curious about this little ghost. A pair of black eyes looked at Koyusuk extremely complicatedly. Vol 2 Chapter 51, Hidden Fangs. Sting at the corner of the partial wood leaves. A family lives here. Through the layers of houses, you can know that the sphere of influence of this family is quite large in Wei village. The ninjas who walked in and out were wearing the fan symbol that symbolized their family status. This is the gathering place of the Uchiha clan. Inside an old house. A group of elders of the Uchiha family are here at this moment, and they seem to be discussing something. I was sitting in the first place with a middle-aged man who looked very majestic. He held his breath and looked at the elders underneath. Shen Sheng said. Hitomi's body has been returned by the roots. According to Tuanzang, he died of a sneak attack by Yan Ren. Before that, the teammates who were with him were Nichijo and Renjisuk. Speaking of this, he looked at the expressions of the crowd, and then said. People in the family have been checked, and the fatal injury was in the heart, because the heart was damaged and bleeding died. When I heard this, the elders below were all upset, and some were lamenting. After all, Uchiha Hitomi can be regarded as the leader of this generation of Uchiha family, and the other is Uchiha Tono. Both of them have one thing in common, which is to have contact with Huyuja. The result, one was hit by a sluggish one, but one died directly. Fuji Yusuk. That kid again? What the is going on? Isn't he all saying that his strength is very poor? Why is Hitomi dead, but he is alive? An old Uchiha tribe said angrily. Yet, that little devil, a civilian, offends the majesty of the Uchiha family so many times, it is a bit abominable. Another old man said Shen Sheng. Hitomi's death should be inseparable from this little ghost. And that kid from the Hyuga family, since the second generation, we recently seem to have forgotten Uchiha, it is time to make some sounds. Yeah. I watched the old people talk, and the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat just looked at them coldly, but his heart was very irritable. This group of old guys, I am afraid they really confused. With the withdrawal of Master Jing from the Elder League of Leaves, the status of the Uchiha clan is already very embarrassing, and they even want to provoke things. Ah! He coughed and attracted the appeal of everyone. Said very coldly. Hitomi's death was just because of Yan Yan's sneak attack. All of this has been proven by Her Royal Highness Princess of Fire Country and Hyuga Kasuga. They both saw Hitomi's death under his own eyes. How can you believe the words of the little devil of the Hyuga family? An old man said angrily. The middle-aged man looked at him coldly, and whispered. So, isn't Her Royal Highness's word credible? In short, Hitomi's death was only due to the accident of the mission, and this matter has been uncovered. However, at this point we have to terminate the cooperation with the Roots. The guy in the group is not worthy of trust. The words fell, and the elders below did not raise any objections, acquiescing to this result. The middle-aged man sitting on the main seat saw this scene, but sighed secretly in his heart. A group of decaying old men can only see a corner of the family forever. Will there be no minions in the face of the incoming foreign enemy? Can't fall out because of Hitomi's death and roots. At present, the identity of the family in the village is already very embarrassing. If the offenders are offended again, I am afraid that the only Koba guard will be targeted. Thinking of this, the eyes of the middle-aged man became slightly cold. I was in another part of the village. A place that looks like a museum. Ninjas living with a group of white pupils. They are all wearing loose robes, and their body muscle lines are very obvious. At first glance, they are ninjas who perform physical training all year round. In a room, there were several middle-aged people and a small child among them. Several middle-aged people are all around their children, and their eyes are filled with inquiry. All people, what you said is that Huyuja rescued you and His Royal Highness Yuzai at the last minute? A healthy middle-aged man asked. Faced with the doubts of the elders in the clan, everyone in Rixiang also looked different, and looked at the middle-aged person in surprise. Kao Yusuk? Isn't Captain Blue Dye just Kao Yusuk? He heard what he said, and the middle-aged man responded and explained. I am not sure, but according to some information, this route mission operation was performed by you, Hitomi Uki, and Kusuk. By means of group possession, it's very possible that Huyuja's little ghost is Blue Dye. At this time, another middle-aged man sighed. I didn't expect that the right ghost of Yu Yusuk had reached such a level at this time. If he remembered correctly, he should be 1 year younger than everyone. Really talented. A middle-aged person sighed. Soon, someone frowned again. However, some people of the Uchiha family have died during this mission. I am afraid that Uchiha's personality will not give up. Yet. The Uchiha family is very revengeful, I'm afraid they won't finish it. Someone echoed. At this time, a middle-aged man who apparently seems to be the main subject, Shenchan www.readwn.com. Don't make a fuss, what about the Uchiha family? Do they dare to be really stupid with us because of their situation at this time? Moreover, this matter has nothing to do with anyone at all, the little ghosts of the Uchiha family died only by accident. Everyone can rest assured. Besides, there is a group involvement in this matter. As long as the people of the Uchiha family are not stupid, they will not be troubled at this time. And we take advantage of this time to intervene in the roots. After saying this, I saw a bright flash in the eyes of the middle-aged man. Everyone around him is not paying attention to this, but pondered a question repeatedly. Captain Lan Ran. Is it Kusuk? I have such outstanding strength as a civilian. Captain Blue Dye like this has no puppets and no shackles, just like an eagle. In the future, I am afraid I can fly to a distant sky, and look forward to an infinitely beautiful scene. I really want to continue to stand behind Captain Blue Dye. Can you still feel the reassuring feeling? I walked to the door and he stopped slightly. He looked at He Chun Chun outside the house, he was afraid to touch. Just because he is worried that if there is so much contact with this kind of beauty, I am afraid that he will be reluctant to adhere in the future. The breeze came slowly, blowing across his face, to his forehead, and onto the roll of gauze. The gentle wind slightly lifted the corner of the gauze. He revealed the green mantra that symbolized he. The next day, Xiangjiren squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the dazzling sunlight, and the white pupils dazzled with nostalgia. Even birds in cages yearn for a day of freedom. Because, it does not believe that fate. Vol 2 Chapter 52, Small Task. In the battle between Huizhik and Matai, Huizhik easily won the victory. Although his left arm was not injured at all, Yusuk was hidden very carefully in front of everyone. In this way, in the case of a single arm, he can still overwhelm Meat Day, and I have to say that this is inseparable from the role of Beng Yu. If it wasn't for the collapse of the jade, Huyuja had permanently opened the chakra restraint in the 8-door armor. I am afraid that Huyuja was already in a state of shortage of chakra at that moment. This also made Huyuja deeply realize the usability of Bengaiu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly, and a smile drew from the corner of his mouth. If Shuiyu knew his thoughts, I would be upset again. These two guys are really like enemies to each other. When thinking of Jinghua Shuiyu's cold face showing a jealous expression, Suyusuk had a teasing cat-like feeling, which made him very happy. However, before he continued to think deeply, a figure in front of him had diverted his attention. Yukusuk, starting today, you will be assigned a fixed task with Dai as a necessary practice training. This is also the order of the adult Tibetan, understand? With long legs, a slim figure, seductive red lips, and a beautiful mole on the lips, Shimura and me revealed a atmosphere. It's a pity that her face is very cold, her beautiful and cool face does not match her charming figure. Suddenly Yuja looked at her with a smile and nodded his head slightly, indicating that he heard it. Under his black frame, deep under his eyes flickered slightly. Teacher Tuanzang, what will you do recently? I'm very interested in your conspiracy plan. Suddenly Yuji thought with a smile on his mouth. Dai, who was aside, listened so, although he didn't understand what Teacher Mei and Huyuja were talking about, they always felt terrible. He looked respectfully at Huyusuk and Shimura Kazumi with a look of reverence. When I saw Huyuja's inattentiveness, Shimura Kazumi was very displeased. I always felt that I was getting less and less majestic in front of this little ghost. She chilled. So, from tomorrow on, Koyusuk and Might Day remember to come here every day to report. I will issue the tasks that are most suitable for you. They are both capable of practicing. And tasks that can make great contributions to the village. Remembered. Shimura and me eyes looked at them. I see. Huyuja smiled softly. Hi. Your teachings we remember. Teacher Hime. Mate shouted with excitement. His eyes are full of tears, looking at the sky, letting tears flow like a stream, don't wipe them. Happy thoughts in my heart. A super mission that can practice and serve the village. Dear father, have you seen it? I have become a good ninja enough to serve the village. All this is due to the help of Huyusuk, my father. Please rest assured. I will definitely be a good ninja. Huyuja, who was next to him, looked at him helplessly, smiling slightly and quietly looked at Shimura and Mei, who did not care. Shi-Erkan and Mei stared at them both with a cold face, with a strange smile on their corners. After seeing the bizarre smile on the corners of Shimura and Mei, Kusuk's smile was deeper. I'm afraid that tomorrow's things won't be that simple. Dai, you're careless again. The next day, the two arrived at Chicken and Mei's house early. Huyusuk had a chuckle on his face, wanted to see what Shimura and Mei planned to do, and looked at Matt wearing an excited look. He didn't hit him, hoping that reality would wake him up. X's Hicken and Mei Sleepy came out to receive the two, and after giving the task to them, they went back to make up for their sleep. The two looked at the task with smiles. D-level mission, help every household in Wei village to clean up fleas on pets. The time limit is 1 week, and each household will get 220 yuan for the task in the village. Suddenly Ujisuk's smile was slightly frozen. What's the joke about it? Arranging such an unreasonable task? Is this a child show? Still Shimura and me are revenge us. Suddenly Yusuk seriously suspected that this was Shimura Kaomi's own bad taste. How could a ninja do such a task? How to help each family get 200. It's a very rewarding task. It can serve the village and earn a reward. It's true that Teacher Mei is right. It's really a great task. Right. Huyajik? I saw Venetian in the excited eyes of Matt Day. Suddenly Yuja looked stiffly at Matet, secretly. Dai, where do you see that this is a great task? Is it really I think too much? So, in the next week, there are 2 more enthusiastic young masters in Wei village. Every day, Koyusuke and Might Day are pursuing the fastest speed to help everyone clean up fleas on small animals and trim excess hair. Both of them have exercised their physical skills to the extreme, and have achieved perfect control over their own power. With one fist, they say that breaking one hair will never break the second one. In addition, Huizuke is also trying to use the ghostless non-singing method to precisely control the release amount of chakra. www.readwn.com. It is easy to reach the minimum release amount of chakra to use white minds and lightning to clean up pets' ability to change jobs. Although the two ghost roads controlled by the amount of chakras have been reduced to the extreme in power, it also means that Kusuke's manipulation of power has reached a horrible level. Matai used superb physical skills to clear fleas through swift and violent speed, and the speed is not uncomfortable. The title of this year's Mue Village Family Pet Friends is also deservedly intercepted by both of them. Then when seeing the task of the second week, Koyusuke couldn't laugh, his face was dark. Sea level mission, help the village residents to clean up the garbage in the river. The time limit is 1 week. And the compensation for river sections that have not been cleaned 100 meters is 522. Tip: there are 4 rivers in the village, so be sure to clean them up. Where is this exercise? It is clear that they are used as labor, and what they say is to contribute to the village. Suddenly Yusuke complained about this, but she was still very happy to see Matet, and she did not resist it. It did not matter. For him, everything actually contained opportunities for exercise. I just happened to take this opportunity to teach some small usage about chakra. He deeply remembered the stingy and beautiful teacher. In this way, Koyusuke and Might Day have been fulfilling their busy tasks, and time flies. 20 years have passed, and the strength of the two has also improved considerably. Over time, the important China Ninja exam will start soon. Suddenly Yusuke and Might Day will not miss this opportunity. Vol 3 Chapter 1. Favorite it. Vol 3 Chapter 53, China Forbearance Examination, 1. He was in Huizuge's room. I was as neat and clean as before. The warm sunlight shone through the window onto the bed, and a long curly black hair spread over the mattress, and the slender neck and white shoulders were slightly exposed from the quilt. Suddenly, a loud rustle sounded in the quilt. Well! Then, half of his exquisite cheeky face was exposed, breathing slightly like a beautiful princess. Suddenly Yusuke was also awakened by this slight moan, and slowly opened her eyes, looking at the side, with a helpless expression on her face. I am Shoiyu again, more and more excessive, and told her how many times she never listened, always showing up. I didn't care about her, and suddenly Yuji got up and dressed. He stood on the floor, and Huizuge was naked. In the past 1 year, he has grown a lot taller than before, and the muscles of his upper body are more distinct and his body is more fit. If Huizuge is very thin wearing a large coat of royal robes, then can only reveal how perfect his muscles are. I'm afraid only the horrible explosive power possessed by this body is known to Matet, who often engages in physical combat with him. However, since this year, Yusuke has only been defensive and has never attacked. At this time, the mirror Huashoiyu lying on the bed, quietly opened a beautiful eye, and secretly pointed at Huizuge, who was dressing. Suddenly Yusuke didn't turn around and whispered softly. Shoiyu, have you seen enough? I just said you a few days ago, why did you come to sleep next to me like this today? In this regard, Huizuge was very helpless. He felt that he seemed to be less and less dignified in front of Shoiyu, and always violated his words. There is no way, my will is a knife, I need to feel your presence at all times, no doubt, it is the best choice to be by your side while you are sleeping, it will not hinder you, life can also extend my time. Jinghua Shoiyu's face was reddish, a serious explanation. I heard her say. Suddenly Yuji smiled and shook her head, naturally unbelieving. It's no longer an example. I found out that I have always been too gentle with you. If this is the case, I won't let you go so easily. Well, today is the day of the exam, I hope it will be interesting, and you should be prepared early. After I finished speaking, I saw that Yuja gently put on a thick frame, and straightened away slowly. On the bed, Jinghua Shuiyu held her quilt in her hands, her face was reddish, her eyes were gently closed, her cheek slightly touched the futon with the temperature of her right media. Lan Ran. So really touch you, this feeling is really good. This is the world I want to exist. I walked on the street, and many uncles in many villages greeted Huyuja with enthusiasm. Fuji Yusuke. I heard today is a very important exam for ninja. Are you going to take it? Yes, Uncle Gasso. Suddenly Yuja answered with a smile on his face. Then you have to work hard. Uncle is very optimistic about you. Come on. The middle-aged uncle, who was by the name of Gasso, grinned at Huyu. We are so good at Koyusuke. Then look at it with your old man. Isn't this kind of exam for Koyusuke to come? Grandma Jisang said to Uncle Gasso in a bad mood, and then smiled brightly at Huyuja. It's my pleasure to be so trusted by you, Aunt Jisang. Suddenly Yusuke said gently. Look, Yusuke just talks. Your child is too modest. In any case, you must cheer for the exam, but don't lose our face. I will do my best, you can rest assured, Jisang Aunt. Huyuja smirked to answer, then moved forward slowly. Along the way, he has always kept a gentle smile on his face to every lovely villager. If you say that villagers who were only a small area a long time ago knew Huyuja and liked him very much. So ever since he and Mat-Day have been busy in the village for the task of Shimura Kazumi, he has almost become a celebrity in the village. The past about him is also known to the villagers for some inexplicable reasons. Since then, the villagers of Muye have all known that there is an excellent genius young ninja named Koyusuke. And after contacting Huyuja through the mission, every villager likes him as gentle as the sun, and his humble and generous character. I walked slowly on the streets of Muye, and Huyuja smiled on his face, but the smile on the corner of his mouth was very weird. Has the Tuan Zhang plan started? Despite being very naive, it is unexpected, has played a good role. Is the trend of public opinion. Gu Huiyu thought so in his mind, but he had a deeper interest in how the future will develop. I walked slowly to the east of the village, and Huyuja and I agreed on this place. I saw Muyajik just standing still. A shadow of darkness suddenly flashed behind him. 1,000 layers of rock fist. With a loud scream, I saw a bandaged fist whistling at Huyuja with a fist of Ling Yat. Because of the fast boxing speed and the terrifying power, this punch even produced a banging sound. Suddenly, Yusuke's smile remained unchanged, and his body suddenly moved to the left by a position, so fast that he even left an afterimage in place. When that punch broke through the afterimage www.readwn.com, I saw that Yuja firmly grasped on the arm of the black shadow, and the shoulder was slightly pushed forward, and the hand followed the shoulder. The mini flew forward slightly. The dark shadow flew forward at a faster speed. I squinted into the wall of the house in front of me. Slap! I saw He Ying standing firmly on the wall, showing a bright smile, looking at Yu. It's worthy of being stunned. My attack was finally solved without even touching you. The dark shadow is made die. Compared with a year ago, he has become more solid and strong. I still have the green tights on my body, and the wristbands on my hands and feet, but the weight is not the same as it was then. And his hands were covered with bandages, mainly due to the intensity of training. In this regard, Huyuja did not advise him. In the eyes of Huyuja, no one should get involved in a heart that wants to become stronger. He looked at Matet and chuckled. Dai, your attack is still so monotonous. I have never given up on the practice of Baita, and Qianjiangkan is a powerful move I learned from Baita, but you are too strong. When I heard Huyajik's words, Mat wore a little flush and explained in a hurry. In this regard, Huyuja felt funny, but did not mention it again. Let's go, since teacher Hime has already helped us report, then let's see how interesting the exam will be. Suddenly Yusuk watched Matt wearing softly. Good news! Finally, there is a recommendation arrangement next week. Yab. In the previous position, although a bit awkward, the real good news is that I don't want to be patient anymore. Start to resume 2 more missions every day. Progress will also speed up. Everyone has ticket support on hand. Grateful. Vol 3 Chapter 54, China National Tolerance Examination, 2. Suddenly Yusuk and Might Day walked on the road, naturally very noticeable. Everywhere, villagers greeted them with a kind smile. After all, the two have already become celebrities in Wei village because of their previous mission to help the village. In this way, under the friendly eyes of the villagers, the two came to the ninja school. In the wide playground of the ninja school, many young ninjas have gathered at this time. At this time, the war has just passed, and although it is in peacetime, there will be no ninjas from other great nations and ninja villages. In addition to the ninja in Wei village, the village of Wei village to participate in the middle tolerance exam is a small ninja village attached to the Kingdom of Fire. For example, Grass Ninja Village, Obi Ninja Village, etc. When Huiuja and Dai stepped into the playground, they found that there were already many wooden leaves and shimono of the outer village waiting here. There are some familiar and unfamiliar with Huiuja. There are children like Huiuja and Dai who are only about 10 years old, and young people who are nearly 20 years old. In short, everyone who comes here is already confident in his strength and believes that he can become a qualified ninja. Mate Dai excitedly looked at the people present and said to Yuuji excitedly, Ju Yusuk, it seems that the scale of the China ninja exam is particularly large. We must work hard. Suddenly Yuja smiled and looked at the people present, and said nothing to Dai. Talking of pure strength, I am afraid that you should be able to win over everyone present, but you guys are so unconfident that you are really a stubborn guy. When Hao Jisuk observed the ninja on the field, a white-haired boy caught his attention. The juvenile was carrying a long knife and standing straight, standing among the crowd, standing alone. Through some details, Hu Yusuk was able to judge that this boy has good physical skill. Suddenly there was a smile in his eyes under Yuja's thick glasses. I met a good guy again. I didn't even know that there was this character in the village. At this moment, Matt Day was suddenly surprised. That guy is here. Suddenly Yuja followed his gaze, and the focus of his eyes turned out to be the white-haired boy. He asked Dai in doubt. Dai, do you recognize that guy? When I heard Huijik's questioning, Mattiite seemed to react. That guy is very strong, I have played against him before, his name is Chi Mu Shuo Mao. He seemed to think back to the scene at the time, Matt Tai said a little. That guy's knife is really fast, when he pulls the knife seriously, I can only admit defeat, but now I have enough confidence in myself. Thinking of Hu Yusuk's teaching to himself, Matt Day suddenly waved and was full of confidence. Hu Yuja, who was aside, smiled and looked at the white-haired boy with a smile in his eyes. Just then, Wu Kimushuo Mao seemed to be aware of it, and his eyes sharply looked at the direction where Hu Yuja was. The one who greeted him was a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Hu Yuja and nodded politely. He also heard about Hu Yuja's name. In the distance, Hu Yuja turned to look away with a smile on his face. Is the flag wooden Shuo Mao, fun guy? After a while, Wu Gang also came here as a party. Alas, there is another team beside them, a broken team. As soon as they entered the playground, they were inexplicably excited by the scenes of hundreds of people. I was among them, and the figure of Hu Yuja was naturally familiar to them. When Ji Gang Xiao saw Huijuk, a bright smile appeared on his face, and he waved happily. Compared to a year, Tsunade's figure is a little taller, and she has also become slightly plump from a slim girl. Of course, especially the size of the chest has been a little shocked at this age. There is also a lot of changes in the sidelines and Asumaru, if you are a child who was not growing up before. Then, although they still have a trace of childishness at this time, they are already ninjas who have seen blood, and the simple stupidity has been abandoned by them. Zi Lai also held her head and slightly swayed her mouth. She was so concerned about Tsunade that Yu Yuzuki was a little indifferent and some tasted delicious. Why did you guys grow so fast? Tsunade always teaches you to teach me, as a friend, you have to be responsible. Hearing these words, a tic-tac-toe appeared on Tsunade's forehead, angrily. Since you are you accusing me of not letting gossip about you? If it wasn't for your strength, how did Asumaru get hurt in that mission last time? Really? You guy dare to blame Giguo? Zi Lai also looked at the blackened Tsunade with a look of horror, and retreated in fear. No. Tsunade, I have no such meaning. You listen to me, you have to calm down, don't come over, ah. Ah. Suddenly, the right interface watched with a smile from Gang Tai, who was severely repaired by Gang Xiao, standing softly to dissuade him, but with no action at all. Everyone on the playground saw the inhumane scene and the screams of heartbreaking. At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice said, "These two guys have to perform this kind of drama every day, and they won't feel bored." www.readwn.com. Glancing at Snakepill with a chuckle, he suddenly said, "Man, don't you just spend a long time in such a bit of boring things?" When he heard these words, Dashimaru's gaze became slightly gloomy. "I seem to want to understand something." He slowly turned his head and stared at Huyuja. Shen Sheng said, "Huyujuk, human life is not long. On the contrary, human life is too short, and we have missed too many things." Suddenly His Majesty uttered such a word, Dashiwan walked away alone, and his muttering sound seemed to be floating in the air. "Eternal life, don't miss those beautiful things." He looked at his deep back, and suddenly Yusuke's eyes flickered slightly. Faintly he felt that Dashiwan seemed to have figured out something, but he didn't know what happened. But in any case, Da Snakepill is his best friend. If he needs his own help in the future, Yusuke will not hesitate. At this time, a discordant voice sounded in the market. "Hello? Have you guys in the village of Koba, did you take the test of Chinese tolerance?" As soon as Yun's somber voice fell, he caught the eyes of everyone including Koyusuke, Asumaru, Tsunade, and Duan. I saw not far away. A young man with a scar on his face looked at the troubled Tsunade and waited for him with a very dissatisfied look. I watched everyone look at him, he continued with a very arrogant face. That is to say, you guys don't rely on the big village to be so indulgent, you know. The village will not protect you forever, really, Noisy, I want to be with you guys. Compete together? Vol 3 Chapter 55, China Forbearance Examination, 3. The arrogant discourse of the young people naturally caused dissatisfaction among the people present. Whether it was generally recognized as a good-tempered Huizhik or broken, or the hot-tempered nature of the Kum, he looked at the young Cao Ren coldly. Chi Mu Shu Mao, who was aside, noticed what happened here, and watched quietly. You guy! Ninja of Kyuzatsu village! Is the kid in your mouth talking about us? He was sitting on the ground, his hair was messy, and he didn't clean up the dust contaminated by Tsuna hands, and his eyes were burning with a fiery flame. As ninjas, maybe they are still a little younger, but as the disciples of the 3 generations of adults, the tasks they have accepted are definitely not so simple. Not to mention that at the time of the ninja school, the strength of the 3 was far ahead of the average students of the ninja school, just after the task of this year. At this time, the strengths of Tsunade and Suzui have also improved in the same year. They completed several B-level missions in this year. In this task training that will lose their lives at any time, they have grown into a one-sided ninja. At this moment, Cao Ren's words were an insult to them. The companion next to the young man Cao Ren did not want to have trouble in Wei village, and persuaded him. Hello, Akamoto, it's time to take the exam. Don't argue with them here. I heard what he said, but Akamoto did not continue to answer the words of Taiya, and looked down at Taira and Huyuja and others with a look of disdain, and turned back a little smile. As if talking to his companion, he said with a smile on his face, and the sarcastic voice was very harsh in this quiet environment. Oh, I just can't get used to the style of these big ninja villages. If a little ghost like this is a ninja in the future, isn't it just to die? They may not know the cruelty of the ninja mission. The words of the crickets fell, but they were a group of young ninjas who mocked Muye and attracted everyone's attention. All the young leaves of ninja look at Kusaka Akamoto with no kind eyes. The companions around Akamoto felt a little uncomfortable with this depressed atmosphere. They were a few steps away from Akamoto, but Akamoto still behaved arrogantly. His scarred face had already fully aroused the hatred of the ninjas under the leaves. As if in his eyes, the lower tolerance of these wooden leaves is really just an ordinary little ghost. Perhaps, in his eyes, he really thought so. In the stunner, a young boy with dazzling hair was surrounded by a ninja dog that reached his waist, with some oil paint on his face. He fully saw Kusaka Akamoto's performance, shook his head gently, and couldn't help sighing. How could Cao Ren village send such a stupid person to take the exam? Is there no one else in the village? Isn't it Jialong? Oh, Wang Wang. The large ninja dog beside him said in agreement. Next to the young boy, a young boy with sunglasses covering his whole body with clothes, gently stretched out a finger. A tiny bug landed slowly on it. Hit him softly. The worm is already attached to him. When the exam starts, let's chase it. The messy teenager looked at him, couldn't help but cut his head and said helplessly. Relax, Garen has already sniffed his scent, he can't run away, and the exam will start to teach him another lesson, but then again, the same as the information ninja, why are we in the same group? Another place. Arrogant guy, shouldn't he give him some lessons? A young man with red eyes said in a loud voice that his hand was about to print, but after seeing the situation on the field, he slowly let it go. He looked at the figure who came forward slowly, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Do you frighten Yusuke? At this time, everyone on the field has been attracted by Akamoto. By this opportunity, Kusuke intends to hypnotize everyone present at this time. Be prepared. He pressed his palm on the mirror, and stepped forward slowly, his face looked at Akamoto seriously. Friends of Cao Ren, I don't agree with your words. Such irresponsible remarks have insulted my friends, and I hope you can take them back. Wu Huosuke's voice was very polite, but he had an unquestionable tone. I heard Okasuke's words, and Akamoto tilted his head to look at him. After seeing that Yusuke was only a teenager, he smiled. His eyes were full of disdain, very arrogant words. What if? I don't agree with it. Little ghost. Do you want your invigilator of Konoha to catch me? Ha ha ha. After hearing that, Gang Shao was very angry and wanted to do it. Since hearing this, he was also eager to hear such a arrogant guy, he was really intolerable. Fuji Yusuke. Let me teach this guy a lesson. It's too arrogant. I can't look at him like this anymore. At this time, it was Dai who stopped them. Dai Yi in seriousness www.readwn.com. Although he is also very angry, but he has been with Huyuja for a long time, he knows that Huyuja will not do meaningless things. Whenever Koyajuk is ready to start, then there must be his intention, so he did not step forward to help, but stopped both Tsunade and Zillet. Suddenly, Yusuke heard Akamoto's words, but his solemn expression smiled, and he replaced him with a gentle smile on his face again. Under the thick frame, he glanced lightly at a secret place outside the playground, his heart said. Has the proctor teacher arrived? It seems to be the development of the default situation, just right, if that distance, you should be able to hypnotize together. Doesn't seem to make sense, then I have to sort out this matter by hands. Huizhik whispered with a smile, and gently pulled out the mirror flower from the waist. Okamoto opposite him saw this scene and grinned again with a cruel smile. Kyoki. Do you mean to do it to me? If you take the initiative to provocate, your village will not take advantage of you. Do you want your uncle to make you crippled? When I heard this, I suddenly looked at Okamoto in front of me with a smile on my corner. Is it? In that case, I won't be condemned by the conscience. It will break, mirror flower water moon. At this time, Jinghua Shui was completely pulled out, and everyone watching it seemed to see the blade flash slightly. In the distance, on the trees, several middle-aged men stood here. One of the scarred men sank. This is Huizhik, who has been told by Lord Naruto, let's see how strong you are. Vol 3 Chapter 56, China Forbearance Examination, 4. When Huizhik pulled out the mirror flower from the waist, everyone on the market was watching him. Yuyu's Hibotono stood in a corner, staring at the figure of Huizhik with resentful eyes. The battle was a great achievement for Huizhik. He will never forget the eyes of Huizhik when he was defeated. Those eyes were indifferent, as if the gods were looking at the ants overlooking the ground. They were colorless and empty. That moment, he didn't doubt that Huizhik had intended to kill him that time. I'm afraid he didn't do it for some reason. This is also the reason why he never went to Kusuk's trouble again. He has always paid attention to Kusuk's approach and knew that he was very popular in the village at this time. He can be an enemy, and he also knows that all this is a superficial phenomenon of Kusuk. Yes. That gentle smile surface is just hiding the indifferent real horror. Standing next to him, a pretty young girl was staring with wide eyes, staring at Huizhik, thinking. Is this Kuro Yusuke who defeated my brother? It is said to be a better genius than my brother? But he defeated his brother, it must be a bad guy. Even if his smile looks good, it is a bad guy. Chi Kimushu Mao also watched the young man smiling at him and wanted to see how much strength Kusuk had. Not far from Tsunade, Kato cut his eyes on Huizhik with a smile in his eyes. Finally, can you see this guy shot? I saw on the field, with the slight flash of Jinghua Shui Uedeo, almost everyone on the field did not see it. Suddenly a blink of a step under the right foot disappeared from the place, and stood before Okamoto's face when he appeared again. I saw him holding Konoha Namizuki backhanded, carrying 1,000 hectares of the knife handle and slamming into his abdomen when Okamoto caught off guard. Saki Okamoto's horrified pupils just shrunk. He suddenly passed on to him. Keek. The severe pain makes him speechless. For a moment, his entire body was bent like a lobster. The intense pain instantly made the blood in his heart rush to the brain. His face became red and blue, and he could only kneel to the ground with his weak belly, unable to move. Huizhik, who was standing next to him, slowly retracted Jinghua Shui from his waist, his face indifferent. Fighting. It's over before it starts. This scene shocked everyone present. Although everyone knows that Kusuk is a genius of the ninja school and is very powerful, they don't know how strong they are. This time, they finally saw the most intuitive performance. 1. It was solved in one move. The girl next to Uchiha Tono was surprised, staring at Mayusuk with wide eyes. Knight, if you see this guy in the future, you must not provoke this guy. Aside, Uchiha Shino said to the girl very grimly. Damn! Has this guy's strength increased so much again? Already, can't see his movement at all. When I heard his brother's words, Uchiha watched Koyusuk on the field and nodded slightly, wondering what was in her head. The strength is very strong, that kind of speed. I can't see it clearly. Chi Mushuo Mao standing in the distance frowned slightly, staring at the field murmured. Not far away, Kato looked at the scene with a smile on his face. Sure enough, hey, even with such strength, I am afraid those old guys don't know these yet, it's an unexpected guy. Huizhik. The boy with dazzling hair looked at the shivering ninja dog, looked at the field with a little surprise, and cared. Karen? How are you? Damn, is that guy so scary? So did the boy in sunglasses who stood aside. Is Hao Jisuk, the horrible guy, the bad insects seem to be afraid of him. Another place. Sometimes. Did you see his movements clearly? A dark-haired boy asked the teenager with the red pupil beside him unbelievably. Yan Xi looked at Hu Yuja's figure solemnly during the day, but he didn't answer this question directly, but just said in a deep voice. Horror guy. On the market. Akamoto. Akamoto, you have no problem. The ninjas of Kusakuni were horrified by the scene, shivering and calling Akamoto. It's just a small lesson. Take him away. I hope that the grassroots will stop giving inappropriate words in Wei in the future. Suddenly Yusuk whispered, then turned back. Amongst the crowd, a young man with white pupils kept secretly watching Ko-Yusuk. It was very secretive, and his hands kept clenching, as if nervous. When it was determined that Hu Yusuk was the captain of the Blue Dye, Hyaga were a little relieved, and a firm belief flashed in his eyes. Captain Lan Lan, finally see you again, and I hope to be like you. Suddenly Yusuk slowly returned to Tsunade and others. There was a gentle smile on his face. In this regard, Zi also looked at him with a look of dissatisfaction. Sudden righteousness. This kind of arrogant guy should be given to me to clean up. Let him see how powerful Master Yet is. You should grab it in front of me. Really? He didn't say anything, and Tsunade on the side hit him with a severe punch. Asshole guy! Give me some peace, do you want to cause trouble? This time, the bag with a bag on his head was considered honest. Yu read the book www.yuyugonshu.com and said nothing. He squatted in the corner obediently, while crying silently, while holding a small wooden stick on the ground. Draw circles. At this time, Hu Yuja's smile came to comfort him. I'm worried that you will be overhanded from the start. After all, you still have to take the exam. If the examiner knows it, you may be disqualified. I have a sense of starting. He should be fine later. Okay, since, also for your fragile glass heart. I can only lie to you like this. Sure enough, when I heard Kusuk's words, I had a spirit in a moment, loudly. That's right. You still have eyesight, if you really want to come, and if the uncle really shoots himself, I'm afraid he won't be able to return to Cao Ren village. That's not good. In this regard, everyone listened with a smile. At this time, boomed in the breeze. Suddenly there was an extra person in the market. They looked like they were about 30 years old, wearing dark black uniforms, and their eyes were very sharp. A middle-aged man with a very gloomy face and a very cold face stepped forward. I looked at the people present and glanced at Akamoto, who had returned to normal. As if he didn't know or care about the conflict on the field, he said in a somber voice. I'm the examiner for this test. Next, you are going to face a written test. The test content should be a familiar ninja textbook for you, so do your best to answer the question completely. Now, come with me. All the lower ninjas keep up with the middle-aged man. I am full of expectations and I am looking forward to welcoming this Grand China Ninja exam.